A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Sylvia Allison's ruthless determination to let nothing stand in the way of her marriage to Sammy has almost wrecked the happiness of two families. Now that Sammy has returned to her, Sylvia feels a new sense of security and power. It'll be a simple matter, she thinks, to wind Sammy around her finger again. And as for the Goldbergs, well, they seem to have accepted her garbled version of Sammy's sudden flight from town. However, Sylvia is actually in a dangerous position because she is reckoning with Aunt Molly. For Molly knows instinctively that Sammy is unhappy and needs her help. And although Sammy has not yet confided in her, she's made up her mind to get to the bottom of the trouble. Now, Molly is telephoning Ed, Sylvia's brother-in-law. Perhaps he can throw some light on the situation.
Hello? Hello, operator?
The line can't be busy all this time.
Why can't be busy all this time?
Maybe she's ringing the wrong number, Mom.
Hello? Hello? Hello, operator? Operator? Central? Are you ringing me right? Yes. 45, please. 45, please. Yes. She's ringing right over the 45.
Did she repeat the number 45?
Yes, she did. 45. Give me my handkerchief a minute.
Here, Mom.
Hand me a little bit down.
All right,
so
Mom.
warm. Hello? So will you please try again, please?
Mom, when you get him on the phone, what are you going to say?
What I'm going to say? Whatever will fall in my head, I'll say.
Mom, be careful. You're not sure you're right. You can't be sure it was Mr. Allison's son-in-law that called us in Glastonbury.
I'm surely sure, Ugly. I'm surely sure that he was the person that called me and told me don't let the sun come south. Now I'm more sure of it than heretofore.
Is that what you're going to ask him?
I will. Give me my handkerchief, Mama, please. Wipe me here, Mama. Wipe me.
All right.
Open a little bit. All right. Open the boot door a little bit. Open the boot door.
All right, Mom.
Oh, Rosalie. Did you saw how Sammy looks, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Did you saw the rings in his eyes, huh? Did you saw how he wanted to talk to me and he didn't and he couldn't? Did you notice? I did if you didn't. How Sylvia didn't want to leave him out of her sight for a single second not. I saw everything, Rosalie, darling. Your mama saw everything, Mama. You put away my handkerchief. Put away my handkerchief. Oh, hold on to my pocketbook.
I'm wrong.
Hello? Hello? Still busy? Come, I'm holding. I will not hang, Central. No, I'm holding. That's all right. That's all right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, didn't took me long, Rosalie, to see you all and everything, Rosalie. Didn't take Mama long. But this time I'll make sure I'm right.
But Danny went away, Mom. Why did he come back?
Why? That's not the point now, Mama, you. That's all besides the point. Why he came back because we were here, evidently.
Well, then why doesn't he tell us what happened?
Maybe he will. He will. Maybe he has to get himself together. Hello? Hello? I'm holding. Are you sure they're speaking on the line? Huh? All right, I'm holding, Cecil. I'm holding. Oh, how are there such people in the world? How do they become that way, Rosalie? How do people become that way, Rosalie? I don't know. All my life, I never felt that people was all good, people was all bad. I have to travel miles to find something out. Oh, hello? Hello? Still busy? No, I'm not hanging, Central. Maybe there's something wrong on the line, Central. I'll wait. Yes, I will wait.
Please, Sylvia. I'll take it.
All right.
Hello?
Hello? This is Mrs. Goldberg on the wire.
Yes?
I have to see you, and when can I?
Well,
Mr. F., I don't want no bells, and I don't want no bucks, and my purpose is not social. Hello?
Yes?
It cannot be postponed. You are you not, the individual You were trying to help me once. Help me now.
Was that Sammy, Ed?
No.
Ed, Sammy's back.
I'm glad to know it.
Where's Leah?
I'm expecting.
Well, she knows I'm here. Doesn't she want to see me?
She didn't tell me.
Can't you make us talk?
I can't do anything with Leah because all she believes are the lies you told her.
Ed, I came over here to ask you and Leah to forget it. Sammy's back. His people are here. We're going to get married. I'm willing to forget everything Leah did. Sammy doesn't believe it anyway. I'm willing to forget everything. I'm willing to forget the whole past and forgive her. We can all begin again. All of it.
Your generosity overwhelms me, Sylvia. Just tell me what you have to forgive. What did anyone do to you that you didn't deserve? That you didn't invite?
Leah chased Sammy away. She told him that...
Nothing but the simple truth about you, Sylvia.
What are you trying to do now, Ed? Help Leah hurt me?
No. I never did and I never will.
Then why don't you help me, Ed? Whatever I did because I wanted to be happy. Because that was the way I thought I could be. And now when I have a chance to...
I don't know why you did any of the things you did, Sylvia. I know what you accomplished. I know you succeeded in getting your father's money for yourself and separating your father and Leah and ruining my marriage. Leah's going to divorce me. And not because I was once unfortunate enough to love you, but because you lied to her and said I still did.
I'll tell Leah. I'll find some way to make it up. I'll undo everything I ever did. There won't be any question of what I'm supposed to get or what Leah is. She can have everything. I mean that honestly. I mean that truly. She can have everything. All I care about is Sammy. Sammy came back. That means he loves me. That means he loves me more than anything else in the world. More than the things he ever did. More than the lies I told him. It means he's willing to forget. That he wants me and cares for me. That means more than even anything else. I'll give up anything for him. I'll make it up to all of us. We can all be happy. All of us.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
You have the wrong number.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, Sylvia.
But what about Leah? Mrs. Goldberg doesn't know anything. She doesn't even know that Sammy left. She thinks he was away on a business trip.
You mean Sammy didn't tell her?
Well, I asked him not to, and he won't. Sammy loves me. No matter what I ever was before, I'm different now. I love him. It never was the same with anyone. Oh, with no one. You have to help me. You have to keep me quiet. Why should she try to hurt me now? She can have everything. I'll even go away with Sammy if she wants me to.
You could have had what you have now and not hurt anyone.
I was too young to know that, Ed. Ed, you can help me. You can. You must speak to Leah.
If Sammy knows the truth about you and still wants to marry, no one can interfere with it.
His mother can. And if she finds out, if she tells him not to marry me,
She told him once before, and he followed you here.
That was when Sammy thought I was better than I am.
And now he thinks you're worse than you are, and he still wants to marry you. Don't worry, Sylvia. Sammy is as big a fool as I was.
So that's it. Ed, you don't want me to marry Sammy or anybody. You want me for yourself, don't you? You didn't even hear what I was saying. You're not thinking of me. You're thinking of me and Sammy. You don't care if you're married. You don't care if you ever see Leah or your family again. All you're thinking of is me. Just me. Wait. You'll live to see me married. And you can have the pleasure of hating my happiness.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Is this you?
Yes.
When can I come to your house?
Anytime.
Just answer me one thing. Are you the
Yes.
one? Were you the one that...
Yes.
The one that called me and told me not to let Sammy come here?
Yes, yes, yes. Molly has arranged to see Ed and Leah. Sammy has made up his mind to confide in his father. The Goldbergs are nearer to the truth than Sylvia realizes.
Arch Oboler's Plays. A story in the night. Tonight, 3 short plays, written with tongue-in-cheek. First, Back to the Indians.
I had a dream last night. I dreamt I met an Indian, an American Indian. He was dressed as Indians used to dress a very long time ago. Breechcloth, with feather headdress, and ferocious war paint. And he was angry. Oh, very angry. He waved a blood-stained tomahawk at me and said,
"You, white man, you cheat me."
I was flabbergasted. I said, I cheated you? I've never even seen you before.
Cheat my brothers. Hundred moon ago. Cheat my brothers. Take away hunting ground.
I said, no, that wasn't I. I never took your land away. The pioneers, yes, the pioneers. They did it, not I. He didn't say anything for a moment. Then he lifted his tomahawk high and started to come closer. He said,
"I kill you."
I said, "No, wait, I'll give it back to you. Your land, I'll give it back to you. Come with me. I'll give it back to you. Come on." And then, in a moment, I wouldn't fool you, we were there. Yes, right there at the land. I said, "Here, you see, Indian? There's your land. Your land and better than it was, see? Better." He didn't say a thing, just looked around. And then a man was there, a very well-fed, well-dressed man, with 100 checkbooks in one hand and 100 gilt-edged bonds in the other. He was smoking a very fat and expensive cigar. He didn't even seem to see us, me or the Indian, just sort of stared right through us. And he was talking. Yeah, talking to no one and everyone.
The way I look at it is like this. No man's got an excuse to be out of a job. No, sir. Take 'em all off relief, I say. Make 'em go out and dig up a living. That's what I did 40 years ago. What do you mean times have changed? Why, when I went out in that timber country, I didn't have a dime in my pocket. Waded right in, dollar here, dollar there. Bought up some land, cut down the timber. Bought up some more, cut down the timber. Hey, what's that you say? So now it's all cut down. Well, who's talking about that? That's not the point. I am saying that a man that wants a job can always get a job. Where? Well, plenty of jobs. Just pitch in and look around. Yeah, smart fella can always make $1. What if you're not smart? Well, that's not the point. Nobody's to blame but you if you're out of work. But the plant went out of business. Well, so what? Go someplace else. Where? Well, that's not the point. The point is, nobody's got a right to be out of work. Take 'em off relief, I say. Let 'em dig up their own living. That's what I think.
And then the man was gone. Just the Indian and I left. And I said, "Look, Indian, your land. I tell you, it's better than it was, your land." He didn't answer, just stared. And then a woman, a handsome woman, dressed like Park Avenue, no doubt about it. She was there. And she didn't seem to see us either. Just stood there, talking to herself.
Oh, I really don't know why you talk and write about such people and such things. Really, I don't. Trouble enough in the world without looking for it. Well, I mean, with all the sort of things that are going on, why talk about things like that? I haven't looked at a newspaper in a year. Why bother? It's all the same. People in trouble. Well, what's that to me? People are going to starve. Well, let them do it quietly. Why talk about it? The poor we always have with us, so let them go their way. Why should we bother ourselves? Not the sort of people worth bothering about anyway. Looking at them makes one feel so, well, disagreeable, and I don't like to feel disagreeable. I just don't like it. So I say, well, why talk and write about such people and such things? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. That's the way to get along. Just say everything's going to be all right, and it'll be all right. I don't know why you're talking right about such people and such things.
Then she was gone, and the Indian and I were alone again. He looked at me, and I said, "Don't look at me like that. It's your land, yours." No answer. And then another voice, another man talking, not seeing us, just talking to himself.
Why shouldn't I make the money? I'm asking you, why shouldn't I make the money? I don't, someone else will do it. That's the way I look at it. So, all right, they turn the stuff into bombs and bullets. So what? People have been killing each other off since time began. So what's that got to do with me? If I don't sell it to them, someone else will. Ethics? What the devil does that mean? Money in the bank, that means something, believe me. Use the stuff for killing women and kids? Stop talking like a radical. Use your head. Now's the time to make the... Why shouldn't I make the money? I'm asking you. Why shouldn't I make the money?
And then enough. I said, "Indian, listen. You wanted your land. Well, I can't give it back to you. There's houses on it and factories that make good things, and schools for the children to learn how to live better, and football stadiums, baseball parks, and hospitals. I can't give the land back to you. Can't we compromise?"
Huh?
I mean, instead of the land, I'll give you some of the people. Yeah, the people. You just saw 3 of them. I'll give you some of the people. For a moment, he didn't answer. And then, in my dream, you know what that Indian said to me? He said...
We don't want him.
And now the second of 3 satirical plays. Its title, The Day the Sun Exploded.
It started out as a wonderful day. All over the world, the weather was unbelievably perfect.
Where it was daylight, it was the clearest, bluest daylight in the memory of mankind.
Where it was night, the sky was cloudless, and the moon and the stars gave light bright almost beyond belief.
And as all mankind shared the blessings of perfect weather, so also they shared a common, all-encompassing interest. For on this day, men of all nations grouped around their radios and televisors, watching and listening to an epical event which was taking place in the great council hall of Geneva.
Yes, epical indeed was this meeting, for in the great vaulted chamber sat 1,000 men of many tongues and many colors, of many temperaments, many ideologies, the chosen representatives of their nations, come together in council to meet and discuss a cause close to the heart of every man.
And as each representative rose and spoke, from Tokyo to Melbourne, from Cape Town to Moscow, from Santiago to Nome, the ears and the eyes and the hearts of all mankind were with them.
Black men, white men,
Yellow men,
brown men, red men.
Listening and hoping.
Indo-European.
Arab and Berber,
Mongolian,
Malayan and Polynesian,
American Indian,
Dravidian,
African, Australian and Papuan,
Hoping and listening.
Protestant,
Roman Catholic,
Jew and Mohammedan.
Confucian and Buddhist,
Orthodox Catholic,
Brahmin and heathen.
All of them listening and hoping.
The next speaker, Signor Arati.
Citizens of the world, I salute you. In the name of my people, I salute you. This is a great day. This is a day when the strong heart is glad. This is a day when a strong heart is sing. For today, for the first time in the history of the world, all men become like a blood brothers. For too many years, my people have wars. Too many wars. We have had too many wars. You have had too many wars. My people have had wars because for too many years we have had a crazy dream. A dream to have again a great empire. Our empire. The empire of the Caesars. Now, finish. No more. Today my people said to all people, you are our brothers.
As a representative of my government, I bring you most cordial greetings and felicitations. This is indeed an historical movement, this joining together of all the races of mankind for the common good. Great was the moment when the Magna Carta was signed. As great indeed were the moments when the various constitutions were signed. But I say to you that this, indeed, is the greatest of moments. This moment of submersion of nationalistic ambition for the international good. My country, for years, has fought many wars. Our ancestors thought some of them righteous. But we, of this more enlightened time, renounce this shame forever. And we thrust behind us forever the imperialistic ambitions which have cost us the blood of our youth for so many centuries. Yes, from this moment henceforward, we give our empire to the world.
Attention, please. The next speaker, Prince Fatui.
Honorable friends, we are a small nation, yet our influence has been felt throughout the world. But this influence, unfortunately, has been aggressive. Today, I am happy to say all that is ended. We renounce the era of our fathers. We renounce belief that our island is the seat of godliness, and we join in this great idea that all men are of God, and all men are one, and all men can live as one in brotherhood and happiness. Kansai.
And now, another representative of a great people, Monsieur Reynac.
Messieurs et dames, I speak for a nation. Many have said this is a momentous occasion, but perhaps to no nation is it a greater occasion than it is to mine, which for many centuries has sat behind great barriers repelling invaders of our sovereignty. But today we strike down these barriers with our own hands, and we throw wide our arms and say to you, we are your brothers. We, a nation of individualists, a nation that has known hatred, turns from individualism and hatred to solidarity and love with all mankind. In the name of my nation, I salute the fraternity of mankind.
The time grows short. A few words from the representative of a great democracy.
My friends, I stand here before you alone. And yet, I assure you, 120 million of my countrymen are with me here in spirit. For many years, our national policy has been to mind our own business and to keep our powder dry. That was an excellent policy when nations were at each other's throats. But today, I stand here to tell you that we have renounced this policy. We have renounced it because we have outgrown such beliefs, even as nations have outgrown the belief that the only manner in which to settle disputes is by force. As a mature people, we reach out beyond the oceans which surround us and say to all of you, we are as you. You are as we. We are as one. We join in this great international movement without fear, without reservation. United we stand, all of us, forever.
Attention, please! Attention! The moment is almost at hand for the final signature on this historic document. A closing word by the representative of another great people, Herr Gambling.
Widersacher, what is a noble work. I now bring you this word as a representative of my people. For many years, my people have walked as one, perhaps bowed their head as one, regimented in the belief that we must work together and believe together. Some of the things we have believed, I stand here to tell you, have been false. It has taken many years of leadership, but now we know they are false. There is in the blood no right of leadership. Leadership is not in the blood. It is in the heart and the minds. This day we turn our blood into the great bloodstream of all mankind. White, yellow, black, the blood is the same. Christian, Jew, or heathen, the blood is the same. All are brothers, and today all stand together in peace forever. 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 Gentlemen, gentlemen, if you please, gentlemen, attention, please. It grows late. Attention, please. We have been in session many days. All of us are weary and anxious, I am certain, to return to our native homes. So now, let us, without further delay, turn to our final task, the happy one of ratifying this great international treaty which forevermore removes all barriers between nations, which makes of us the United Nations of the world, joined together for all eternity in common brotherhood, in everlasting peace. Our vote will be by acclamation. All those in favor of this great covenant will rise.
And that was the day the sun exploded.
And now, the last of our three sardonic plays. By very insistent popular request, we repeat, The Laughing Man. The time, 20,000 years from tomorrow.
Excuse me, please. I'm laughing. I know it isn't polite, but I can't help it. The funniest thing. Wait until you hear it. Absolutely the funniest thing. Yes, I'll tell you. A hoax. He tried to play a hoax on me, telling me it was an authentic record of their times and expecting me to believe. Wait a minute. I'll start from the beginning. Really, I will, and then you'll laugh with me. I know you will. Well, it all started like this. An old man comes to my study a little while ago, a package under his arm, and he tells me he's a student of the past. Past master of the humbug, that's what he meant. Wait until you hear it. So he has this package under his arm, and he says to me breathlessly,
Sir, I brought you the most wonderful relic of the past the modern world has ever known.
Really? I said. What are you talking about, and who are you? And he answers,
a lonely traveler, one who wanders in far-off places.
Far-off places? Well, that's what he told me. So I said, and is this what you're bringing me from one of these far-off places? And he nods his old head like a strutting rooster, and he says,
yes, indeed. You are the greatest living scholar of the history of the old world. So it is fitting that I bring this to you.
Indeed, I said. And what have you got, and where did you find it? And he says,
I was walking through the mountains beneath which the great city once stood.
Well, I said. Well? And he said,
as you know, thousands of years ago, there was another civilization that reached great heights and...
I know, I said. Certainly you're not going to teach me history, my ancient friend. And he said,
oh, no, indeed. I only meant to say what I found high in the mountains. It is a written record of that civilization. The first written record ever to be found.
Oh, for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I just looked at him. I said, have you gone out of your head with age, old man? Nothing is left of that prehistoric time. First, the sea covered them when the dark planet swung close, and then the molten rock thrust up. It's only our theory that men had a civilization here before us. And for answer, he tore the paper off the package, and he said,
look, these papers, reality, I tell you, high in the mountains, inside a piece of alabaster that must have protected it from the ravages of time, miraculously spewed out from the earth when the mountains rose up through the land. Look, sir, and read. A record of their times. A record of the ways of men 20,000 years before our civilization came into being.
Yes. He said that, and I took the book. I took it in my hand and read. You know, for a moment, I almost believed the fraud. Strange formations of letters and strange words and meaning, but clear enough to me. Clear enough. The clearest fraud a faker ever tried to perpetrate. Let me tell you what was in that historical book. He tried to tell me he'd found the old humbug. Listen to this. First, the book said that... Wait till you hear this. First, the book said that the men of that past civilization fought about the land. You don't understand what I mean. I mean the world. They fought each other, maimed each other, bled each other over who owned what piece of the world. Did you ever hear such nonsense? They knew how large the world was. They knew how many men were in it. But instead of dividing it up fairly or all owning together as one, they fought each other. Yes, bloody wars for years and years. Did you ever hear such a humbug history? Did you? Did you? Yes, and that isn't all. The book said they fought each other over race. Yes, race. Race. The book said the word means the difference between men. And then the book said that all men had the same origin, and yet they killed each other over a difference they admitted didn't even exist. What a fraud, that book. What a fraud. Yes, you know, A man walked that world for a little while, and he said, "For the glory of God, peace on earth." And he spoke the truth, and men listened and said, "We believe," and then went out to murder with bright music playing. Music, I tell you, yes, music. And then a little man arose who said, "For the glory of the state, war on earth." And he spoke lies, and men knew there were lies, and he knew they knew, but again, they went out to murder with the music playing. And here's the funniest. Other men saw what was happening, and they said, "Let them kill. It is not to our interest." And the flame of murder came closer, and still they said, "It is not our interest." As if the house were afire, and they said, "We will not use water until we ourselves are burning." And here's the climax. The preposterous book said that these crazy people who filled the earth in those days had machines with which to fly through the air. Yes, really, through the air. Imagine the wonder if it were true. Speeding through the air like birds. Great, glistening machines to carry men to new wonders. But guess what the fraud of a book said they did with them? You'll hold your sides when you hear this one. They loaded them up with horrible, tearing things and flew up over the crowded places and dropped them. Yes, dropped them. Believe me. That's what this humbug history tried to make me believe was the truth. Men struggled for centuries. They studied, they toiled, rivers of heartache, at least the book said so, trying to make a healthier world for their children to live in, and then they threw poison clouds down from the sky and killed them off in tens of thousands. Killed the children. Isn't it all a joke?
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's 3 short satirical plays were especially written for radio by Arch Oboler. The first play, Back to the Indians, featured Harold Perry, Ed Max, and Margaret Hyman. The second play, The Day the Sun Exploded, brought you Frank Graham, Leo Cleary, John Fee, and Harold Perry. And the final play, The Laughing Man, featured Lou Merrill. Next week, a new play, special to Hollywood. A story of the strangest airplane ride since time began. The leading role will be taken by Miss Gail Page. Arch Oboler's plays. A Story in the Night. Arch Oboler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, Incorporated. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
time and distance are closely related, and one is often measured by the other. For instance, the distance to the stars is not measured in miles, but in so many light years. The mileage between, let us say, New York and Cairo is not measured in miles alone in this modern age, but also in flying hours. A commuter on his way to the station looks not only at his car speedometer in an anxious way, but also at his wristwatch. The course of a man's life itself is calculated in minutes and hours, and whether that distance is great or small depends on the timekeeper, his conscience.
That was quite a meal.
I'm glad you liked it, Fletcher.
Avocado, boiled lobster, crepe Suzettes, and a good wine to top it off. Could a man ask for more?
Hardly.
Here, Wilson, have a cigar.
Thanks.
There's nothing like a good meal to make a man feel at peace with the world and to give him an urge to talk. Good conversation is the final course for a perfect dinner. Let me tell you a little story, Wilson. You've got some time, haven't you? This will be worth your while. You know, this isn't the only first-rate meal I've ever had. There was a time once when caviar and lobster were on my menu every day.
Is that so?
The world was my oyster, Wilson, and I was salting it to my taste. Of course, it didn't begin that way.
You used to be a valet, didn't you?
That's right. I worked as somebody's boot polisher for over 7 years. He was a wealthy man, a multimillionaire. Have some wine, Wilson?
No, thanks.
Yes, I worked like the proverbial horse for Gregory Richards, and I found that he didn't appreciate my merits. It was rather disappointing, to say the least. But I am a man of some ingenuity. I waited for my chance, and when it came, I was ready for it. The servants have all been dismissed, Mr. Richards.
All right, Fletcher. Has Mrs. Richards come in?
Just a moment ago, sir. I told her that you were in the library.
Has she noticed anything?
Not that I know of, sir.
That'll be all, Fletcher.
You mean, for now, Mr. Richards?
I mean, you're going, too, with the rest of them.
Oh, I see, sir.
Sorry I have to do it this way, but we're closing the house. You've been a good valet, Fletcher. I hate to lose you. So I have no other choice.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Richards, isn't this dismissal rather abrupt after so many years of service?
I'm giving you a month's pay in advance. That's fair enough.
I don't quite see it that way, sir.
What do you mean you don't quite see it?
I have been a little more to you than just a valet.
Have you?
I may say I have been your, confidant?
Just what are you getting at?
Well, it seems to me that a small a pension of perhaps $5,000 would repay me for my service.
Oh, really?
You must admit that I've been discreet, very discreet.
Are you trying to blackmail me?
If your affair with Miss Cartwright had been entrusted to less capable hands than mine...
All right, Fletcher, get out.
Mr. Richards...
Get out before I break your filthy neck.
Very well. But, Mr. Richards, you may have reason one day to regret this. Goodbye, sir.
Charles! Lucy! Fletcher! Where is everybody? Gregory! Gregory!
What is it, dear?
What's going on in this house? Where are the servants?
They're gone, Harriet.
Gone? What do you mean, gone? Where's Fletcher?
He's gone, too. I dismissed them all.
Gregory, have you gone crazy?
On the contrary, I've made up my mind to a very difficult decision.
Have you?
I'm sick of this house, Harriet, and everything it stands for. I've made arrangements with a broker to sell it.
Without consulting me?
I have no reason to consult you about anything any longer. The plain fact is that I'm leaving you, Harriet. For good.
Well, so you've come up with it at last.
I'm glad you knew it was coming. I'm glad you realize we can't go on this way. It makes it easier.
What do you think I am, an old pair of shoes? Do you really believe you can dismiss me like the servants and get away with it?
I'll provide you with money.
Money? And what about my pride? You think I want to face my friends after you've thrown me over for that woman?
Then you know.
Yes, I know. I've known for a long time. You think you'll get a divorce from me? Well, it'll be over my dead body.
Harriet!
Anne Cartwright, the darling of polite society. Anne Cartwright, the tramp.
Harriet,
I'll ruin her. That's what I'll do. I'll splash this thing over every tabloid in the country. And I'll ruin you, too. I'll show you up to your fancy friends for what you are. You wait and see.
Why? Why would you? You never loved me. I gave you everything money could buy. Why don't you give me my freedom now when it means nothing to you?
Because I hate you, that's why. And I hate her. Oh, I know what her family's like. They won't allow you to get within 10 feet of her as long as you're married.
You think you can make a fool of me, Gregory? Well, you'd better think twice.
So this is how you want it to be.
Just wait until I really get started. I'll show you how I want it to be. She won't be able to show her face again.
You wouldn't dare.
She'll want to run away and find a hole to hide in.
Harriet!
The trap. The duck.
No, you won't get away with that, Harriet.
No!
You went too far. I told you. Harriet. Harriet, get up. Harriet! He's dead. I've got to do something. But where? How? I've got it. Yes, the cellar. The cellar. Underneath the cement. In the morning, they'll never know.
Do you need any help, sir? You've done a pretty good job, a very good job, Mr. Richards. May I suggest that a layer of cement over that tomorrow will hide it forever?
I thought you'd gone.
Oh, no, Mr. Richards, I'm still here. As you see. Don't lay a hand on me, Mr. Richards, not unless you want to face this kitchen knife.
All right, Fletcher, you win. Call the police.
The police?
Go on, turn me in.
Oh, Mr. Richards, as I told you once before, you underestimate my value. Why call the police?
What do you mean?
The police would do neither of us any good.
How much do you want?
Now, really, Mr. Richards.
10,000? 20? A bargain's a bargain. Name your price.
You may find it rather high. But then, your life is worth something too, Mr. Richards.
What is it? For heaven's sake, don't stand there grinning like an idiot. What do you want to keep quiet?
Everything, Mr. Richards. Everything.
Sit down, Fletcher.
Thank you.
Not there, that's my chair.
I know it.
Now, look. You've got a price. I want to know how much you want.
Do you mind if I have one of your cigars? Thank you.
Of all the...
Maybe you don't quite understand the situation you're in, Mr. Richards. Your life is in the palm of my hand. If I pick up that phone, I can put a noose around your neck so fast you wouldn't know what hit you.
What are you trying to do? Torture me? Are you just playing with me to amuse yourself before you turn me in?
I have no intention of turning you in, providing, of course, we come to terms.
What are your terms? I've asked a dozen times.
And I've told you. Everything. I'm going to live the way you live and enjoy what you enjoy. For the rest of your natural life.
Make that a little clearer.
Yes, I suppose I must. From now on, I'll be the fine gentleman, Mr. Richards. From now on, I'll see what it's like to live in velvet. Oh, but of course, you live here with me.
That's decent of you.
Yes, and what's more, you'll wait on me the way I waited on you. Do you hear? You'll be the valet, Mr. Richards, and I'll be the master.
You're mad.
Not entirely, no. However, I am a generous man. I won't confine you to the house. You may leave occasionally, providing you let me know where you're going. I don't mind.
That's very big of you.
And there'd be no point in your running away either. I'd have the police on your neck in a hurry if you did. And besides, Miss Cartwright would also be involved. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
Gregory, dear, did I keep you waiting?
Sit down, Anne, please.
Have you ordered?
No, I can't stay for lunch. I have another appointment.
But it's been so long since we've seen each other. What is it, Gregory? Why are you worried? Did you tell your wife?
Yes, I told her.
And she refused to give you a divorce. Well, we were expecting that.
She didn't refuse, Anne.
No.
As a matter of fact, she's in Reno right now.
Gregory, then she understood.
Perfectly.
Oh, Gregory, if you're ashamed of what we've done, you needn't be.
And I have something else to tell you.
What is it?
For a while, until this blows over, we mustn't see each other.
Mustn't see each other? But why? We've nothing to hide anymore.
I insist on it, Anne. It's the only way.
How long do you think that will be?
I couldn't say. A few months, maybe.
Gregory.
We've no other choice, don't you see? We've got to give this some dignity. We've got to protect ourselves from gossip.
Gossip doesn't worry me. I've already told my father and mother the situation.
You have?
Yes, I have. I told them I'm not afraid of scandals, and I love you. I gave them a choice. They either see it my way or I leave the house.
You mean that?
Of course I do, dear.
And I thought Harriet would ruin you.
Gregory.
This is a fine time to find out.
Darling, you look so tired.
I am tired.
You need a rest. Why not go away for a week or two?
No.
Bermuda, perhaps, it'll do you good.
No, I can't go away. I can't leave town. Don't ask me to.
It's only a suggestion.
And I've got to leave you now.
So soon?
Yes, I must.
Gregory, what's wrong?
I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Something I
can't explain.
Surely you can tell me.
No, I can't tell anyone, not even you.
Gregory, look at me. There's nothing, my darling, that can't be wiped out and forgotten.
Wiped out? That's it, Anne. That's the only way. I've thought about it and tried to plan it, but somehow my thoughts were never clear. You've clarified them for me completely.
Where are you going, Gregory? What are you going to do?
I'm going to erase this problem from my life forever.
Once the cake is cut, the saying goes, it is simple to enjoy another piece. Once the timekeeper loses track of the seconds in your mind, the clock runs wild. For what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? And what does it profit the killer to take a human life and lose his own in return?
Yes, what is it?
Fletcher?
Come in, Richards. I thought I told you to call me Mr. Fletcher when you address me, Richards. Do you have the check?
Yes. Here.
10,000. Fine, you may go now. You may even take the afternoon off, my good fellow.
I have something else here besides the check, Mr. Fletcher.
So I see.
There are 6 bullets in this gun. I'm going to fill your rotten body with them.
And what do you propose to do with me? Put me in the cellar next to your wife?
Exactly. I don't know why I never did this before. It's so easy, it makes me laugh.
Richard, you're a fool.
Am I?
Put the gun down. If you kill me, you die too.
You whipped me long enough, Fletcher. The party's over.
You idiot. Don't you think I'm prepared for this? Do you consider me to be so childish I let you get away with so simple a trick?
What do you mean you're prepared for it?
There's a note in my bank vault to be opened at my death. That note gives complete directions as to where the late Mrs. Richards can be found. And how she got there.
No. You didn't.
Put the gun on top of my desk, Richards, before you make me lose my temper. And that would be inconvenient for both of us. That's better.
You've worked it out completely, haven't you?
To the last detail. Clever, wasn't it? Incidentally, you met Anne Cartwright for luncheon this afternoon.
You followed me?
She's very pretty. Oh, yes, extremely attractive and young. A man could learn to appreciate a woman like that. I wonder how attractive I'd be to her. I'd like you to invite her here, Richards, for dinner. I want to know more about her. I have a feeling that we could become very good friends.
Just what are you driving at?
I told you I wanted everything, and everything includes Miss Cartwright. Extend the invitation, Richards, for tomorrow night.
Richards!
Mind your manners. Tell Miss Cartwright she'll be having dinner with me at 8 tomorrow evening, and Richards, that dinner will be for 2.
Good evening, Fletcher.
Good evening. May I take your things?
Thank you. Will you tell Mr. Richards I'm here?
He's not in at the moment.
He isn't?
No, he suggested that I entertain you for a while.
You?
Will you have a whiskey and soda?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I have one, do you?
Fletcher, have you been drinking?
Well, I've had 3 or 4, just enough to make my conversation interesting.
Please tell Mr. Richards to call me when he arrives.
Are you leaving?
Yes, I am.
You're very impulsive, Anne. I was looking forward to an enjoyable evening. I even prepared the dinner myself.
Fletcher, do you realize that Mr. Richards will dismiss you for this?
Dismiss me? Dismiss me? Oh, that's very good.
Fletcher!
Mr. Richards' dismissing days are over. From now on, he's taking orders, not giving them.
You're not only drunk, you're crazy.
Am I? Then why has he changed so much in the past few weeks? Why does he crawl around like a worm, afraid of his own shadow? And why haven't you seen him as much as you used to?
You know about that?
Yes, my dear, I do. You see, I've taken over for Mr. Richards. His very life depends on me.
Oh, you're lying.
Why should I? What good would lying do me?
Fletcher, just what did you mean when you said that his life depends on you?
Oh, it's nothing to bother your pretty head about. Suffice to say that I'm the man worth knowing now. I can do as much for you as he ever could, and more.
Fletcher, answer me. What did you mean?
Oh, well, it has something to do with money. He's in a difficult spot, and I've taken over all his financial responsibilities.
Now I know you're out of your mind. What would a valet know about finance?
A valet, am I? I'm a great deal better than that, Anne, I assure you.
I demand to know where Mr. Richards is.
He's gone.
Gone?
Yes, he's run away. He's not coming back.
Oh, you expect me to believe that?
No, I don't. And that's why he left this note.
What note?
Here. Now, let me read it to you. Dearest Anne, I'm going away for good. You won't see me again, so forget about me. Fletcher, my trusted friend, has taken over my estate. I can't explain why or how, just trust in him completely. And it's signed Gregory.
Let me see that.
There you are. You ought to recognize his handwriting by this time. Dearest Anne.
But why did he go? What have you to do with this?
You love him, don't you?
Well,
If you love him, you'll be nice to me. The truth of the matter is that your Gregory is an embezzler, and I'm protecting him from the police.
Oh, that can't be true.
But it is. My darling.
Take your hands off me.
Really? Now, aren't you being a little...
Get out of my way.
You'll come back. And when you do, you'll make up for that slap. Dearest Anne.
Dictators are always small men, either in physical size or in moral stature. The one thing they cannot fight is time. It cuts them all down to the same size sooner or later. Listen as the clock moves on.
Who's there? What? Oh, it's you, Richard.
Yes, it's I.
I told you to get out of town and stay out.
Where's Anne?
She's gone. But she'll be back. Now get out of here before I lose my patience. I've given you back your life and freedom, haven't I? Get out of my sight and stay out!
Yes. You've given me my life and taken everything else. And what you've taken, Fletcher, is more valuable to me than what you've returned.
Do you want me to call the police and turn you in?
You needn't bother. I'll do it myself.
What?
I don't care what happens to me anymore, Fletcher. My life's finished. But at least I'll have the satisfaction of seeing you punished along with me.
Punished? For what? I haven't done anything.
You've been an accessory to the crime. You've helped me keep my secret. That's enough to get you 20 years.
You're bluffing. You wouldn't dare to turn yourself in.
The bluff's over, Fletcher. For both of us.
Put it down. This gun of yours still holds 6 bullets, Richard. Drop that phone.
You're through, Fletcher.
Through, am I? We'll see about that. You've forgotten that there's still plenty of room in the cellar. For you. Just a moment. I'm coming. Well?
Mr. Richards?
Mr. Richards isn't in right now. My name is Fletcher. I'm handling his affairs.
Oh, I see.
Well, what do you want?
Well, I see you haven't moved the furniture out yet.
Moved the furniture out? What are you talking about?
Well, according to the contract, Mr. Richards is due to vacate by the 10th. That's today.
Vacate? We're not moving.
But this house has been sold, mister.
Sold? When? To whom?
Well, Mr. Richards instructed his broker to sell a few weeks ago. The deal's been completed.
Now, wait a minute. There's been some mistake.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the authorization to take over the premises.
Oh. Well, Mr. Richards has changed his mind. He doesn't want to sell.
The house has already been sold, mister. I told you that.
Then we'll buy it back, and we'll give them a profit on the transaction. And they'll sell it back to us.
Well, maybe. In any case, Mr. Richards is the one to decide that.
What?
Well, the house was in his name. He's the only one who can change the deal. Well, where is Richard? Maybe if he sent a wire...
He can't be reached.
No?
No.
Then we'll have to go ahead, mister.
Now, wait a minute. This is ridiculous.
Mister, I didn't make the deal about the house. It was made with the Sanley Realty Corporation.
But don't you work for them?
No, and if you don't mind a little tip, you haven't got a chance in the world of buying back this place.
Why do you say that?
Well, the Realty Corporation's going to erect a $50 million office building, and this site is part of the layout. So don't waste your time by trying to make any deals with them.
Well, if you don't work for them, who do you work for?
I'm an agent for the Franklin House Wrecking Company. We've got a contract to tear this place down and make room for the office building.
You're going to tear it down?
So you better get somebody to move your stuff out, mister. My contract calls for us to begin work today. That's right now. I got 40 men outside and we pay them by the hour. We can't wait. Hey, Joe?
Yes?
Send the boys in with you. We'll start, well, I think we'd better check to see how deep the foundations are first. And we'll start by tearing up the cellar.
Well, Wilson, what do you think?
Funny how it turned out for you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't my fault.
No?
Oh, it was Richard who made the mistake, the fool. After killing his wife and being taken over by someone as smart as me, he just couldn't think straight. He'd completely forgotten that he'd turned the house over to a broker when he made up his mind to leave his wife.
I guess you wouldn't have forgotten about it if you were running the show.
I should say I wouldn't. The idiot. If he had only told me... If he'd only mentioned something... Well, that's how it goes. It's the fools who are responsible for all the trouble in this world. Well, thanks for the dinner, Wilson. I appreciated it. It was certainly one of the best I've ever had.
Oh, don't thank me, Fletcher. It's on the state. A condemned man always gets the best.
Yes, time and distance are closely related, and one is often measured by the other. Scientists now measure the distance to the moon in rocket hours, and one day the men of the future may enable you to calculate the mileage around the world aboard your airliner in so many minutes. But one thing will always remain constant. The distance between the prison cell and the death house will always be measured by my ticking as I look down from the wall.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. This program was written by Lawrence Klee and starred Hart McGuire as the Clock. Fletcher was played by Leonard Teal. As Richards, you heard Kevin Brennan. As Anne, Barbara Brunton. Gordon Glenwright was the guard, and as Harriet Richards and the agent, Sheila Sewell and Ken Hannum. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time for another strange tale by The Whistler. Tonight, Lucky Night.
Cities are noisy, sprawling things, tentacled with streets and avenues, scarred by towers and ditches, built of shacks and mansions. They combine the beautiful and the ugly. And And the people of the cities are as diverse and varied as the buildings, rich and poor, educated and ignorant, the hurrying, scuffling, pushing mob that makes a city live. They are the principals in a million stories enacted every day in the city's streets and its buildings. Here, for example, is the beginning of one. A man running down a street in the cheap section of the city just after nightfall. He darts across a narrow street without looking, comes to the intersection of a street and alley just as a car turns the corner.
You hit him. How bad? Dead. What are we going to do? Get out of here. Drag him in that alley. But he's dead. That's hitting You're hurt. Let me drag him in that alley and let's get out of here.
Yes, the man lying dead in the alley marked the beginning of a story. A very important story to Mr. and Mrs. Craik, Albert and Carolyn. Two lovely people who run a boarding house a few blocks away. It's a vital story to them because it involves money. And anything that involves money is more important than life itself to Mr. and Mrs. Craik.
We've got to go up and see Mr. Sedgwick right this minute. Because he ain't paid his rent for next week.
Well,
he's a new boarder, and it's best we show him right off that we ain't going to put up with that rent.
It'd be a lot better if we could get that Mr. Sedgwick out of here. I don't like the looks of him. Besides, he burns the electric a lot at night.
Well, it's getting so too honest people ain't able to run a decent, respectable place no more. Anyhow, you go right up and see that Mr. Sedgwick. And if he ain't got the money, out he goes.
I don't like the way he looks at me, Carolyn.
Well, he has got a funny way of looking at people. But that ain't got nothing to do with the rent. And you tell him that he ain't to put no more big bulbs in the fixtures. Why, it ain't right. Who's there?
Your star boarder and favorite thespian, Mr. Campion. Good evening, Albert. Carolyn.
You ain't to call us by our first name. No, I told you that.
A friendly gesture on my part, Mr. Craik. But I didn't descend into these charming quarters of yours to discuss the amenities of nomenclature.
Oh, you stop that fancy theater actor talk. And don't bring that cigarette in here. You ain't been smoking in bed.
No, but it's an idea. At least the feeble glow would provide more light than the ceiling fixture.
You complaining again? Now, you looky here, Mr. Uppity Campion. You're getting a good room at a reasonable rent. There ain't many boarding houses in the city.
No, you're right. There aren't many boarding houses in the city where the boarders have to race home at night to make sure they can get their evening paper. Or where the owners get up at 4 a.m. to steal the cream off the milk.
Are you calling us thieves?
No, I don't think so, Mrs. Craik. I'd have to qualify that. Sneak thieves, I should say. Oh, stop it. Let's not argue about it. What about the hot plate in my room?
What's the matter with it?
It belies its name, Mr. Craik. It's no longer a hot plate. It has become a refrigerator.
You broke it.
In the passage of time, sweet Carolyn, mechanical and electrical appliances get out of order.
But we can't get parts, Mr. Campion.
All right. Let's go to something else. The bedspread, for example.
What's the matter with it?
It has become one of the most exciting games I've ever played. To find a spot on the spread free from holes.
Yeah.
It embarrasses me when I have guests.
We can't afford a new one, Mr. Campion.
Well, we shall forget about the bedspread and take up the subject of the ceiling fixture.
That ain't broke.
Well, not exactly, but it certainly is eccentric. It goes on and off, Mr. Craik, like a lighthouse. No human hands touch it, yet it flashes ambitiously and energetically.
You keep finding fault with everything.
Oh, I'm not alone, friend Craik. I'm not alone. I heard Miss Waverly complaining earlier tonight about her sink.
It's her fault. She combs her hair over it, and the hair falls in and blocks the drain.
Yeah, I give up. Such slippery and adroit excuse-making is beyond my power of refutation.
What's that?
Oh, nothing at all. Now that I have registered my complaint, I shall retire to the damp chill of the crypt I occupy, and for which I pay $68 a month.
If you don't like it, you can get out.
That, Mrs. Craik, is a line which becomes you well. Good night.
Young puppy, for 2 cents
Such extravagance. And from you of all people, Albert. Good night.
Well, Albert, as soon as we can, we'll put him out.
No, Carolyn. It might be hard to rent that room. And he does pay regular.
Well... Oh, yes, Mr. Sedgwick.
Huh?
Yes. You go right up there and get the money from Mr. Sedgwick.
Well, now, Carolyn, maybe he'll bring it down. The night ain't over yet.
You're scared of him.
I don't like the way he looks at me.
We'll both go.
All right.
There goes that Miss Barton, turning on the water again to wash her hair.
Yeah.
Miss Barton, you close off that water good and don't use too much.
Yeah, she knows all right. Her being a day behind with her rent.
Mr. Sedgwick?
Mr. Sedgwick?
Your lovely knuckles, Carolyn. You'll skin them.
You keep quiet.
Wouldn't you rather I told you that Mr. Sedgwick went out?
How do you know?
He went out the front door some time ago. Now go away and stop pounding. I have work to do.
I'd like to slap that smart aleck in Mr. Campion's face for him, just because he's an actor. He seems
Oh,
to...
never mind, Carol. Never mind. Let's go for our walk.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Craig, you are a remarkable couple. You do take the cream from the milk, and you do read the newspapers before the boarders get home to save a couple of pennies. And now you go for your walk. Not for exercise, though. It's to save electric light bills. Every night it's the same. Down the same street, past the warehouse, over to the brewery, and along the street running through the wholesale district, until you finally get sleepy and turn homeward.
Albert, if that smart Mr. Campion tells you that he ain't using electric light in that lamp he bought, he's lying.
Yeah, we could just catch him at it. He's got enough light in his room. He don't need no more lamps. Costing us money to put up with him.
That's right, Albert. Money. We always got trouble.
Wait a minute.
That's a man laying there. Drunk, most likely.
That's right. Honest people have to slave for their money, and some no good like this drinks it up, and then...
I don't smell no liquor.
Maybe... I'm going to look closer.
Keep away from him, Albert. Maybe it's a trap. He might be a hold-up.
Karen, it's Mr. Sedgwick. It is, look.
What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Albert!
Yeah, looks like maybe he got hit by an auto.
What's that?
His pocket. It's stuffed with money.
And him owing us rent.
Look, Karen, look. It's so much.
Albert, what do you suppose?
Ain't nobody in sight.
What are you thinking?
Huh? Me? What are you thinking?
Nothing. I ain't thinking nothing.
Ain't nobody in sight.
But it'd be stealing.
Ain't nobody in sight.
It's so much money.
Like as not, he'd come by it bad.
I never did like the way he looked. Like one of them gangsters.
He wouldn't do no good with it.
He owes us rent. It's his kind that spent it on some chorus girl.
You and me, we slaved.
Albert, are you going to do it, or ain't you?
Ain't nobody watching. Ain't nobody saw him before us either. There wouldn't be any money left.
Well?
Garrett, come on. I got it.
And now, we return to The Whistler.
So you've taken the money from Mr. Sedgwick, Albert, and Carolyn. But look, isn't someone behind you? Faster. Walk faster. Oh, just a shadow, wasn't it? But you didn't know that, Mr. and Mrs. Craig. That money is heavy in your pocket, isn't it, Albert? Faster now, both of you. Hurry home to hide the money in the mattress. Yes, in the mattress with the rest of your miser's hoard. But faster again. The memory of Mr. Sedgwick lying back there is pursuing you, and you've got to get away. Faster now. Faster.
Carolyn,
I locked the door. You didn't lose it, did you, Albert?
No, I got it right here.
Come on, we've got to put it in the mattress for the rest of
Well, welcome home. Back early, aren't you?
Mr. Campion.
Yes. Were you expecting someone else?
No, we wasn't.
What have you been doing, running?
No. Why should we be running?
You might have heard that nickel I dropped upstairs.
You ain't funny, Mr. Campion.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Albert.
You shut up.
Well, what's the matter with you two?
Huh? Mr. Craig, he ain't feeling so good.
It does look a little pale around the gills. Someone chasing you?
No, nobody chased us.
Why'd you ask that?
Well, from the way you dashed in here, I thought perhaps you'd robbed a bank or something like that.
We're honest people.
Well, to a certain extent, yes.
Are you calling us thieves again?
I explained that once before tonight. And you certainly look excited. Well, the only thing that could bring a flush to your careworn cheeks would be money. Or perhaps left by a rich uncle?
We ain't got any uncle.
And that ain't no way to talk, Mr. Campion.
Okay, we'll forget it. I'm going for a walk.
Huh, a walk?
Sure, why not? The ceiling fixture gave up the ghost altogether a few minutes ago. Can't work anymore.
Which way are you walking?
Does that make any difference?
Well, of course not, but it's damp out.
Yes, you might catch a chill.
Yeah.
Your solicitude is amazing. Can this be the Crakes? The same people who all winter dole out heat by fractions of degrees?
That ceiling fixture, Mr. Campion, I got some wire. Maybe we could fix it.
Is your name by any chance Scrooge?
Huh?
What Marley's ghost accosted you along the way and forced you into a recognition of the errors of your ways? In other words, what the devil happened outside?
Well, nothing. You want that light fixed, don't you?
Well, unless I'm to become a mole, light would be welcome, yes.
Well, then you go right along with Mr. Craig, Mr. Campion.
Aha!
What's the matter?
I see.
See what?
Mr. Craig has
What have I got?
Wire. Wire to fix the ceiling fixture.
Yeah.
If I help him, it saves the electrician's fee for you.
You're always poking fun at us.
Oh, no, Mrs. Craig. But come along, Albert.
Yeah.
You and I shall play Steinmetz to the ceiling fixture. And, Mrs. Craig.
Uh-huh.
I should still like to know what encounter brought you two home before sleep deadened your elfin steps and dulled those brilliant minds.
You coming, Mr. Campion?
Certainly, Mr. Craig, certainly.
Albert, you better leave that package with me.
Oh, I forgot.
Package? What package?
In his coat pocket. Albert, give it to me.
I ain't gonna leave you alone with it. Mr. Campion.
Yes, Albert?
There's wire and stuff in the cellar. You get it yourself. Here's the key to the basement.
Wonders. The key to the crate cellar. And shall I find vintage 1902 or perhaps the skeleton of former boarders?
You fix the light, Mr. Campion. If there's anything you need, you can buy it tomorrow. We'll pay you for it.
Numb. Absolutely numb I am. This is the epitome of surprise. The key to the cellar, an offer of payment by the Crakes, all in one evening? Why, I shall write this to Mr. Ripley. Nay, I shall insist upon another time capsule sunk into the ground to record this event for posterity.
You gonna fix it or not?
Certainly. Tomorrow may see the Crakes back in usual form. Therefore, tonight I shall gather the golden fruits of whatever occasioned this munificent behavior.
Talks like a... You're a fool. You're a fool, Carolyn. You mentioned package, and there ain't none.
I want to see how much is there.
Well, we could have counted it later.
How do I know you wouldn't have took some for yourself?
You shut up and come on. We'll count it in our room.
So you count the money, Mr. and Mrs. Craig. And how much is there? 100? Keep counting. 300? Oh, much more. 500, 7, 1,000. Keep counting. Perspiration is beading your forehead. Your hands are damp, sticky. The bills stick to your fingers. Now you reach 2,000. They're all hundreds. 100 on each one. 2,000. 3, 3,500. Then you're not through yet. Keep counting, counting. Your breath hot, your eyes glazed with greed. Now you're finished counting. How much?
$5,000.
And we found it. We just found it. Yes, we went for a walk and we found it.
Not so loud. Not so loud. You'll wake everybody.
We're rich.
Who's there?
Campion, is anything wrong?
No. There's nothing the matter.
But I thought I heard Mrs. Craig.
Did you fix the light?
Yes, here's the key to the cellar.
Put it under the door.
Put it under the door.
Just shove it under.
Okay. But are you sure there's nothing wrong?
No. Just go to bed.
I'm going out for a walk. If anyone calls, I'll be back in half an hour.
Albert, he can't go. Maybe he'll go the way we did and see him.
Did you hear me?
Sure. Mr. Campion.
Yes?
It's awful chilly out.
Well, if you'll observe closely, Albert, I'm the possessor of an overcoat. A very serviceable Benny, which I feel...
Wouldn't you like a nice cup of tea?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you like tea, don't you, Mr. Campion?
But I don't understand.
And tomorrow we'll have a new hot plate for you.
Yeah, maybe we can pick up one second-hand.
Mr. and Mrs. Craig, take a close look at me. My name is Campion. I've been living here for 6 months, during which time you must have seen that I'm not affluent in any way. I have no influence with the governor. I know no politicians or statesmen. What little money I have, I spend for bare necessities. In short, Albert, Carolyn, why are you spreading this soft soap with such a lavish hand?
We're willing to let bygones be bygones.
Oh? Well, thanks very much for the offer of tea, but I shall take a walk just the same.
He'll go the way we did. I know he will.
I'll forget it. Close the door. And what if he does? All you'll see is that Sedgwick laying in the alley. We didn't kill him. Anybody could see it was an auto that done it. And Campion don't know about the money. Sedgwick was only here 2 days.
But we gotta hide it in case.
Yeah. In the mattress. With the rest of our money.
He ain't got time. What if Mr. Campion does know about the money? What if he sees Mr. Sedgwick and comes back here? We ain't got time to open the mattress and close it again.
Then what do we do?
Hide it in the fireplace. Yes, until tomorrow morning.
Then what?
Then what? Let's see. When the bank's open, you go clear over to the other side of town.
What?
If it's a nice day, you can walk. Change one of the big bills into littler ones.
You're crazy. What good's that going to do?
Well, now, let me think. You'll see. Now listen. Then go to another bank and put the littler bills in the bank account.
We ain't got none.
You can open one. Maybe do the same thing for a week until all the money is out of here. Ain't nobody knows us on the other side of town. Don't you see?
Yeah, I see. Well, that's a good idea.
And then when we're good and sure nobody else knows about the money, we can take it out of the bank and bring it back here.
Well, that's smart. That's pretty smart, Carolyn. I bet even Mr. Smarty Pat's Campion couldn't think of nothing like that.
That's a splendid idea, Albert and Carolyn. Splendid. You hear Mr. Campion come back, go to his room upstairs. He doesn't knock on your door. He says nothing. So you sigh with relief. But you spend a sleepless night just the same. What if he does know and guesses? Then it's morning. You leave the house, Albert, and in your pocket is $100 bill. You start for a bank across town, a bank where no one knows you. You reach the bank and give the bill to one of the tellers. He looks at you, hard. Is there some suspicion in his glance? Is there, Albert? But he changes the bill and you hurry out. You start for another bank blocks away. But before you get there, a newspaper headline on a newsstand catches your eye. You can't read it all, but 2 words make you start and turn pale. Bank robbery. You read as much as you can, but your lifelong miserliness doesn't let you spend a nickel, just 5 cents for that paper. Then one phrase strikes your eye. Marked money. Marked money. Now you hurry home. The other bank is forgotten. You should take a taxi, but you don't think of it, even though 5s and 10s are clutched in your pocket. The dampness from your hand making them a pulpy mess. And now you're home safe.
Oh, there. Craig.
Well, I can't stop now, Mr. Campion.
Okay, so you can't stop. But don't you want to know why this policeman is here?
Policeman? Where?
Using the phone down the hall. It seems our good friend Mr. Sedgwick has some shaky feelings. Yes, you see, there was a...
Well, I gotta go to Carolyn. I went out to get some medicine.
Oh, the law will wait, Mr. Craig. The law will wait.
Carolyn!
Is the policeman gone out?
No, he ain't.
I saw him coming down the street while I was looking out the window for you. Why was you gone so long?
No, never mind that. What?
Well, he came up the stairs and he rang the bell.
Yeah.
I couldn't answer the door. I couldn't, Albert.
Yeah.
So I pretended I wasn't here. Then Mr. Campion came down and knocked on our door.
Did he hear you? Did he know you was here?
I must have made some kind of noise because he talked to me.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing, though. Then I heard the policeman and Mr. Campion talking.
Tell me, what was he saying?
I couldn't hear it good. I put my ear against the door, but I couldn't hear nothing but low talk.
That's what it was for. That's what it's for.
What are you saying?
Where's the rest of the money?
Well, it's still in the fireplace. Are they going to arrest us, Albert? Are they going to arrest us for taking money from Mr. Sedgwick?
That paper said it was marked. The bandits took marked money from the bank.
The bandits?
The serial numbers was all wrote down. Now we got the marked money. That Mr. Sedgwick was a crook.
Oh, we got to give it back.
You're crazy. Then we got to tell the police we stole it off Sedgwick. No, we got to get rid of the money.
Albert, what are you doing?
Burning it. No, let go of my arm. Tell her at the bank. He looked funny at me.
You're not
It took me 20 minutes to get back here.
No.
He told the police before I got back.
You're burning it. You're burning it.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, don't burn it up.
Shut up.
Albert, you didn't have to.
It's a policeman. No, policeman. No. You go keep him away. No, the money's nearly gone. Then he can come in. Go ahead. Don't stand there like a fish. Go ahead.
Who is it?
Campion, with a stout minion of the law. Name of, says his name is McCarthy.
Just a couple of seconds more. Just a couple of seconds.
Well, I ain't dressed.
Oh, come, Mrs. Craig. It's after 10. You were up early this morning. I heard you.
It's all bird, Carolyn. You can let him in.
In just a moment, the Whistler will return with the strange ending of tonight's story. And now, we return to the Whistler.
Albert and Carolyn, it was just too good to be true, wasn't it? You thought it was your lucky night, that your good friend Mr. Sedgwick, lying dead in the alley, would turn out to be a profitable investment after all. But there were too many things you didn't know, too many strings attached to that $5,000. That's why you're relieved now as you watch the last of it smolder in the grate after admitting Officer McCarthy and Mr. Campion.
What's that, officer? What about Mr. Sedgwick?
Well, when we found his body lying there in the alley, we had to find out where he was staying. That's why I'm here. You say he's been living here?
Only for 2 days.
Oh, we didn't know nothing about him.
Sure, and no honest folks would. Him with a record a yard long and more aliases than you could shake a stick at.
Yeah, as soon as I read about the bank robbery, I said to Carolyn, that Sedgwick is the kind of man who looks like a robber.
Sedgwick? Robber? Is that right, McCarthy?
Lord, no, Mr. Campion. Small stuff was Sedgwick's line. Sneak thieving. The bank robbery's been cleared up and all the money's recovered.
No, that's not right.
It's all in the morning papers.
The Craigs never buy newspapers, Miss McCarthy. The papers cost a nickel.
But I saw...
Did you read the paper?
Well, I couldn't read it all, only what I could see.
Typical Craig action. Peek over and read as much as possible on the newsstand. Or over his shoulder.
But Sedgwick, he had $5,000.
5,000? How do you know?
He had it, we know.
Not a penny on him when we found him.
Oh, that night you came in, excited, out of breath. Oh, no, this is too much. McCarthy, Sedgwick was a sneak thief?
He was?
Albert, Karen, Did you keep your money in your room here? Did you?
Oh! The mattress!
It's been slit open!
You burned our money! You fool! You burned our money!
What's she talking about? Well, briefly, Miss McCarthy, poetic justice.
I'm Dorothy McIntyre, ABC News.
Now, the top local stories from News Radio 920 KXLY, Spokane's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good evening. News time is 9:05. Now an update from the KXLY 24-hour Total News Center. I'm Derek Michaels. Workers today made temporary repairs to a broken natural gas pipeline near Pendleton, Oregon. They began relighting furnaces and hot water tanks in homes of 10,000 customers who grabbed extra blankets and took cold showers. Seattle has recorded its first fire fatality of 1999. Firefighters early today found the body of an elderly woman in the front room of her apartment on the 17th floor of an apartment complex at 500 Wall Street. She was not immediately identified. And U.S. District Judge William Dwyer says routine strip searches of residents at the Center for Sex Predators on McNeil Island are degrading. He rebuked the state for continuing the practice despite his earlier order to stop. Currently 24 in downtown Spokane, I'm Derek Michaels for News Radio 920 KXLY, your 24-hour total news center.
This is Stan Freeberg for When Radio Was, presenting the very best from the golden age of radio. This time it's an after Christmas mystery on The Whistler. And then film star Rita Hayworth guests on part 1 of the Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy show. So stay tuned. All the fun begins in a moment.
Hi, I'm Robin Leach. With all my travels, there's one place I'd still love to go, outer space. And I'd take my Melatonex with me to get a good night's sleep. You see, melatonin, the principal ingredient in drug-free Melatonex, has recently been used on the NASA Space Shuttle to help astronauts maintain their sleep cycles as they speed from night to day in a matter of minutes. And Melatonex releases this melatonin gradually, the way our bodies do, for a restful sleep no matter where. For a sleep that's out of this world, remember, it's more than melatonin, it's Melatonix.
Hola! Is this your first time running with a bull? Yeah? It's awesome!
We all do dumb things sometimes, but paying too much for car insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Instead, call Geico Direct. One 15-minute call could save you 15% or more. Just dial 1-800-947-AUTO anytime. That's 1-800-947-AUTO. And stop getting gouged for a change. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
We're talking with Dr. Marcus Lowe, physician and author, about how men over 40 can maintain a healthy prostate. Doctor, what's your professional advice?
Get an annual exam and take Propomex.
Why Propomex and not other prostate supplements?
Because most other supplements contain saw palmetto only.
And the unique Propomex formula?
Combines clinically tested standardized saw palmetto with pumpkin seed oil and zinc. 3 drug-free ingredients that support a healthy prostate and normal urine flow.
Thank you, Doctor. If you're a man over 40, be proactive with Propomex from SunSource at food, drug, and discount stores.
I told you this was a slow lane, Frank. But we're in the coffin lane. We're so late.
The boss is going to kill us.
What are we going to do? So, Frank, can we go nowhere any faster?
Don't get that, Frank.
The office. Let it ring.
Hello? Baxter, you calling me again?
Meow Mix brand cat food has the variety of 4 delicious flavors cats love. In fact, it's the only cat food that tastes so good, cats ask for it by name. Again and again and again.
Welcome back. I'm Stan Freeberg. Time now for an after Christmas mystery on The Whistler. Bill Foreman stars as the man who knows many things, for he walks by night. in Miracle on 49th Street on The Whistler, as originally broadcast December 31st, 1945.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, Miracle on 49th Street.
No one knew better than Eddie Speckles that it would take a miracle to save him this time. He'd been up on murder counts before, but this was going to be the toughest one he'd ever faced. The prosecution had drawn all the high cards. His old friend District Attorney Matthews had sworn to get him. And Matthews would never let this one slip through his fingers in a million years. Yes, it would take a miracle, and Eddie was smart enough to recognize it. For it was only by grace of luck and a brilliant lawyer that he was out on bail, with only 2 weeks until the formal indictment. But Eddie wasn't one to give up easily, even when the odds were 1,000,000 to 1 against him. Miracles had happened before, they could happen again. Even in a place like Hardy's drugstore on 49th Street. Even to a character like his friend Dutch. Yeah.
Pipe and smoke, sir. Fellas.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Let's see now. I want an evening paper. Hey. Eddie. Oh, Eddie, I thought you were tied up with the lawyer. Having a sandwich, eh? I'll have a coffee, cup of coffee with you. Hey, Clark. Cup of coffee, huh? Gosh, Eddie, I saw Brandon yesterday. Sure looks tough. But the ain't kidding this time. You know, I was telling Brandon that, did you? What's the matter, eh? I say something wrong? All right. Sorry, What you see? I get it. Pleasure.
Here's your coffee. Cream?
No, hey, there's a customer waiting over at the drug counter.
I see him.
I'm sorry, Eddie. Always opening my big mouth in front of all the wrong people. You can take over the whiskers now.
What?
The voice you were using. If I'd have closed my eyes, I'd have sworn it was someone else. What about Brandon, Eddie? He's a good lawyer. There's a way out. He'll find it out, find it for you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
What's the matter? You ain't trying to kid me, are you?
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. You see, my name is Oliver Littlefield.
Now, wait a minute. You ain't trying to tell me. Listen, Eddie, I'm Dutch. Remember me, your pal, Dutch Watson?
Oh, I'm happy to know you, Mr. Watson. This is rather embarrassing. You see, I am Oliver Littlefield. I don't know Eddie. I don't know you. I've never seen him before.
Huh? Wait a minute. Come here. Look at me. Holy cow, you're right.
Why don't you sit down, Eddie? I told you it's all tied up in a hard knot. I couldn't get you out of it if you were the governor.
You get 2 weeks, ain't
Maybe.
What, Brandon, what do you mean, maybe? You're a $50,000 lawyer.
So is the DA, Eddie. And he's not playing for peanuts this time. He could recommit you tomorrow if he wanted to.
What do you mean? I'm out on bail.
Yes, today. Tomorrow you go back in if Mr. Matthews decides he has a case. And I think he has. I'm sorry, Eddie.
You're sorry.
You shouldn't have shot that cop.
Shut up. There's got to be a way. There's got to be something. Give me a cigarette.
Hell, there's always one thing left.
Yeah.
I can run for it.
Maybe wait
waiting for you with open arms in every city from New York to San Francisco. Looking for you on every freight, pictures in all the post offices. No, you don't need a lawyer, Eddie. You need a mirror.
Yeah? Eddie?
Yeah.
Eddie, you'll never believe it. I can hardly believe it myself.
Who is this?
Dodger. I'm calling from a drugstore on 49th Street. There's a guy here, Eddie. A guy I sat right next to, maybe a foot away.
What are you talking about?
This guy. Hey, it's you, Eddie.
Yeah, you drunk?
Honest, Betty. I couldn't tell the guy from you if I was touching noises. I never seen anything like it,
All right, so what? Is that all you called me for?
Well,
shut up. I'm busy enough without having you blubber on the other end of a telephone line. So the guy looks like me. So what? Matter, Eddie? Nothing. Touch.
Yeah.
Hey, that guy. Don't let him out of your sight.
But,
He's still there, ain't he?
Yeah, but why?
Never mind why. Tail him. Follow him home, then get back here as fast as you can.
Okay, Eddie.
What was it, Eddie? You hear anything? No. Good. You're all through, Brandon. You can go now. Huh? You heard me. Beat it. I don't want to see you again.
Are you crazy?
Maybe. Crazy enough to think you're right, Brandon. I don't need a lawyer. I need a miracle.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Miracle on 49th Street, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, with only 2 hours and 52.5 left of the old year, it's interesting to look back on the changes 1945 brought in a commodity we found was mighty essential to our American way of life: gasoline. Remember, just 4 months ago, you A-book drivers were struggling along on only 2 gallons of gasoline per week. 2 gallons. And as for quality, well, wartime restrictions made motors express great unhappiness in slow starts, balky pickups, and pings. But that's all changed now. Today you can again thrill to those 3 little words: fill her up. And when you fill her up with new Signal gasoline, you're getting the finest gasoline made for motoring. In fact, new Signal is really an entirely new type super fuel in which chemists actually rearrange the atoms in gasoline molecules to create amazing new power. But even this is just the beginning. For just as fast as still further advances are made in automotive or petroleum science, you will find them incorporated in an ever finer Signal gasoline that will continue to merit the public preference, which has made Signal grow in just 14 years from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 Signal dealers, serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, back to the Whistler.
Your lawyer is no good to you now. With District Attorney Matthews piling up a murder case against you piece by piece like bricks in a wall. What you need is a first-class miracle, like the one Dutch ran into in the drugstore on 49th Street. A miracle in a gray tweed suit, 5 feet 10 inches tall, 165 pounds, sitting up at the counter eating a ham sandwich. Oliver Littlefield is a miracle, isn't he, Eddie? He makes you remember the old wives' tale about there being a duplicate of everyone in the world. He makes you believe it. You're not pacing the floor anymore, are you, Eddie? After Brandon leaves, you sit quietly in the chair for a while, thinking. Then you pick up the phone and call a friend of yours. Mike Castro? Hey, Mike, this is Eddie. Yeah, I'm out on bail. Hey, listen, Mike, got a job for you. Want to wire a joint for sound. Yeah, you pick the phone. Right. And we might need some recording equipment and a 16mm movie camera. You get over here in a half hour? Stanley Hotel. Okay, Mike, I'll be waiting.
That was a cinch, Eddie. He doesn't have a house in about 40 minutes out of town.
You get the address, Dutch?
Yeah, 2248 play ukulele.
I love a little fear. Okay, now, Dutch, you and Mike work together. And the first thing to do is steal a telephone truck. One of those little green babies they use for service in residence telephones.
What do you want?
How do you do? Are you Mrs. Littlefield?
Yes?
Telephone company. Came to check the wire.
What? Why, I didn't call
Part of the service, madam. Every so often we have to check up. You know, connections get loose, insulation wears out.
Oh, that's strange. This has never happened before. You don't suppose you could come back a little later, could you? I was just leaving for the afternoon.
No, it wouldn't work, ma'am.
We have orders, you see. This is 2214A, isn't it?
Yes? Perhaps if I called in and explained...
So, you'd only get us in trouble.
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, all right then. You can go on in. I'll have to leave you alone here, though.
Oh, don't worry about that, ma'am. We'll find everything all right.
So you want a place to rent, huh? Yeah, it's awful tough. Haven't got a thing on my books except a shack over on Acacia Street. $50 a month. Not worth 50 cents.
Is that the one you advertised? 2225 Acacia?
Yeah, that's it.
Backs up on you good agent, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll take it. Look, Eddie. Out the back window here.
Yeah, she's an awful dump.
Yeah, but look. We're back to back with Littlefield. Mike ran the line from under the back porch to the fence and into the back bedroom. He's in there now, setting up that recording machine.
Yeah, did you check on Littlefield?
Sure, runs a hardware store just off the main drag. No other employees. Takes an hour and a half for lunch and hangs a sign at the door. You know, regular small town operator.
You can't beat that guy. I told you I love him like a brother.
You think it'll work, Eddie?
Just watch me. Before the week's out, I'll know more about Oliver than he knows himself. Now, listen, a couple of things I want you to do for me tomorrow on the way to the library.
Library?
Yeah. We're going to get some books on the hardware business. On the way, I want you to stop in at the Bradshaw Bureau.
What's that?
They put out confidential financial reports. It'll cost you $20, but get one on Littlefield. It'll tell you what his investments are, how much he owes in his house, his earnings, all that kind of stuff.
They won't ask questions.
Yeah, just tell him he wants to borrow $1,000 from you on a personal note. No, where's Mike?
Oh, this one. Hey, how you like this broken down joint I'm running, huh?
It's broken down, all right. How's it, Mike? Working perfect. Close the door, Dutch. Anything been doing?
Yeah, they've been going at it. Quite a wife you picked out for yourself, Eddie. Give him a listen.
I just think I want to bet. Why in the world you had to close the store for 2 solid hours this afternoon to take 3 gallons of paint out to that Boston woman? You never make deliveries for your other customers. Why, for all you know, you might have missed a $20 sale.
Please don't refer to her as that Marston woman, Cynthia.
Oh, you call her by her first name.
I call her Miss Marston.
Well, I don't approve.
I'm sorry, Cynthia. Put it down a minute, will you? Where are they?
They're in the dining room. The microphone's under the table.
What happens if they go out of their room?
Just a minute. I'll show you.
Well, what's he doing?
Nothing coming through. Probably standing in the hallway in his bathrobe. It's his old brown bathrobe, Eddie. She took the buttons off his good one and the ring in her last.
Well, I suppose I might as well take my shower.
There won't be anything for you to do. And you're going to take some care of these at all times. They're full of free things.
Yes, dear, right away.
And don't forget to clean your fingernails.
All right, Cynthia, all right. But now what do you do?
Watch. We faded out the dining room. Now we turn this dial up.
The deuce. Cynthia, where's the soap?
Let's pause right here. More from The Whistler after this.
The King of Concussion, Vincent Larry. If you don't wear your seatbelt and your car rolls, my friend, that's when your headaches begin. When your fragile body flips end over end, that's when your headaches begin. Tell him, Vince.
life-saving as love. Seatbelts are something you can't live without. When that car rolls over me, spit you right out. Yes, it does. So please wear your seatbelts with your skull doesn't bend. That's when your headaches begin.
A message from the Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
I'm Jeffrey Lyons, here to tell you about a great 2-hour audio cassette featuring Barbara Stanwyck in radio adaptations of Sorry, Wrong Number and Stella Dallas, a radio movie classic double feature.
Out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police.
You just sit there and let people die.
These 2 one-hour radio adaptations, as originally broadcast from the Lux Radio Theater, are not soundtracks from the movie, but fully dramatized radio adaptations produced for the ears. You'll enjoy them while driving, exercising, or whatever. This audio cassette double feature co-stars Burt Lancaster and William Conrad, and it's available for just $12.95 plus $6 shipping and handling. Call now and we'll include a catalog listing thousands of other great old-time radio broadcasts, plus a coupon for a free hour-long cassette of your choice. Have your MasterCard, Visa, or Discover card handy and call 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
Hey.
What's up, everybody? All right.
How you doing? I got a question for you guys.
Yeah?
What's the stupidest thing you ever did when you got high?
Oh, I know. I was really drunk at this party. And I started doing this dance like a duck. It was quacking and all.
Oh, man, you think that's bad? I was staggering around and I tripped and I had to grab hold of the tablecloth. All the food came down on my head.
Oh, God, I remember. I put a pair of undershorts on my head. Oh, I was just wasted.
Wow. I was really drunk. Guys. And being so high, we didn't think about being careful. You know. And I got the AIDS virus.
Getting high has never been funny. Now that there's something out there called the AIDS virus, it can be deadly serious.
Get high.
Get stupid.
Get AIDS.
A public service message from the National Institute on Drug Abuse and the Ad Council.
Now let's get back to The Whistler.
You have it all figured out, haven't you, Eddie? The smart way. You're determined to make the most of the miracle on 49th Street. For the next week, you sit at the speaker, listening to the voices of Oliver and Cynthia, picked up by the efficient microphones Mike Castro has installed under tables and behind pictures of the Littlefield house. You make records and play them over and over, learning the little details Oliver and Cynthia agree on, the things they argue about. Practicing the inflections of Oliver's voice, absorbing his personality. Try it again, Dutch. From where? From the part about the roses. Okay.
She said we simply have to do something about those roses. They're all covered with mildew. What was that? Oh, you weren't even listening. I said the roses are all covered with mildew. I don't know how many times I've told you to bring home some spray. And that isn't all. The snails are in the cat bed. Sorry, Cynthia, I forgot it again. I'll be sure to bring some spray home tonight. I don't know what's got into you lately. I'm getting tired of your nagging after all these years, Cynthia. That's what's got into me. All this picking and jabbing is getting on my nerves. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go to work. Quiet, Oliver. All right, Cynthia, I'm sorry.
There you are, boys. What a day to be tied up to. Okay, now read me the speech about the pansy bed. Thanks for... Oh, here, sweetheart. Oh, here. Does it? Oh, you mean I gotta put it on that thing again? Yeah. Oh, all right. I don't know how many times I told you to bring some spray home. And that isn't all. The snails are into the pansy bed.
I'm sorry, Cynthia. I forgot it again. I'll be sure to bring some spray home tonight.
I don't know what's got into you lately.
I'm getting tired of your nagging after all these years, Cynthia. That's what's got into me. All this picking and jabbing is getting on my nerves. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go to work.
Why? Oliver.
All right, Cynthia, I'm sorry.
There, what's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing.
You're in the wrong racket, boss. It's perfect. don't stop there. At every spare moment, you're studying up on the hardware business, learning the details of Oliver's financial dealings from the confidential reports Dutch brought you. And Mike has been busy, too, with a movie camera, photographing Oliver from an automobile parked across the street from the hardware store, or while he stands innocently on a street corner as Oliver hurries off to lunch. You study the pictures carefully, Eddie, capturing his walk, his nervous little mannerisms. But there's still something missing. You know practically nothing about his friends, the neighbors, the people they play bridge with on Thursday nights, the members of Oliver's lives, the things you have to know about. It worries you, doesn't it, Eddie? And then all of a sudden you get another big break. One afternoon as you're bending over your books, Mike comes into the room.
Well, Eddie, I hope you can get by on the records we already made. Why? There ain't going to be no more.
What's the matter? Machine break down?
Cynthia left town last night on the 11:15 train. Going to visit her mother.
Huh?
Heard Oliver telling the guy next door. Can't make records if you ain't got no one to talk to.
Yeah.
Tough break, huh?
No, not exactly.
Huh? What do you mean?
Mike, did anyone except Mrs. Littlefield see you the day you came to repair the phone?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, why?
Did you find yourself a camera? A speed graphic like the newspapers use?
What's that got to do?
Could you find one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, get one. And buy yourself a new suit. Huh? Tomorrow night, you're going to call on Oliver. You're from Snap, the photo magazine. And you're assigned to do a story on the typical American citizen. The average guy who lives in the suburbs. What he does in his spare time at home, who his friends are, what they do, his hobbies, the clubs he belongs to. You know, regular feature story. And the guy the committee selected as the average citizen is Oliver. Now, see here, Mr. Dickinson, I don't know.
Now, Mr. Littlefield, there'll be nothing to it.
You've come at a rather bad time. My wife is away.
We can get pictures of her later, Mr. Littlefield, and of course, you'll get the usual fee of $500.
$500?
Yep, I can spend the afternoon with you here on the interview, and tonight we'd like to have a little party for you. At the magazine's expense, of course. We can invite all your friends and take pictures. You'll get yourself a lot of nice publicity. See a lot of good in the hardware business.
How did you know I was in the hardware business?
We went into that before you were selected. Always check up a little before we decide. Well, how about it, Mr. Littlefield?
Well, I don't really want publicity, but...
But you could use the $500.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I could.
Good. I knew you'd be a sport. Now, suppose we get down to business, huh? First, I'll get a list of all your relatives, where they live and what they do, that kind of stuff, and then we'll check up on your...
I live in place. They're down the street a few doors. 2228 Euclid, that is. Known the Littlefield. Well, ever since they came here in 1927. Oliver was working for the gross department store in the hardware department, and my husband, Clem, he was in the men's ready-to-wear.
My name is Barton, pastor of the Congregational Church. Oliver's been a member for more than 10 years.
I'm his Aunt Sarah. I guess when you get right down to it, I'm his only living blood relative.
Well, there it is, Eddie. Everything you need right there in the book, complete with photographs. Your life works here. In a matter of 10 days, you've learned more about Oliver Littlefield than he knows himself. And it's not too soon.
Hey! Hey, Eddie! You sent a pipe. What's the matter? Look. Eddie Steckles, fugitive from justice. They called your dad. When did this come out? About an hour ago. Yeah, that's okay. Where's Mike? He's coming. Did he give Oliver the $500? No, he stole him off. Said he'd have a check for him tonight. Yeah, the guy's getting smart. Beginning to think for himself. We better get it over with, Eddie. It don't look so good. Huh? But the neighborhood's full of patrol cars. Maybe somebody called a magazine over to something. You get the jitters. Uh-huh. When Mike came out of Oliver's house tonight, he says there was a guy standing across the street that he could have swore was a plainclothes dude. Well, forget it. We got to take a chance. It's tonight or not at all. Call Oliver and tell him we'll be around about 8 o'clock to pay him off. way, Eddie?
Take the next road to the right. That's it, up there by the sign.
See here, what's this all about? I haven't done anything.
Shut up, Oliver.
Just keep your hands up, that's all.
That's better. Around to the right, Dutch.
How far, Eddie?
Anywhere along here.
Is this okay?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
I know what you're going to do. You're going to kill me. Listen, let me explain.
Shut up.
Come on, Oliver. Eddie?
Yeah, right behind you.
It's all yours, Eddie. No, please don't kill me.
Nice work, Eddie.
No, Mike. Not Eddie. Oliver Littlefield. Remember?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But first, were killed in auto accident over the Christmas holiday. Reports already indicate that tonight's total will be even higher. Driving conditions are not good. Cars are old. Many people are at the wheel tonight who should not be. If you don't absolutely have to go out tonight, don't. But if you must drive, take it easy. Now, I know that with new signal gasoline in your tank, there's great temptation to step on the accelerator. But don't tonight. Keep the speed down. Keep a sharp eye on the other drivers and the pedestrians. You see, your signal dealer isn't only interested in your business. Because he's your neighbor and your friend, he's also interested in you. That's why he's asked me to bring you this message, so that one of tonight's auto accidents may not mar the Happy New Year, which all of us in the Signal organization hope will be yours. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Eddie. It was a miracle that sent Oliver Littlefield to you at the exact moment when you could use him best. And you knew how to make the most of it, didn't you? You've already decided what's going to happen from here on. How you will suddenly disappear from Wilmont one fine morning without telling anyone where you're going. There'll be gossip about Oliver Littlefield finally wearying of his nagging wife. But after a month or so, it'll die down. South America, the Pacific Coast, Canada, there's lots of opportunity, isn't there, Eddie? Plenty of room for a smart one. You abandon the car, Eddie Steckel's car, on the highway and hitch a ride back to town. Outside of a slight pinch in the shoulders, Oliver's gray tweed suit fits perfectly. Almost as well as your clothes fit him back there in the trees on that side road. It's 11 o'clock when you finally get back to 1214A Euclid Avenue and fit Oliver's key in the lock on the front door. Now, there's that light switch. Then we open the door. There. Now, how are you?
Why, Oliver, don't you know me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course.
Sure, you know me, Oliver. Your wife wanted some work done in the garden. She called. You shouldn't have killed her with arsenic, Oliver. Too easy to find in a post-mortem. Oh, that should put down that gun, gas.
For your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And that's The Whistler, with Miracle on 49th Street, starring Bill Foreman, as originally broadcast December 31st, 1945. I'm Stan Freeberg. Would you pay $60 for 60 of the greatest old-time radio shows of all time? Imagine, just $1 per half-hour program. Hard to believe? Well, now you can by ordering Old Time Radio's Greatest Shows, a 60-episode collection for only $60. The Cisco Kid, Suspense, The Great Gildersleeve, The Green Hornet, The Life of Riley, Johnny Dollar, Charlie McCarthy, Nero Wolfe, Jack Benny, and many more, all on top-quality cassettes housed in a designer case. Plus, you'll also receive a 20-page anecdotal booklet giving you the inside story to each and every show.
Hold everything, Stan. This is Carl Amari, owner of Radio Spirits, with a special limited-time offer. If listeners call right now and mention this radio station, they can take $10 off the $60 price. But you must call right now and mention this radio station for this special $10 savings.
Hey, you don't have to convince me. Order toll-free, 1-800-RADIO-48. If you're not completely delighted, return it for a full refund. That's 1-800-723-4648. I'll have part one of the Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy show right after this.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Berlin, 1945.
Good afternoon. This is Willis Cooper. The Quiet Please story we're bringing you today is a Christmas story that many of our listeners have asked us to repeat this year. And though Christmas actually was yesterday, after all, it's still Christmas today, isn't it? This was Christmas Day 3 years ago, Christmas 1945, in a ruined house in Berlin, in Germany. 5 soldiers around a table beginning their Christmas dinner. Staff Sergeant John Plattner was carving.
I am a guy that strictly enjoys Christmas.
I'd enjoy it a lot more if I was at 504 North Monroe Street.
Hey,
you guys come to see me sometime in Peoria.
You'll find out. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. Next Christmas, let's all go to Peoria and have Christmas dinner at Schulte's house.
Yeah, that's a deal. We'll go skating out at Bradley Park. Hey, I bet they're skating at Bradley Park right now.
Hey, it's 11:55 Berlin time. There's 7 hours difference. That makes it 04:55 in the morning in Peoria. So they're skating in Peoria at 04:55 in the morning.
In Peoria, everybody's nuts. Well, come on. Who said white meat?
Me.
One at a time. Don't anybody want a drumstick?
I want a drumstick.
Who said white meat?
Well, look at the turkey. That's
Look. Oh, I'd rather look at what's that under your arm, Lieutenant.
That little kitty is the finest bottle of wine between here and Hoboken.
Well, open it, somebody.
Lieutenant, only one.
Corporal Lester, there are times when you discourage me with your thirst. Now, if you just walk outside to my Jeep, as I was about to say, you'll find 7 more of the same.
Yes, sir.
Boy, if he get off his chair like that when I tell him to get on to the morning report, I get it down, Lieutenant.
Where'd you get the wine, sir?
Well, if you mean where did I get the money, there was a craft game last night with some Air Force gentlemen. Airplane drivers, huh? Yeah, and I happen to hold some very excellent dice. My, what's that? Not cranberry sauce. Yeah, Schultz's uncle sent it to him. Can. Oh, man, that tastes like home.
Yeah, now, look, Lieutenant, don't pull right.
Yeah, don't. Sergeant, I haven't had any cranberry sauce since Swamp Davis.
I don't like to think about that either, Lieutenant.
Well, look, you said a drumstick, Lieutenant?
Yeah, to start with, Sergeant. Thanks. Some mashed potatoes and...
Mashed potatoes?
Hey, what's this stuff?
I think that's turnips.
Well, I'll eat turnips.
Turnips it is.
And fill it up.
I sure will.
What are you so glad about over there, Corporal Morgan?
What, me? I was just thinking, sir.
Well, stop it. Dangerous habit. Hey, anybody open that bottle yet?
Yeah, in a minute. Hold up your cup, Lieutenant.
Here you are, fella. That's enough for a minute.
Okay.
Pass it along. Where's Lester with the rest of them?
Where is that guy?
Hey, somebody give me a hand with a bottle.
Don't worry, John.
Boys, help yourself to the stuff and holler when you want more turkey. Hey, shall we open all the bottles, Lieutenant?
Why, sure, why not?
Look, will you sit down before your turkey gets cold? In the Army, a mess sergeant should talk like that.
Hey, not out of the bottle.
I said no. I wonder why. Well, sit down and drink like people, you lug. Yeah, gee, this is swell.
It ought to be.
What train is it, sir?
It's called, Lackamer Christie, Morgan.
Here's your crust.
Yeah. Well, I would eat some bread.
Yeah, here, Lieutenant, right here.
Thanks.
Cheers to Christ, huh?
Right.
You know, I drunk some of that once at Italy. Pour me some more, will you?
I think we should drink a toast, Lieutenant.
I do, too. No, don't start that again. Let's eat. I need some gravy, Sergeant. Oh, there's plenty of it? Yeah. The only toast I want to drink is when I climb off that ship in New York.
That's one we'll all drink. In fact, I'll drink it right now. Remember what we were doing last Christmas, lad?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. About a toast.
Yes, I think you're right, Morgan. Bill McAdams.
Yeah. And Big Gil Corcoran.
And Ed Peterson.
Francis Wachter.
That kid Larry, what was his name?
Paskey.
Yeah,
Paskey. Oh, yeah. Nice boy.
My brother.
I think we better stand up for that, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You say the toast, Lieutenant.
No, we'll just drink to it. To all of them.
Amen.
I want some more turkey, son. Yeah, come on.
Oh, say, I haven't eaten like this since I was a kid.
Hey, I sure remember my last Christmas back home.
You mean at Swamp Davis, Chris?
No, home. Hollywood.
What?
You been there?
Yeah, hey, we had a show that day. How long? Coast to coast.
Say, what'd you do on the radio, Griff? Sing?
No, I was an announcer.
You don't sound much like an announcer. Hey, how about another drumstick, Si?
Sure. Reach your plate,
Thanks.
You want to hear me announce? Good evening, friends of the radio music world. Tonight we are again privileged to present the Army Air Forces Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Major Eddie Dunstetter, direct from the Flying Training Command Auditorium in Santa Ana, California. Our program this evening includes Si mes vers avaient des ailes by Ronaldo Hahn, La Création du Monde by Darius Milhaud, selections from Die Bürger aus Edelmann by Richard Strauss, and to conclude, the inimitable folk song of our Russian allies, Krasny Seraphin.
Did you hear what I heard?
It did come out of that.
I popped a crooner in the eye. He was a master sergeant, so they shipped me. Is there any more wine?
After that trip, you made a whole bottle of yourself.
Don't kid me, Lieutenant. Thanks, Dopey.
You know, my last Christmas in Peoria.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, the best Christmas I remember was down at Bliss. One year I was in big troop with the 7th Cavalry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There was a Mexican cavalry outfit just across the river at Juarez. Now, they come over to play polo, see, and brought a bunch of their enlisted men along. And every single one of them lads had a quart of tequila in his saddlebags.
Oh, brother.
Did you ever drink tequila, Lieutenant?
Once. That was enough.
There was a Mexican sergeant. I can remember his name. Sargento Pablo Francisco Rafael del Rey Jimenez Jr. Jr. He taught me how to say Merry Christmas in Mexican.
No kidding.
How did it go?
What is it?
Felices Navidades.
And what's
I'm full guard.
Yeah. Where were you, Morgan?
Last Christmas?
Yeah.
You know where I was, Lieutenant. At Vinden.
No, I mean in the States.
Well, before I got in the Army, my last Christmas in the States was in jail.
Jail?
In jail. Never told you guys that.
Well, lots of people have been in jail. Sure. Slide the bottle over this way, Griff.
Yeah, wait a second.
What was yours for, Griff?
Never mind, Lester.
Oh, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It wasn't the first time. Thanks, Sergeant. A little more turkey, I guess.
Coming right up, baby.
Well, I was a bum.
A hobo?
Strictly a hobo. I never had it so good as in the Army.
You sure didn't like the Army so well when I first joined the outfit, Morgan.
Yeah, I know. I got to be kind of different when my brother joined the outfit. I never knew the kid very well before. Sure miss him.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay in. Least I can do. Where was you, Lieutenant?
When? Oh, you mean my last Christmas home?
Yeah, where was you, Lieutenant?
Well, believe it or not, I was in high school.
Oh,
no, I'm not. Last year. I was supposed to graduate in 1941. When my class graduated, I was a tech sergeant at Camp Forest, Tennessee.
Oh, what do you know?
Where was your Christmas?
In a hospital with a broken leg.
Yeah?
Played too much football.
Oh.
Hey. Did you ever know a lieutenant colonel at Forest named, Smith?
There was a million lieutenant colonels named Smith.
Fellow looked like Eisenhower? Was a major then?
That is the guy.
Yeah.
When the Krauts was going to assassinate Ike a couple of 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Remember?
This here Colonel Smith, he personified Eisenhower.
He impersonated him.
Yeah, played like he was him. He was a friend of mine.
No kidding. Two companies in Peoria down at Forest, Lieutenant, out of the 130th Infantry.
Where were you last Christmas out of the Army, Schultz?
Gee. Jimmy and I got married Christmas Eve.
Jenny?
Her name's Celestine.
Oh.
I was called her Denny.
I didn't know you were married,
Why, sure, Lieutenant. December 24th, 1941. Hey, did I ever show you a picture?
No, you got it with you?
Sure.
Let me see that after you, Lieutenant.
Hey, she's a pretty girl.
Is she blonde? Red hair.
Hey, let me see that.
Take a look.
Let me see it.
You want to get a look?
Let me come to you. Hey, wait a minute.
You remember where it came from?
Oh, looks like my younger sister.
Yeah. Hey, say, Griff. Here you are, kid. Where was you Christmas?
You see the picture, Mark?
No.
Take a look.
Pretty.
That's
Well, where was you, Griff?
Hollywood Canteen. Oh, boy.
Gee, I'll bet. Hey, I was never there. Was there movie stars?
Up to here.
Betty Grable?
Yeah. In Peoria, Lana Turner? Gee, I don't remember Lester.
Can't hear me. Don't remember Lana Turner. Hey, Sarge, slice me off another slab of white meat.
Sure will. After that, we can have it. Oh, brother. Let me have a little really good.
Who's out at the door?
Huh? I didn't see anybody, Sergeant.
Probably one of them hungry Joes from the 1st platoon. Looking for a second dinner.
Well, nuts to him. Look, anybody else want some turkey?
No. Pie.
Well, Sonny, my mom wrote to me, and she asked me what I wanted for Christmas. So I tells her.
June.
All right. You know, I'm kidding. When I wrote her, I wanted one of her mince pies.
Oh, why not? Now, don't tell me your mother sent you a mince pie. That can't be done.
What do you mean it can't be done?
Well, if I put them guys back in comms, they ain't steal it. They steal your right.
Oh, come on, Sergeant. Is the Army putting out GI mince pies now?
Now, look, Mac. This is no GI pie.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, sir, my mom, she sent me a thingamajig full of homemade mincemeat.
Yeah?
Wraps it up so it look like a section of stovepipe. That's so it won't run out.
Yeah.
And by Jiminy, it got here.
Oh, that's great.
Every step of the way from Massillon, Ohio.
Sergeant Plattner.
Yes, sir.
If you're kidding us, I'll personally turn you over to the toughest MP out there.
No, I ain't kidding you.
But on the other hand, if you're not, I'll see that you get a bronze star with 3 oak leaf clusters if I have to whittle it out of the back end of the Colonel's jeep. Right?
Thank you, sir. Well, you can get out your pocket knife now, Lieutenant, because it's sitting on top of the stove here right now.
Hey, look at that.
He and that left-handed lad that used to be a baker, remember?
Yeah.
Well, we made it this morning.
Wonderful. Morgan, where's the sergeant of Hey, Morgan, what are you looking at?
There's somebody at the door.
Go see who it is, will you?
Yes, sir.
There's somebody opening another bottle. Come on, let's
Yeah, I got it here. I got it.
Pour me a little of that. Will you, kid?
What a dinner, huh?
Oh, Sergeant, really? You've done yourself proud on this dinner.
Well, why don't you eat some of it then, sir?
I'm doing all right.
You only have 2 drumsticks.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Oh, and give him somebody.
All right. Put some more. Come right up.
I thought I saw somebody there, but there wasn't.
I want some more gravy.
Well, wait a second.
See, Lieutenant, I started to tell you about the Christmas I got married in Peoria.
Hey, there is somebody at the door.
Huh?
Don't look like a GI.
Outside is. You fellas sit still.
Okay.
You there. What's Martin see here? Come here. What's Wallenstein? What's Eisenstein?
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, speak English, huh?
Yes, sir.
What do you want?
Nothing, sir. I was just looking around at the destruction. It's terrible.
Yeah. You're home here?
No, sir.
Well, have you got relatives here?
No. No, I have no relatives here.
Friends?
Few enough friends, I'm afraid, sir.
Well, are you hungry?
I don't think so.
Well, look, then, you better not hang around. The MPs are tough babies. You got an identity card?
No.
What are you, a DP?
DP?
Yeah, displaced person.
Yes. Yes, I suppose you might say I am a displaced person.
Oh. Well, look, wait just a minute, will you? Hey, you men. Men! You got any objections if I bring this fella in for a slice of turkey and a drink of wine? Okay. You see, even though I am an officer, I'm the guest of these boys. And, well, you know, I have to ask them.
You are young for an officer.
Yeah, but wars don't seem to care how old you are. Come on in.
Thank you. I am a little tired.
Cold, too, huh?
Yes, it is very cold.
Well, I hope you got a fine.
I don't know what's...
Oh, of course not, Lieutenant. Sit down there. Sit right down there.
Hey, pour him some wine, Schultz.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Victor.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas if possible, Mr.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's got a phone. Yeah.
It is good to sit down with friendly people.
Well, you're among friends for a while, mister, so have fun while you can. Sarge, how about some turkey for our friend?
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Light or dark, sir?
Give him some of
Just a little, if you please.
Give him some turnips.
All right, shut up, Lee.
You must not be so generous.
It's all right. There's plenty for everybody. Well, who else wants some more?
Not me.
A little more for me, Sarge. Never thought I could do it.
And open up some more wine, will you? Our friend here's
I'm not so full now, thank you.
Well, let's drink up. Pass the potatoes over here, will you, Morgan?
Yes, sir. Give me that. Here, mister.
You're home near here, mister?
No. My home was a long way from here.
Oh, you're in a Kraut then, huh?
Kraut?
Germany means.
No. I am not a German.
Your face looks awful familiar. Haven't I seen you around here sometime?
I don't know.
Have you been around here?
Occasionally. Yes.
Will you shut up, Lester, and leave the man eat?
Excuse me.
Oh. I'm awful full.
The best Christmas I had since I left home. A long time ago.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, man.
It could be that the presence of a guest contributes to your feeling of well-being.
Yeah, that's right.
No?
That's right.
I think that's right.
Yeah, sure. Well, you know what it says in the Bible.
Do you?
Oh, now you
Wait a minute, son.
Wait, don't rush me now.
All right.
It's more blessed or something to give than to receive.
He's right.
Will you have some more, mister?
Thank you.
Boy.
I seen that guy somewhere before.
I think I've seen him too.
No.
I can't be sure.
How do you know what he wants? Leave me alone.
You men have been together for a long time in this war?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Here.
There you go, mister.
We're all that's left of the original outfit. We all started out together in the States, and we said that we'd eat dinner in Berlin.
There was a lot more of us then, partner.
Yeah, a lot more. A lot of good guys, Griff.
I'll say.
Well, here we are in Berlin, and we are having dinner, ain't we?
We sure are.
It almost seems as if you were all spared for something more than merely fighting a war.
You see, asking questions.
Hey, I don't get it, mister.
Fighting this war has done something for us, I guess. I wouldn't do it again for a lot of money.
No.
What has it done for you, then?
Oh, I don't know. I guess you get to feel different about people after you've been through what we have.
Yes. I can understand that.
Yeah, I bet you can. I bet you've been through a lot, too, huh?
Yes.
Were you a soldier?
Lester.
No.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Come on up.
What's everybody so quiet about? A minute ago, we were all hollering and yelling and carrying on here.
Everybody's full.
Sure, full.
No. But isn't that, Flatner? It just kind of feels like Christmas.
That's right, Charles.
Like, I remember on Christmas when we used to go to church in Peoria.
No, like Christmas afternoon. I remember...
Everybody feels good. Kind of liking everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
Peace on earth. Peace on earth.
And goodwill to men.
We ought to gone to church this morning.
Hey, I went to church. You
can.
Yes, sir. I get up early and I went out. I Ran right into the chaplain. What could I do?
Sort of wish I'd gone.
They even sung Christmas carols.
Huh?
Oh, come, all ye
Oh, I know that one. I know that.
faithful, join our and triumph. That's an awful-looking scar you got on your hand, that.
Yes. It was very painful once.
Hey, let me see. Yeah, it sure is. Them Krauts do that to you?
No.
Now, you speak awful good English.
I speak several languages.
Lester, will you let the man alone?
Lieutenant, I want to know who he is and what he's doing here. I know I've seen him someplace.
Yes, I think you have seen me somewhere.
Yeah, but where? Or where?
I know where I've seen him before.
Do you?
In the hospital. I had the broken leg. It was Christmas. I prayed.
I know where I saw you.
Yes. I remember.
In the snow. Back in teachers. And I was kneeling beside my brother the night he was killed.
I saw you on the transport when we were on the way over here.
It was in the mission. Carmel.
Yes. I saw you there.
Once when I was walking guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington. At night...
I was there.
Was you in church this morning?
I saw you there.
Well, then who are you? Hey, no, wait a minute. Now, don't go yet. Wait and have another drink of wine.
Yes, I will drink a cup of wine with you, and then I must go.
Well, let me open a new bottle here.
Yes, wait a minute.
Drink up.
Thank you. Now, goodbye, my friend.
Oh, hey, no, stay with us. Please stay with us.
No, I must go.
But listen, why? Why do you have to go?
Lester.
What?
Lester, the whole world's waiting for him. After all, it's his birthday, you know.
Today's story is Berlin, 1945. The Quiet Please broadcast of last Christmas, repeated today by request. The displaced person, Ernest Chappell. And the others in the cast were Ed Latimer, Frank Thomas, Melville Ruick, James Monks, James Goss, and Warren Stevens. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week. My good friend and our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you which I call The Time of the Big Snow. Will you listen?
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Good evening, gentle friends of the inner sanctum. Welcome through the creaking door for another soothing half hour of sweetness and light. Oh, I've learned a new trick. Would one of you like to step up here and be sawed in half? What? No volunteer? Well, maybe you're right. The first part, the sawing in half, that's easy. But the second part, the putting together again, I'm still not very good at that. What does a man think of when there's murder in the air? The close presence of death. Does it have matter and substance? Does it generate unseen life waves that touch a man's subconscious? Or unheard sound waves that speak to him when he sleeps? Well, let's listen to I Walk in the Night, written by Emil Teppelman, with Larry Hames in the role of Peter Lang to tell you the story himself.
I don't know if it was the ringing of the doorbell that awoke me, dragged me back to consciousness out of a deep, heavy sleep. I felt groggy, as if I'd been drugged. My eyes were so heavy, so hard to keep open. That infernal ringing. I stumbled out into the hall. Myrna's room, my wife. There opposite mine. I knew the door would be locked. We'd quarreled last night while the Judsons were visiting from the house next door. Myrna had made a scene. She went to her room and locked herself in.
Pete, wake up in there.
As I stumbled down the hall to the front door, I recognized Phil Judson's voice. Phil and Henrietta lived in the house next door, just across the lawn.
Pete!
All right, I'm coming. Just a minute. Get this open. There.
Oh, thank heaven you woke up, Pete. I thought you'd never hear me.
What's wrong, Phil? What's that poker for?
Henrietta saw a prowler come out of this house.
A prowler?
What's the matter with you, Pete? You look groggy. Wake up.
I don't know. I feel as if I'd been doped. What's this about Prowler?
Henrietta saw him climbing out of Myrna's window. She yelled to me, and I grabbed the poker and came running out.
The poker?
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? A man was in Myrna's room just now.
Great Scott, Myrna's alone in there. Come on. Myrna, you all right? Open the door. She doesn't answer. Phil, are you sure the prowler came out of this room?
Yes, they ran around the house and got away. Look, Pete, have you got a key to this door?
Oh, it's bolted on the inside.
We've got to break it down. Come on, put your shoulder to it. Once more now. Oh, where's the light switch? Oh, here, I've got it. Better not come in, Pete.
No, let me in. I've got to see. Bernard.
Take it easy, Pete.
Oh, Bernard.
Strangled to death.
Murdered. Look at the black and blue marks on her throat.
This chain on her neck is broken.
It was her locket. The one I gave her last Christmas.
Killer must have taken it with him. And see here, her fingernails, there's bits of skin under them. She must have struggled and scratched the killer's face or hands.
Why, Phil? Why should anyone want to kill her? Then began the long torture of the investigation. Detectives swarming over the house. Men in derby hats examining the body of my wife. Measuring the room, searching for fingerprints. And finally, more men who came and carried her away forever. Through it all, Phil and Henrietta sat with me, trying to give what comfort they could.
Oh, Peter, dear, please talk to us. I can't stand seeing you sit there with your head in your hands. It won't bring Myrna back to life.
Henrietta's right, Pete. You've got to get a hold of yourself.
I know, but I can't stop thinking about it. Those marks on her throat, the torn chain, the locket gone.
Look here, Pete, there's something we have to talk about. Now, get that dazed look off your face and listen to me for a minute.
Yes, Phil.
There's a police inspector in Myrna's room right now. O'Brien is his name. He'll be coming in soon to question you. Now, you'd better not tell him about the quarrel you had with Myrna last night.
I don't get you.
It would look bad for you.
For me? Oh, what do you mean? Phil, you don't think that I... Suddenly I caught my breath. My right hand in my bathrobe pocket had touched something cold. Phil and Henrietta both stared at me.
Peter, what's wrong?
Phil, look what I found in my pocket.
What is it?
Look.
A locket?
It's Myrna's locket. The one that was torn from her throat. Phil, how could this get in my pocket?
Here, give me that, quick.
But Phil...
Give it to me. There's it. Myrna's locket, all right. You recognize it, Henrietta?
What are you going to do with it, Phil?
Get rid of it, quick. Out this open window. Now, if the police find it out there, they'll think the killer dropped it.
Phil, it was in my pocket. What are you looking at, Phil?
Your hand, Pete.
What?
Your left hand.
I looked down at my left hand. There on my wrist were 3 long gashes where the skin had been scraped. As if by the fingernails of a woman fighting for her life. Phil, do you think I could have killed her?
Nonsense.
I don't believe it. You could never do a thing like that, Pete.
Couldn't I? How can you be sure? How can I be sure?
Peter, please. Don't talk like that. You're making yourself out some terrible monster, but you aren't. Phil and I know you can't be like that.
I don't know. Maybe I got up in my sleep and killed Myrna without ever knowing it consciously. After all, I did have that quarrel with her last night.
Cut it, Pete. Here comes O'Brien, the detective. I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, no. It's all right, Inspector.
Come in, O'Brien. Mr. Lang is very upset. The shock.
Yes, I understand. Believe me, Mr. Lang, you have my deepest sympathy.
I wouldn't bother you at all at a time like this, but... Inspector O'Brien was a pink-cheeked, cherub-faced, chubby little man. But his eyes were cold and blue and restless. They kept jumping from Phil to Henrietta to me as he fired his questions at us. Mr. Lang, one more thing. I understand you had a small party here last night? Oh, no, it wasn't a party. Just Phil and Henrietta and Ted Hale. Ted Hale? Yes, Myrna's cousin. Oh, I see. This Ted Hale, a cousin of your wife, you say? Pardon me, Inspector. Yes, Mr. Judson? Peter's too easygoing and good-natured to tell you about Ted Hale, but as Peter's attorney, it's my duty to give you certain information. Oh, go ahead. Myrna, Mrs. Lang, owned considerable property in her own right. Recently, I drew a will at her request. In it, she leaves a sizable sum to Ted Hale. Oh,
I just thought of something.
What is it, Henrietta?
Well, Peter was so groggy when he woke up.
That's right. He looked as if he'd been drugged.
Well, don't you remember last night? Ted Hale went in the kitchen to mix the last round of drinks.
Oh, Henrietta, that's ridiculous. On the contrary, it's quite important. Now, tell me, this Ted Hale, what does he do for a living? Why, he works for me in my brokerage office. To please Myrna, I gave him a job as my confidential secretary. I suppose you tell me where Mr. Ted Hale lives. I think I'll have a talk with him. Now, all you have to do, Pete, is sit tight. Let O'Brien follow up his lead. But, Phil, I can't let him arrest Ted Hale. He didn't kill Myrna. I did. I must have. The lockets, he scratches. It's not fair to Ted. As your attorney, I won't let you strap yourself in the electric chair. You go back to your room and get some sleep. Henrietta, do you mind going back to our house by yourself?
Of course not.
I'm going to sleep right here in the living room on this couch, in case Peter needs me tonight. From my bed in the dark, I kept seeing 1,000 pictures. Myrna, her face mottled with strangulation. Phil, always so sure of himself. Henrietta, worried and frightened. And O'Brien, his face grim and his blue eyes cold, going off to question Ted Hale. I must have been close to dozing off when I heard the doorbell faintly, as if in a dream. I tossed about in bed for a moment or two. And then I heard the voices in the living room. Phil's, cold and harsh. And someone else's, loud and angry and frightened. I got out of bed and opened the door. I went down the hall to the living room. I had to know who was in there arguing with Phil. It was Ted Hale. Ted, what are you doing here?
Phil phoned me. He told me about Myrna.
I called him up. Told him O'Brien would be coming for him. I suggested he come over here and talk it over with me.
Pete, don't let them arrest me. You gotta help me.
Me? Help you?
You know I didn't kill Myrna.
Well, I'm not sure.
Pete.
What?
I was here last night, you know. When you had that fight with Myrna.
What do you mean?
If I'm arrested, I'll tell the police about that quarrel. Phil says I had a motive, but what about you, Pete? You were always quarreling with Myrna.
Now, look here, Ted, if you're threatening me...
I only want you to help me, Pete. Don't let them arrest me. Hide me. Hide me out till this blows over or till they get the real killer.
I think Ted is right, Pete. We should help him.
But where?
I'll handle it. You have a dark room fixed up in the cellar, haven't you?
Yes.
We'll stick a cot in there and let Ted hole up for a day or two. Nobody will think of looking for him in this house. Now listen to me carefully, Peter. If Ted Hale is arrested and talks, O'Brien will learn about the quarrel you had with Myrna last night. He'll start digging into things that won't look so good for you.
No, Phil, wait. And I know you're trying to help me, but if I did it...
If I did kill Myrna, then he was trying to protect me. It isn't right. I'm a dangerous man. Fiddlesticks.
But you can't brush it off like that.
Do you know what it means to lie awake in the night, wondering whether you've killed your own wife? Wondering whom I'll kill next?
Cut that out. We've got business to attend to. Now, here's my plan. We'll let Ted stay here tomorrow. And then tomorrow night, I'll smuggle him out of the country. Get him passage on a freighter to South America, maybe.
You think he'll go?
Sure, he'll go. He's scared stiff. But we'll need money. Lots of money. Now, how much have you got in the safe at the office?
So about $10,000 in cash, but there's a batch of negotiable bonds.
They'll do. I'll go down to the office the first thing in the morning and get them out of the safe.
You have the combination?
Yes, you gave it to me when you gave me your power of attorney, remember?
Oh, yes.
Now, don't you worry about a thing. Here. Take this powder. It's just one of the bromides that Henrietta uses. It'll help you get to sleep. By tomorrow morning, everything will be fixed up. Fine.
It was almost dawn when Phil left. And it must have been hours later, close to noontime, when I felt myself being roughly shaken out of a heavy, troubled sleep.
Pete, wake up.
What?
Hey, wake up. Come on, snap out of it.
Huh? Oh, gosh, I feel groggy. What was in that powder you gave me?
Never mind the powder. Get your eyes open. Got something to tell you.
Phil, what's wrong? What happened?
Listen to me carefully, Pete. I went down to the office before business hours this morning and opened the safe to get the money out.
Yes?
The safe is empty.
Empty?
The securities are gone.
It can't be.
Who else had the combination besides you and me?
Only Ted Hale.
Oh?
Do you think that...
I'll bet you $1 to a donut he's gone. Come on, let's check. Look, Pete. There's a light in the dark room. He must have got up early and beat me to it, to the safe.
Ted, you in there?
Always the optimist, huh? Come on, open it up.
Ted. Good heavens. Ted Hale hadn't gone anywhere. He was lying there on the cot. His head was a bloody pulp. It had been bashed in while he slept. With a long-handled coal shovel which lay there alongside the cot.
Great Scott. He's been murdered.
We stood there in a narrow, dark room. Phil and I, and we looked at each other. There was a strange gleam in Phil's eyes. I tried to read the meaning of that gleam, but he averted his eyes too quickly. He dropped his gaze to my hands. I saw what he was looking at. My hands were black and grimy with coal dust. And on the briny, coal-blackened handle of the shovel, there was a fresh set of fingerprints. Phil, did I kill him? Did I kill him in my sleep? Same as murder? Phil, I can't stand it being a murderer. I'm going to get myself up.
You'll do nothing of the kind. If you did it, Pete, you're not responsible.
But you do think I did it? And murder, too?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Just think, Phil. Maybe tonight I might kill you. Or Henrietta. There's no telling what I might do.
Rubbish.
No, Phil. It's hard to believe, but there's the proof. I'm a murderer. I'm dangerous. There's only one thing to do.
I won't let you do it.
What else is left?
Come on. I'm going to help you hide Ted's body.
How much further, Phil?
Oh, there it is. There's the bridge up ahead. Okay. Here, help me with it.
We had the body of Ted Hale in a sack with a pair of 100-pound dumbbells to weight it down. Myrna's funeral took place the next morning. And I had to endure the condolences of friends and business associates. But Phil and Henrietta stood by me all through it.
It'll be over soon, Peter. Then you can rest.
Keep your chin up. I'll get rid of the stragglers. Look who just came in.
Where? Oh, Inspector O'Brien. What does he want, Phil?
Take it easy. Let me do the talking.
I came to pay my respects, Mr. Lang.
Oh, well, thank you, Inspector.
No trace of Ted Hale, is there, Inspector?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Judson. We're combing the city for him, but I'm afraid he's got clean away. You see,
it was marvelous to see how calmly Phil could talk to O'Brien about Ted Hale, knowing all the time just where the body was. Under that bridge. Glanced at Henrietta. She was watching Phil, too.
You know what I think, Mr. Judson? I think Ted Hale will never be caught. I have a very funny feeling that he's dead.
Later that afternoon, I took a taxi cab and I went down to police headquarters and asked to see Inspector O'Brien.
Well, glad to see you, Mr. Lang. You're looking a little better this afternoon.
I feel better, Inspector. I feel better because I've come to an important decision.
Oh, yeah?
Inspector, I've decided to tell you something that'll startle you.
That's pretty hard to startle an old hand in my business. Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right. Inspector, Ted Hale didn't kill Myrna. I killed her. That is, I think I killed her.
You think you killed her? Don't you know?
It sounds crazy, doesn't it? But I assure you, I'm perfectly safe.
Just a second now. You either killed her or you didn't kill her. If you kill somebody, you know it.
No, not in this case, Inspector. You see, I think I did it in my sleep. Both times. Myrna and Ted Hale, too.
Hold on now. I'll get someone to take notes. Suppose you start from the beginning.
I told him the whole story. How Phil had awakened me. We found Myrna strangled. The groggy drug feeling I'd had. How Ted Hale had tried to blackmail me. And how Phil had awakened me once more and we'd gone down to the cellar. We found Ted with his head bashed in. I talked for a solid hour.
I'm glad you came to see me, Mr. Lang. Glad you told me all this. You must have had a hard time reaching a decision to come here.
Yes, it was hard, Inspector. Phil wanted me to go away. It would have been so easy to go away and let him take care of things. But I'd never be able to sleep for fear I'd kill someone else.
Well, you needn't worry, Mr. Lang. There won't be any more killings.
Not if I'm safely in jail.
You're not going to jail. You're going home.
What?
And those notes the stenographer has taken, Mr. Lang, I have almost enough material to convict the real murderer. I need just one more thing. Now, you go home and wait. Don't worry.
You mean I didn't kill Myrna and Ted?
Now, you just go along home and take it easy.
I'm back at home now. It's 2 hours since I left O'Brien's office, and I've taken the time to write down this full account, just as I gave it to the stenographer. As I write now, I can look across the lawn to Phil Judson's house. 5 minutes ago, I saw Inspector O'Brien and 2 detectives go in there. The front door is opening now. I can see them coming out. O'Brien first, then the 2 detectives, with Phil between them. They've got handcuffs on Phil. And here comes Henrietta. She's running across the lawn, coming here.
Peter!
Coming, Henrietta.
Peter, they've taken Phil away.
Yes, I saw it all from the window.
Oh, darling. Everything went right. Exactly as we planned.
Oh, baby.
Hold me tight, Peter. Hold tight. We can be together now. Forever and ever.
I'd have killed a dozen Myrnas for you, baby.
I know. And you were clever, Peter. So clever.
The hardest part was getting Phil to cooperate. But I knew he'd do anything for a friend.
What a fool he is. He stepped right in and took over.
You should have seen O'Brien when I told him the story. I could tell exactly what he was thinking. Here's a poor innocent sap whose best friend is framing him, giving him drugs and then making him think he commits murder.
Sweet. Oh, Peter. As soon as he's convicted, I'll be free, and we can go away together.
All right. Huh? But you'll have to cancel that trip. Both of you.
O'Brien.
You heard what we said?
Sure did, every word. Remember at my office, Mr. Lang, when I told you I only needed one more thing to clinch the case against the murderer? Well, this was it. I faked the arrest of Mr. Judson, and then I sneaked back to see what you'd do about it. You did plenty.
Today's story took place last autumn. Arthur Gideon, playboy, world traveler, and multimillionaire, was been asked to write his memoirs. He'd invited most of the people whose names would appear in the book up to his estate on the Hudson for a weekend party.
Well, hey, come in. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine, Arthur. Just dandy.
Good. I like to feel that my guests are enjoying themselves.
I'll bet that makes it easier for you, doesn't it, Arthur?
Well, what was that, Barry? Easier for me.
Sure. Easier for you to study them, to get their reaction. That's what you invited us down here for, wasn't it?
Oh, Barry, you amaze me. Are you implying that I coerced you and the others into coming down?
Yes.
Oh, come now, Barry.
And you were very clever about it, Arthur. Very subtle. The invitations that you sent us sounded genuine.
They were genuine.
Yeah, except for one thing. It's the first time in 3 years that you've had a weekend party.
I know. I'm ashamed I've been ill.
It's a pity you didn't die easily and comfortably in bed.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like a threat, Barry.
It's more than a threat, Arthur. It's a statement of fact. I'm going to kill you.
Well, Barry, that's very amusing. Shall I act terrified, drop to my knees, and beg for mercy?
You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this.
Wow. A knife, and a big one, too. You plan to slit my throat with it, or will it be a quick plunge to the heart?
You still don't get it, do you, Arthur? Listen. Last night, after everyone had gone to bed, I came in here to your study.
Yes, I noticed that my desk had been tampered with.
I found the chapter that you had just completed in your book of memoirs.
Oh, you did? Then you read a few facts about yourself that you said I'd forgotten. Didn't you, Barry?
I read some facts that I hoped you'd have the decency to forget.
Oh, Barry, my dear boy, when a man is asked to write a book of memoirs, it's because his publishers feel that he has certain things to say that will be of interest.
Arthur, you're a rat. You're an unmitigated pig. It's a wonder to me that someone hasn't called your bluff before now.
My bluff? I've never bluffed in my life. Everyone knows that.
Everyone's been afraid of you, Arthur. You had money and power and influence. Your life has been sheltered and protected. You've been allowed to get away with things for which other men have gone to jail.
What sort of things, Barry?
Bullying people. Slandering their characters. Upsetting their lives and amusing yourself by breaking women's hearts.
Oh, Barry, you're priceless. Can't you ever forget that plan, Darwin?
No.
I was in love with Fran Darwin, Arthur. Can you understand that?
Yes, I remember. It was unfortunate because dear Fran happened to be in love with me.
That's a lie. You bought her. You offered her jewels, furs, cars, servants, and she fell for that.
Oh, yes, how vividly it all comes back. Youth, Barry. Youth is a wonderful thing. Tell me, Barry, how many years was it you spent in jail?
A lifetime.
Thanks to you. Oh, I suppose it did seem like a lifetime. Refresh my memory, Barry. Why was it you were sent to jail?
You should ask.
I'll tell you why, Barry. Couldn't meet competition. You didn't have the money to buy Fran's love.
Why,
you tried to steal it and got caught. If you'd succeeded, you'd have done exactly what I did. Offered to buy Fran for a penny. You knew she was in the open market?
Shut up, you cheap two-time...
Oh, now. Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. Let's face facts. We both played the game and you lost.
Lost? Well, you framed me.
You gave me the tip on those shots.
You knew the bottom was going to drop out of the market.
Oh, come, Barry. That's the way the game's played. The cards are dealt. The chips are bet. And the loser grins and plays the next hand. There are no hard feelings, Arthur?
You know what will happen if my present boss finds out I'm an ex-convict?
Well, I'm sorry, Barry, but it seems that my publishers feel that I've, lived rather an interesting life. Now, would it be fair to them if I omitted the incident of Fran Darwin and you?
It would be the only means of saving your life.
Oh, Barry, for heaven's sake, stop talking about killing me. You're not going to kill me.
No?
Of course not. You haven't the courage.
You're quite sure of that, are you, Arthur?
Of course. Consider your chances of getting away with it. The house is full of gas.
You're wrong, Arthur. We're quite alone.
What did you say?
Your guests are all attending the skeet shooting matches that you arranged for them last night. Remember?
Oh, nonsense. It isn't
all go to the servants. The servants are under orders not to disturb you during the morning hours while you're at work on your book. Surely you remember getting such orders, Arthur?
Well, what of it? Someone knows you're here. Someone is... Harry.
No, Arthur. No one knows I'm here. I went to town to send a telegram. Oh, I've arranged things very nicely, Arthur.
Harry. Don't be a fool. Somebody will hear you, though.
No, Arthur. No one will hear. The night is silent and smooth and quick.
Oh, Barry, don't. In heaven's name, I'll do anything.
I haven't the courage, Arthur. You fool.
Look at me.
Backed against the wall. Your eyes terrified. Sweat on your face.
In the name of God.
Come, Arthur. Why aren't you still scornful and contemptuous and sure of yourself?
Mary, take the knife away from my throat, please.
That's it, Arthur. Beg for your life.
Please.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I dreamed of hearing.
I do beg you, Harry. I do. I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Well, it's take that knife from me.
How does it feel, Arthur? Tell me. The point is pricking your skin now, isn't it? Your eyes are wide with terror. You're trembling. You're sweating from every pore.
Harry, in the name of...
So you thought I wouldn't have the courage to kill you. Why, you filthy scum. Thought I didn't...
Arthur! Oh, Barry, I thought you'd gone to town. Where's Arthur?
What are you doing back here, June? You're supposed to be at the skeet shoot.
Oh, Arthur's a skeet shoot. I thought of something I wanted to tell Arthur that might help him in writing his book.
Yeah?
There's someone on the floor. Behind the bed. Harry!
Stay where you are, June.
It's Arthur. It's Arthur.
Shut up, Harry.
Oh, it's...
I'll do more than choke you if you don't shut your mouth.
You murdered Arthur.
Yes, my dear. I murdered him. I slit his throat with this knife. It was a very pleasant experience, I assure you.
But Barry, you can't get away with this. The police...
I have no worries about the police, my dear. No worries about the police at all.
I'll find out, Bill. Why? What are you going to do?
No worries at all about the police, my dear. What a pity you chose this time to come back and visit poor Arthur.
No. I won't tell my daughter.
No. I don't think you will tell.
So, this guy Arthur Gideon wrote your letter, did he, Bart?
That's right, Inspector. He expected to be murdered this weekend, and he thought I might like to be around.
Very funny.
Now, how about telling me what this trip is all about?
I'm quite serious, Inspector. Gideon is writing his memoirs. It's quite an eventful life, you know.
Yeah, I know. 5 wives, a couple of jewels in Europe.
Right.
International politics, a royal scandal or two. Oh, the guy got around all right. So now he's writing a book about him, eh?
That's right, Inspector. He's invited most of the people who will appear as characters up to his place on the Hudson for the weekend.
And he expects one of them to murder him.
That's it, Inspector.
Sounds like an original party, at least. Hope we aren't too late for the big event.
I don't think we will be. Come here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Say, look at that bunch of cars.
Yes, and there's a larger bunch of people. Apparently, they've just come back from someplace or just leaving.
Now, wouldn't it be our luck if they were leaving and me just spoiling for a good red-hot murder?
Park in behind this line of cars, Inspector. We can walk the rest of the way.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, here comes someone to meet us.
Yes. Rather matron-looking lady. Probably Arthur Gideon's sister.
Good afternoon. I suppose you're more of Arthur's guest.
Yes, my name's Drake, Boss Drake. This is Inspector Nordell.
Hi.
Drake, Benson. Well, the names aren't familiar. Well, Arthur knew a great many peculiar people whose names he neglected to mention to me. So I looked it out. You had a Drake.
Peculiar. Did you hear what that old battle axe said, Bart?
I certainly did, Inspector. That confirms the stories they've heard about Arthur Gideon, doesn't it?
Confirmed. Hey, what are you looking at?
That young girl who just came out of the house. She looks scared to death.
Say she does it there. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, we'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. She's heading for Miss Gideon.
June, what in the world is the matter? Oh, Miss Gideon, it's terrible. Barry Chester's been bitten by a black widow spider. What's that? Barry bitten by a spider? What's so tragic about that? You don't understand. This was a black widow. They're poisoned.
The young lady's right, Miss Gideon. If someone's been bitten by a black widow, you'd better send for a doctor at once.
I've done that. He's on his way now. I tried to find Arthur to tell him, but he disappeared. Arthur disappeared? Oh, come, June, you're all excited. Calm down and explain yourself. It's true. I went to his study. The manuscript was on his desk. Arthur was gone.
Well, could Mr. Gideon have just stepped out somewhere?
And leave his manuscript for prying eyes to see. Oh, not Arthur. Oh, come, I think we'd better look into this. Well, he's certainly not here. There's the manuscript on his desk. The last page is half completed. He must have been writing when...
When what, June?
When... whatever happened to him... happened. June, what in the world ails you? You're white as a ghost. You're trembling.
Oh, my trembling. It's cold in here. What is this, Gideon? An Eskimo or something?
I don't think June is trembling from the cold.
There's nothing wrong with me, really. I'm just worried about Barry. Perhaps the doctor won't get here in time. And what do you think happened to Arthur?
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Come over here a minute.
Right. Found something, Inspector?
I don't know. Look down there behind the desk.
A dark spot on the rug, eh?
Yeah.
Any idea what it is, Inspector?
Sure, I got an idea. It's blood.
Oh, no, it isn't blood. I'm sure it isn't. It couldn't be blood.
And why couldn't it be, June?
Because it couldn't. I mean, why would there be blood in Arthur's study? It's perfectly ridiculous. There's something peculiar about all this. I think I'd better call the police.
Your brother's already attended to that, Miss Gideon.
Attended to it? Arthur? Whatever do you mean?
Inspector Danton's a policeman. Your brother wrote us a note asking us to come up here for the weekend. He said he expected to be murdered.
Murdered? Oh, great heavens, by who?
I don't think that was important to him. I think, Miss Gideon, that your brother wanted to be murdered.
Wanted? Oh, Mr. Drake, if that is your name, that is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. If this is some sort of practical joke...
I assure you, Miss Gideon, it's no joke. Your brother's been ill for the past 3 years. Did you know that he'd been suffering from an incurable disease?
Why, no, why?
He would have been dead in a short time anyhow. By allowing himself to be murdered, a chapter would be written in his book of memoirs that would give a publication a sensational value. I think that's what Arthur Gideon wanted.
Hey, Bart, we missed the boat again. That spot on the floor isn't blood, it's water.
Water?
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what you two make of it, but it confirms my belief that this is nothing but one of Arthur's...
Look out, Inspector.
Good gosh, the bay fainted. Okay, nothing to get excited about. She'll be all right in a minute.
I can't understand it, June. Such a healthy girl. What do you suppose made her faint?
The usual causes. Miss Gideon, would you mind getting a damp cloth and some smelling salts, please?
Oh, I'll bring for one of the servants.
I think it would be better if you saved time by going yourself.
Well, all right.
And tell someone to get some wood and start a fire in this fireplace. I'm frozen.
All right, Inspector. Go over and lock that door.
Lock the why for crying out loud?
Sorry. June is regaining consciousness.
Okay. Only I don't feel well.
Are you feeling better, June?
What happened? Where am I?
Nothing. You fainted. You'll be all right in a minute. Where's who, June?
Nobody. I'm all right. Have Arthur come back yet?
Can Arthur come back, June?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I was just wondering if it were possible for Arthur to come back. Or is he dead?
Oh, no, of course he's not dead. What makes you even think such a thing?
Well, the blood.
It wasn't blood, it was water. That other man said so.
And where did that water come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Because I think you know the answer. There's no reason why there should be water on the floor. There's no water pitcher inside. Who put the water there, June?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You put the water there, June. You wiped the blood with a wet cloth, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
You're frightened, June. Why? Was it you who murdered Arthur?
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
You admit coming here to the study and finding it deserted. Was it deserted, or was...
I'll get it.
No, you mustn't. It's for me. I'm sure it's for me. Let me answer.
Just a minute, lady.
Let her answer.
Let her know. Look, what? I'm the cop here.
Hello? Hello, who is it, please?
It's Barry, June.
Barry. Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my room. The doctor just left.
The doctor?
Yes, he gave me an antidote for the spider bite. I'm going to be all right, June.
That's fine, Barry.
Have they found Arthur yet, June?
No. The policeman is still here. They're right at my elbow, Barry. They're listening to every word you say.
Is that so? Well, ask them to come up and see me, June. Maybe I can help them out.
All right, Barry. I'll tell them.
And remember, June, I'm all right. I can get around. I can do things. I'm as good as new.
I understand, Barry. Goodbye. That was Barry Kester. He thinks he might be able to help you find Arthur.
Mm-hmm. I think so, too. Come on, Inspector. Let's go have a talk with Barry Kester. This must be the room here, Inspector. Let's go in.
Yeah. Oh, hello there. Are you the policeman?
That's right, Mr. Kester. How's the spider bite?
Oh, I'll live, I guess. Still a little weak. Those things can be dangerous, though. I'll say they can. I didn't know there were any black widow spiders around this section of country.
Yeah, indeed there are, Inspector. Black widows aren't as common here as in some of the western states, but they're just as deadly. Eh, Kester?
Deadly? I never heard of a man dying from one.
Oh, there have been cases. You were smart to call the doctor the first thing. What did he use for an antidote?
Oh, the usual stuff, I suppose.
And what's the usual stuff?
Serum made from the blood of the victim.
I see. You were fortunate that the doctor had some on hand. I suppose that bandage around your arm covers the wound.
Say, I'd like to see what one of those bites looks like. Sorry, old man. Removing the bandage would be strictly against the doctor's orders. Yeah, I guess you're right.
June told us that you might be able to throw some light on the whereabouts of Arthur Gideon.
No, I wouldn't worry about him. Arthur's always disappearing for short periods of time.
I suppose, like most riders, he likes to spend considerable time alone.
Yeah, creates an effect. Arthur was always one to create an effect.
So I've heard.
Now, wait a minute. This doesn't add up. The guy invites a lot of people up here for the weekend, then goes off by himself because he doesn't want to be around the people he invited up here.
But Mr. Kester just explained that, Inspector. The more people he has around, the better the effect he can create.
That's all right, but I wouldn't worry about it, Inspector. No? Arthur will turn up in a day or so and get a big laugh out of our concern.
Yeah, but Mr. Kester's right, Inspector. Huh? We don't want to make fools of ourselves, do we? Come along. I hope you have no ill effects from that spider bite, Mr. Kester.
But I'm beginning to get another one of my headaches from watching you work.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Inspector.
Now, look, that guy Kester didn't fool you, did he?
Not for a minute, Inspector.
Good. That makes me feel better.
On the other hand, I'm sure we didn't fool him.
Huh? Were we trying to fool him?
But definitely. That must be the stable over there.
The stable? What do we want the stable for? No. Don't tell me, I know. We're looking for something.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
So, now I'm supposed to ask you what we're looking for. Nothing doing. You won't tell me anyhow.
Well, of course I'll tell you, Inspector. We're looking for Arthur Gideon's body.
Body?
Naturally. We can't prove there's been a murder unless we have a body. Corpus delicti, you know, Inspector?
Yeah, corpus delicti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory, Bud.
Oh, what?
Bodies are usually dead. Now, if this Arthur Gideon is only sitting off in some corner thinking about his...
Arthur Gideon, Inspector, was murdered. His corpse has been hidden somewhere around these premises. If we don't find it before nightfall, the murderer is going to sneak the body out and dispose of it.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't figure that all out.
Why? Because you're not a figuring man, Inspector. You're a man of action. Here's the stable. Let's go in and have a look. You take a look in the horse stalls, Inspector. I'll browse around the feet pen.
Well, what if there are horses in the stall?
Don't ask questions. Just...
Now what?
Here comes Miss Gideon, and she looks excited.
Maybe Artie has returned.
No, I doubt that.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Something wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, you've got to help me find Arthur, Mr. Drake. Our guests are asking questions. I'm rapidly getting into a stew.
Is that a fact? That's a tough thing to get into, lady.
Inspector. Is anything else wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, everything's wrong. June acts strangely. Barry Kester's being bitten by a spider. The servants won't bring in wood for the fire. Everybody's cold. It looks like rain. Arthur can't be found.
Now what? Now what, Inspector? Now I know what happened to Arthur Gideon, and I know where to find him. Come along. Oh, June. I'm surprised to find you still here in the room where Arthur Gideon was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean?
Don't ask him, lady. He might tell you. That might prove embarrassing for certain people.
You know he was murdered, June. You saw it happen.
That's not true. I didn't see it happen. I didn't.
But you know who murdered him.
Oh, I don't. I don't know anything. Won't you please stop hounding me?
Concealing guilty knowledge is as bad as committing the crime itself, June.
I can't tell you. I can't. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Oh, June, Oh.
Come in, Chester.
Hey, for a guy who just got out of bed, you're acting kind of spry, aren't you, son?
I'm sorry. I thought June was alone. Just a minute, Chester.
Well?
Close the door, Inspector.
Close it? Okay. It's closed. Now what?
Chester, you must be a pretty tough guy.
What do you mean by that crack?
Why, the way you frightened June into not talking. The way you manhandled Arthur Gideon before murdering him.
Before murder? Are you crazy?
I wonder just how tough you are, Chester.
Why, you... keep your hands off me, Drake.
Come, Chester. You're not going to just stand there and take it, are you?
Quit it. I'm no match for you. That spider bite left me as weak as a kitten. That's right, Bart. Better take it easy. The guy can hardly stand up.
I disagree, Inspector. Chester's just as strong as he ever was. He just doesn't dare fight back because he knows that by doing so, he'd give away the fact that he wasn't bitten by a Black Widow spider at all.
I was. I can prove it.
And I can prove that you're lying, Chester, this way.
You keep away from me.
On the contrary, I'm going to follow you right around the room. Lock the door, Inspector.
You won't get out.
How about it, Chester? How long can you keep your temper, huh?
Mr. Drake, he's dangerous.
We'll soon find out, June. Well, come on. Stop talking and do something, man.
Quit!
You what, Chester? Come on. At least put up your dukes, man.
I'll do more than put up my dukes, you dirty copper. I'll make you wish you'd never...
Your face is bleeding, Bart. Be careful.
Why, she says he doesn't like blood, lady. Watch.
Fine. Now we know, don't we, Chester? You got to do better than that.
I'll do better.
You don't. This won't do it.
Nice going, Bart. He's out like a light.
Yes, I guess that takes care of Mr. Chester. You better put some handcuffs on him, Inspector.
With a right cross like that, he writes books.
Your poor cheek. Let me wipe off the blood. Oh, you were magnificent, Barton.
You flatter me, Miss... June?
Nothing.
Oh, I'll answer it. What in the world is going on in here? Who's that on the floor? It's Barry. Mr. Drake just knocked him out. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Drake, what is the meaning of this?
I'll explain as briefly as I can, Miss Gideon. And then I think you'd better summon the coroner.
The coroner? Why?
Because the body of your brother is stuffed up the chimney in that fireplace. and it's held in place by the damper.
Well?
Barry Kester murdered him when he learned certain things your brother was writing in his book of memoirs.
I can't believe it. It's true. I came in and saw Arthur's body on the floor. Barry tried to kill me, too, because he thought I'd tell. I begged him not to. We heard someone coming, and he told me if I said a word, Oh, it was awful. Upon my soul.
So, when Barry forced June to wipe up the blood in the carpet while he stuffed the body in the chimney, he had to work fast. He had to think quick. If he could keep anyone from discovering the body until tonight, he had a chance to dispose of it. That's why he thought of Black Widow.
The Black Widow? Whatever did that have
The Black Widows are sometimes deadly poisonous, Miss Gideon. Everyone knows that. So Kester merely announced he'd been bitten by a Black Widow spider while picking up some wood from the fireplace.
Say, that's the reason none of the servants had lug in any wood. They were afraid of being bitten by a spider.
Exactly, Inspector. You see, Kester couldn't afford to have anyone start a fire in that fireplace.
Well, I'm a Black Widow's spouse. But that was a nice piece of work. Knocking out Kester, I mean.
Yes, it was fortunate, wasn't it, Inspector? But for once, there's something besides mystery is my hobby.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coker. And featuring tonight two of radio's most distinguished personalities, Santos Ortega and Richard Coogan, in No Grave Can Hold Me.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little as we travel tonight into the world of shadows, from which no man may return, and we learn the story of one who does return. It's a story I call No Grave Can Hold Me. My story starts in a court of law where a man is on trial for his life. The courtroom is tense, for the jury is out deciding the prisoner's fate. But the prisoner himself, a tall man with glossy black hair and piercing eyes, sits calmly with his lawyer, his daughter Nora, and his son-in-law Harry Wilson, waiting for the fateful verdict.
Oh, dear, this room. Father, I think the jury is coming in now. They say it's a bad sign when the jury is out for such a short while.
You need not worry, either of you. I shall be free.
I certainly hope so, Randolph, but... Well, you know, you did admit you killed Clemens.
Because he insulted me. He called me a mountebank, a charlatan, a trickster. He called the great Randolph a faker. So he died.
There they come. Oh, Father, I'm frightened.
They're taking your places in the jury box now. You look awfully grim.
I repeat, have no fear for me.
Foreman of the jury, has the jury reached a verdict?
It has, Your Honor.
What is the verdict?
We find the defendant guilty as charged of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
It finds you guilty.
Fools. They, too, think that I'm an impostor, a trickster. They shall learn different. If I die, so shall they.
The prisoner will rise.
Father, you stand up.
The prisoner will rise.
Very well. I'll stand up, so that they will recognize my face again when they see it suddenly in the night, and know that death has come to claim them.
Maximilian Randolph, You have been found guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. It is the sentence of this court that you shall suffer the punishment of death on the night of June 6th at midnight. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Visitor for you, Mr. Randolph.
Thank you, Guard Miller.
You can see him for only 5 minutes, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, all right, Guard. Hello, Randolph.
Good evening, Harry. I see that my guard Miller managed to get you in to see me.
Yes, he did. Time is so short that... Well,
I know. It is almost midnight. And at midnight, I die. But Guard Miller has become a good friend. I knew he'd arrange it.
Nora and I saw the governor this afternoon. He refused to do a thing.
It does not matter. What is death but a new garment for the soul to wear?
Nora's waiting outside. You said you didn't want to see her tonight.
That is as I wished. You were my assistant. We were very close, you and I. And now there is a last promise you must make to me.
Anything, Randolph.
When you receive my body, the empty husk of the great Randolph, bury it in a vault with a bronze door which faces east.
A vault facing east. Yes, of course.
The door must be locked with a padlock of bronze. But it must be possible to open it from the inside without using a key.
Randolph, you...
The coffin must be locked shut as well. But I must be able to open it from the inside.
Randolph, sure you're not serious.
I never joke. All this and one thing more. Promise.
All right, I promise.
When I am buried, beneath my head must rest a notebook bearing the names and addresses of the 12 jurymen who found me guilty, of the prosecuting attorney, and of the judge.
But why, Randolph?
So that I may know where to seek my vengeance upon them. The vengeance I have sworn, which must be executed before my soul can sleep.
Oh, Randolph, that's madness.
You disbelieve. So do they. But in my studies, I have learned many things. And one of them is how to reach back from behind the dark curtain of death.
All right, time is up, sir.
Thank you, Miller. Goodbye, Harry. Just tell me one more thing. Is the full moon shining tonight?
Yes. It's a full moon tonight.
Good. And each time hereafter that it shines, one of my enemies will join me in death. And so the great Randolph went to his execution and was buried according to his instructions. After a few days, his case was forgotten. Forgotten by all but Harry Wilson, his son-in-law. Well, as the first month passed and the full moon again shone in the windows of his apartment, a strange restlessness possessed Harry.
Harry, what's wrong with you?
No, I'm sorry, Nora, but tonight's the night of the full moon. I'm nervous. I can't help it.
Oh, darling, you're not worrying about Father, are you? About his threat?
Yes, I am.
Oh, but that's absurd. Poor Father. Toward the end, I'm afraid he was suffering from delusions, and he was more than just an ordinary man. He wasn't entirely sane.
No, maybe not, but he was so sure of himself, so certain. And those instructions for the way he was to be buried. Oh, of course, I'm just being foolish.
Why don't you go out and walk for a while, Harry? It'll help calm you.
All right, I will. You want to come along tonight, night?
No, I think I'll stay here and read.
All right. I'll be back in an hour or so, dear. And if nothing happens tonight, I'll know that Randolph is just putting on an act.
But a little later, another man was also walking in the moonlight of a beautiful July evening. This one was short and stout. He was strolling homeward from a small poker party with his friends when, in the dark shadows cast by the trees along the edge of the park, a tall figure stepped directly into his path.
Just a moment, Adam.
Who are you? What do you want?
Just to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you. Get out of my way.
So fast, my friend. Look.
The gun. Say, what is this, a hold-up?
No, Adam. It is not the hold-up.
Then why are you threatening me with that gun? Why have you got that scar covering your face?
Because my face has changed in the months since I was executed and buried. It's rather frightening now.
What are you saying? Who are you, anyway?
You're beginning to recognize my voice, aren't you? You know who I am. You just don't want to admit it to yourself.
But great Randolph.
Whom you, as foreman of the jury, caused to be executed.
No, it's not possible. No one could come back from the dead.
No ordinary man. But the great Randolph has come back.
No, I don't believe it. There's a trick of some kind.
And is this a trick, Adam? Is it? Is it?
Let go of me. Is it?
Hello?
Hello, Nora. Is Harry there?
No, he's out for a walk. Who is this?
Don't you recognize my voice, Nora? Surely you heard it often enough.
Father. Oh, no, it can't be.
Strange how skeptical everyone is of me. Even my own daughter.
Father, it is you. What do you want?
I just want to tell Harry that I have claimed the first victim of my vengeance. Exactly on the stroke of midnight. The same minute when I died.
Oh, no.
And I wanted to warn him that he must do nothing to interfere with my plans. Or if he does, I shall have to add him to my list of victims.
No, Nora, he telephoned here. You wanted to speak to me?
Yes, Harry, just a little after 12. He said that he...
Yes, I know. I heard the news. I was in the restaurant having coffee and it came over the radio. Adams, the foreman of the jury, was found strangled in front of his home.
Oh, but it's impossible. And yet it was his voice, Harry. Father's voice.
Oh, we've got to do something. Nora, I've got to warn the others on that list. The other jurors, Baldwin, the district attorney, and Judge Dexter.
Yes, but he said if you tried to interfere...
I know, but that doesn't matter. In the morning, I'm going to District Attorney Baldwin. He'll believe me. He'll have to. Oh, but Mr. Baldwin, you've got to listen to me. You've got to warn the others. You've got to give them protection. Or they'll die, just as Adams did.
Wilson, I'm a busy man. I've enough on my mind without having to listen to wild-eyed stories like the one you just told me.
But it's true. Randolph's instructions about the way he wanted to be buried, the notebook that I put in the coffin with him.
Mere theatrical mummery. Adams was the victim of an ordinary street mugging. That's all there is to it. I have to ask you to leave. I have more important things to tend to.
Mr. Lord, you're a sensible man. You edit the biggest newspaper in this city. If you'll only print what I've told you, the authorities will have to take some action.
Wilson, my job is to print news for our readers, not ghost stories. If I ran your story, I'd be fired tomorrow.
Then you don't believe me.
Tell you what I will do. I'll make a story for the Sunday Supplement out of it.
Oh, that won't do any good. If it's in the Sunday Supplement, people must just smile at it. When they see it there, they'll know it's just a story.
And I'm afraid there's no use in talking any further, Wilson.
All right, I'll go to other papers. One of them will have to believe me.
I don't advise it. You run a shop, don't you, selling tricks and magic apparatus?
Yes, that's right. Why?
Just this. Newspapers don't believe in giving free publicity, and that's obviously what you're after. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilson, but Judge Dexter is unable to see you.
Oh, but, mister, you explain to him what it's about, how important it is.
The judge said if you cared to write him a letter, he'd give the matter his consideration.
Oh, that's no good. I got to talk to him.
I'm sorry. He's leaving today for his vacation, and he won't be back for a month. Perhaps he'll be able to see you then, but he simply can't see you now.
None of them would listen to me, Nora. They either thought I was crazy or... But I wanted publicity. They all told me to forget it.
They're right, Harry. That's the only thing to do to forget it.
But, Nora...
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Adam's death last night was just a coincidence. I'm sure Father had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no. He telephoned you. You heard his voice?
Well, I'm not sure now that I did. Maybe it was a dream, Harry. Maybe I just imagined it. Don't forget the whole thing. Please, Harry, for my sake, forget it. Oh, Harry, darling, it's no good just pacing up and down. Please sit down and try to relax.
I can't, Nora. I can't. Tonight's the second full moon since Randolph was executed. He'll be leaving his grave tonight, and someone else will die.
But, Harry...
There ought to be a guard over the vault. He's buried in it. Oh, no, that wouldn't do any good if he came back to him not dead. He wouldn't be bothered by a guard.
Please, Harry, you've done the best you can. And if it is true and you go on like this, well, you'll be in danger, too.
I don't care. That list, Nora, the names on it were alphabetical. And Adams, the foreman, was the first to die.
What are you driving at?
The second name on the list is Baldwin, the district attorney. Baldwin. Wouldn't listen to me last time, but tonight he's got to. I'm going to his home now while there's still time. Mr. Baldwin, you are in danger tonight, I'm sure of it. Deadly danger.
No, you mean it, I'm sure, Will.
Yes.
I thought it was some kind of a gag before. Now I can see you fully believe everything you've said.
Oh, then you will take precautions, at least for tonight.
I've been an officer of the law for 30 years. I've been threatened by a lot of convicted murderers, but not one of them has come back to get me yet.
But you don't understand. The great Randolph is different. He had powers that we know nothing about.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. Now, Wilson, I appreciate your warning, but I can't take it seriously.
Oh, then you won't guard yourself?
No more than usual. I'll lock the door presently. I'm sure that'll keep out any ghosts who may come this way.
Mr. Baldwin, please, it's almost midnight. At least let me stay with you for another hour.
I'm sorry, but I'm about ready to turn in. I expect to sleep well, too. Now, you go on home, do the same, because nobody's going to be harmed tonight by the great Randolph spook. I guarantee it.
Oh, no, please, I wish you'd let me
I couldn't
stay.
think of it. Now, you can find your way out yourself, can't you? I'm sure.
Yes, of course. All right, Mr. Baldwin, I won't bother you any longer. Good night.
Good night, Wilson. Well, he's gone. Said the poor fellow needs to see a psychiatrist. Randolph's ghost. I only hope I never have anything worse to be afraid of than that. Who's there? Who came in just now? Wilson, is that you again?
No, my friend. It is not Wilson.
Who are you? What the devil's the meaning of this?
You don't recognize me, then?
How can I in that cloak with the collar pulled up over your face?
That is to spare the world a sight that should remain forever hidden within the darkness of a coffin. But my voice? Surely you recognize that.
What are you talking about? Now, get out at once, or I'll call for the police.
It would tax their powers to arrest me. They have no authority in the world to which I belong.
No, it can't be.
I see you have recognized me. You should have taken Wilson's warning, Baldwin, because I'm here, the great Randolph, at your service.
Oh, it's impossible.
That's been said of so many things, hasn't it? But I think I can convince you.
No. Stay away. Help!
That won't do you any good. By the time anyone comes, you will have joined me in the world of death.
you. Nora!
Harry, I could hear you calling all the way down the hall.
Nora, where have you been?
I just went out to get the morning papers. Why?
Why? It's happened again. District Attorney Baldwin has been killed.
But how?
Exactly the same way Mr. Adams was killed, strangled, just at midnight.
Oh, no.
And Nora, I think I know the truth now.
What do you mean?
I don't believe it was your father at all. I think it was I that killed them. I killed them both. No, you've got to do it. There's a full moon tonight. You've got to lock me in this apartment.
Oh, but Harry, you couldn't possibly have killed those two men.
I could. I was near the scene at both times, and my mind, it wasn't clear. I don't remember doing it, but don't you see, if I'd been hypnotized, I wouldn't remember.
But, darling, Father couldn't have hypnotized you into committing murder. It's a law of hypnosis. The subject won't do anything he knows is wrong.
I know that, but I can't be sure. I believe that in those few minutes I was with him, somehow Randolph impressed on my mind orders to carry out his vengeance for him.
Oh, darling, I'm sure he didn't. But if you insist, I'll lock you in.
All right. Well, I want you to go now. It might not be safe for you to stay with me.
All right, Harry. I'll go to a movie.
Got to stay locked in until after midnight. Then even if I am hypnotized, I won't be able to do any harm. You do understand, Nora, don't you?
Oh, of course, darling. I'm sure you're wrong, but I'll do anything you say.
All right, now. Lock me in. And don't you come back until after midnight. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Another hour and then I'll know. Will I? Maybe I'll try to get out and I won't remember it. But... Telephone. Yes. Hello. Randolph.
Yes, my boy. I'm glad at least you don't say, no, it's impossible.
No. Where are you, Randolph?
That doesn't matter. I just wanted to warn you. And don't try to interfere with my plans.
But, Randolph, I thought... Hello. Hello. He hung up. That proves that I'm not the one. Then in that case... Yes. That's the only possible answer. I know now what the truth is. I've got to get out of here. The door. I couldn't break it down with an axe. There's no fire escape, and it's 8 floors down to the street. They have it, the superintendent. I can telephone the superintendent, tell him I locked in, and then he'll come and let me out. Judge Dexter. First, Adams died, then Baldwin. Their names were the first two on the great Randolph's list. Your name is third.
And so you think that tonight I'm scheduled to die, huh?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
And you say you warned Baldwin last month just before he was murdered?
I did. And he laughed at me. But he died just the same.
And you're seriously asking me to believe that a dead man legally executed by the state is walking the streets tonight seeking my life?
I tell you, he telephoned me only half an hour ago. I recognized his voice.
You know, of course, that your story sounds like the ravings of an insane mind.
I know it. That's why I kept quiet this last month. I did try to convince the police, the district attorney, and all I got was laughed at. And then...
Yes, and yet, obviously, you're in earnest. I don't think you're crazy.
I'm not. For a little while, I thought that I was the killer.
You? How?
I thought that I was under post-hypnotic control, that Randolph had planted in my mind the impulse to kill his enemies. But that phone call proved that I was wrong.
And what do you propose that we do?
If we went to his tomb, perhaps then we'd learn the truth.
Wilson, what do you want to open Randolph's tomb for?
Don't you see? If we go there and we find Randolph is still in his coffin, then I'll know that the real murderer is my wife, Nora. I have the key right here. I'll have the padlock off in a minute.
Well, then hurry. The moon is bright. I'd hate to have anyone see us.
Yes, all right.
A very strange story. A man in my position prowling around a cemetery at midnight.
We had to come, Judge. We had to make sure. Yeah. Unlocked it. We can open the vault door now.
I'm rather sorry I paid any attention to you, Wilson. But we're here now, so let's get this thing over with. Now, I'm going in first. But don't forget, I'm armed.
Oh, don't worry about me. There, I've shut the door. Be safe to turn on the flashlight now. There. See? There's the coffin.
That's odd.
Huh? What is it, Judge?
The air in here is fresh. This vault has been opened, and very recently.
Then it must have been opened by Randolph.
Oh, nonsense. Open this coffin and I'll prove it. Here. How does it work?
The catch on the side. It can be operated either from the inside or out. There we are. It's unlocked.
Well, then lift the lid, man. Lift it. What? All right, I'll do it. There. There you are. Now, see? There's your precious Randolph, safe and sound, just as I expected. Quite dead. As he's supposed to be.
Still in his coffin.
Yes, and that proves that it... Wilson, shine your flashlight down on the floor. I just touched a body lying here near the wall.
Body? Oh, it's Miller. She's dead.
I don't think so. Here, give me that light. What happened? Why did you turn out the flashlight?
Something knocked it out of my hands. I can't find it.
Because I have it, Harry. That's why you can't find it.
Randolph.
Wilson, what are you saying?
It's Randolph. He's not dead.
Oh, but I am, Harry. But don't let that disturb you. I want to thank you for bringing the judge here to me.
Wilson, where are you? You're trying to play a trick on me?
No, I swear.
He's quite innocent, Judge Dexter. Despanora, she merely came to make sure I was where I'm supposed to be. Just as you did. When I spoke to her, she fainted.
Wilson, get the door open. We've got to have some light in here.
It's no use, Dexter. I can see in the dark like a cat, and you can't.
No.
I have you now.
No, Judge. No, let go.
You're going to die, Dexter. Executed as you ordered me. Executed.
Randolph, let me go. I warn you, Randolph. I've got a gun. I'm going to shoot.
You're too late. You're...
Are you all right? Yes. Yes, I am. Now, see if you can find the flashlight. Right. I think I've taken care of Mr. Randolph. If it was Randolph...
I think I have it. Yes, here it is. Judge, Randolph's body, it's still in the coffin.
I rather thought it would be.
Harry? Harry, is that you?
Oh, no. You're not hurt?
No, just my head. I came here to see your father.
We understand, Mrs. Wilson. And then someone hit you.
Yes, from behind. There was someone here in the vault. I just got a glimpse of him, and then he hit me. But who was it?
That's what we're just about to find out. Now, let me have the flashlight, Wilson. Yes. I think he fell over here. Now, yes, here he is.
But who is he? He was impersonating Father, but who is he?
Here he's lying on his face. You better turn him over.
Carefully now. He's still breathing.
Oh, here. It's Miller, the guard from the penitentiary, the one Randolph said he made a friend of.
Yes, the one who was guarding him just before he was executed.
Oh, that's it. It was Miller. Miller, can you hear me? I'm afraid he's dying.
Before Father was executed, he must have hypnotized this man and ordered him to carry out his fantastic scheme of vengeance.
Oh, it was a trick, but it was a very cunning trick. By means of hypnosis, Randolph used this man as a tool, even though Randolph himself was dead.
He must have recognized that Miller was unusually susceptible.
I think we'll find that Miller was a psychotic to begin with. Otherwise, Randolph's hypnosis would never have worked. For no normal person can be influenced the way Miller was under any circumstances.
Isn't there anything we can do for him?
No. No, he's gone. And with him, the great Randolph has died, too. For good.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So the great Randolph is dead for good, is he? I wonder. After all, Miller wasn't the only guard Randolph had a chance to talk to. Oh, but he couldn't have hypnotized any of the others. I wouldn't give it another thought if I were you. Unless, of course, you were on the jury that convicted Randolph. In that case... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the Mysterious Traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. In tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Richard Coogan, Shirley Blank, and Bill Smith. Original music composed and played by Al Vanelli. All characters in this story were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Hermit is ready to begin.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, The Search for Life? Eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Yeah?
Hale, don't you think it's time you stopped for a while? It's getting awfully late.
Just a moment. I didn't notice what time it was there.
Come on, I have a nice warm supper ready for you.
Well, I'll lock the laboratory door and be right with you.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't work so hard, Hale.
You mustn't worry about me. A research scientist has to work hard.
I've barely seen you these past few weeks. You've never worked this hard before.
And I've never done anything like this before. Here, let me seat you.
Thank you. What are you doing, Hale?
Vera, have you been in my laboratory?
I only went in the other day to clean up.
I didn't notice that you had cleaned up. Same to me.
You came back before I had a chance to do any cleaning.
But being somewhat of a chemist yourself, you studied my notes, eh?
Well, they were there on the desk. I couldn't help but read them. Hale, you must stop it. Stop this experiment immediately.
What I'm doing is nothing more than other men have done before me. The creation of the elements the body needs to live on and on. Yes, possibly the chemical and operative procedure for the recreation of a dead person.
Recreate a dead person? Well, that's impossible.
Why is it? Why is anything impossible if you know the cause and effect and the properties that make it up?
Hale, drop it, please. Don't go ahead with this thing. If you succeed, you'll control a thing that was never meant to be controlled.
Yes, I shall control death.
And the world will bow to you, flock to you at first, and then they'll grow to hate you and despise you for what you've done. They'll seek you out and kill you. Because if death was not to be, someone else would have changed it aeons ago. Hale, you must stop this experiment before you get to... Coming. Why, Court Mander.
Hello, Nada. I came as soon as I received your message from Mr. Browson.
Come in. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Court. You know, I've tried for almost a week to get in touch with you. in here.
I've tried equally hard to make contact with you. You're a celebrity now.
Oh, you don't do so badly in that laboratory yourself. Won't you sit down?
Well, thanks. I can only stay a few minutes. Hale Browson is rather exacting since he's perfected his experiment.
Oh, let's not talk about him. I seem to be afraid of his very name. Bringing dead people back to life. Doing miracles.
I'm his assistant. You're not afraid of me?
Someone I've known all my life, grew up with? Oh, don't be silly. Of course I'm not afraid of you.
Well, Nada Arling, the actress. I never believed it'd be like this.
You doubted my sincerity or my ability?
No, I never doubted either. But that night 6 years ago when you went away, well, that's the way I've always pictured you.
I've never forgotten that night, Court.
Nor I.
I wish we could have had this meeting when I first arrived.
Then you're leaving?
I must, Court.
But why? Is it always going to be like this?
I said 6 years ago, if I ever married, it would be you. But I can't turn back now. I have contracts.
Doesn't the fact that something inside both of us is slipping away mean anything to you?
Our youth is slipping away, and that's the only thing I have.
Our relative proportions and understandings are what I meant.
That's not true. Because I'm Nada Arling and your assistant to Hale Browson, the new creator, even that can't change.
I don't like my position, Nada.
That of waiting for me or as a research scientist?
Both, but I'm afraid of the latter.
I'm surprised. Mr. Browson's discovery has made him the most important person in the world. And you're basking in every glory that's his.
That may mean a great deal to you. But to me, it's something horrible. I only accepted the position as Browson's assistant for one reason.
You accepted him? It was the other way around.
No. He told me what to expect. But I was willing to chance it then. Now I know I was wrong. Already it has begun to show itself. We're going to work the other way.
The other way? To work against creation?
Yes. Hale Browson gave his discovery to the world, thinking its greatness would overshadow any evils it might give rise to. And instead, its evils have overshadowed its greatness and has gone beyond control.
Of course. What you contemplate is murder.
There's no alternative, Nada.
Oh, what of the good you've done?
Good? You haven't seen some of those old people we treat continually. We give them life when their souls cry out to die. That's what we're doing. And everyone calls it good.
You've changed, Court. I didn't know.
I'm sorry, Nada. I shouldn't have come here. You know how I feel about you. I'm entering another world, and you are the only thing that remains between me and... Well, I can stop now. Leave Browson. You and I could go where no one knows us.
Oh, that'd be running away, Court. Something that never solved anything. I know what to expect as I am now. I'm realizing an ambition, and I can't give it all up in a moment.
No. I guess you couldn't. I should have known. Where does your tour take you?
My boat leaves for South America at 6 tomorrow morning. Court.
Yes, Nada?
I want you to promise me something.
All right.
That you'll forget Hale Browson and what you plan to do. Will you promise?
All right. Yes, I promise.
I hope you mean that.
Oh, I do. I do mean it. Are you going to board your boat tomorrow morning?
No, later this evening. They're giving me a reception, and when I leave there, I'm going directly to the boat.
I see.
Leaving so soon?
Yes, I have to be getting back.
Are you going to tell Mr. Browson tonight?
Tonight? Why, that's what I'm going to do now. I'll probably see you at the boat later.
Well, why such an abrupt departure? I wanted to... Strangely yet. Oh, very strange.
Good evening, Mr. Browson.
Court, what on earth brings you here at this hour of the night? I wasn't expecting you until morning.
I had to talk to you.
Come on in. Must be rather important to bring you away from Miss Arling. Sit down.
Thank you.
Seem quite upset about something.
I am.
What's on your mind, Court?
Do you mind if we close that door?
Certainly not. I'll close it. There. Now, what's troubling you?
Hale, have you told Mrs. Browson what we intend doing?
No, I haven't. Naturally, I haven't told anyone.
Good. Hale, before we start allowing them to die when they should, I'm going to kill Nada Arling and bring her back to life.
But why? Why should you want to kill her? You're going to marry the girl.
That's what I had hoped. But it's all changed now.
And why have you come to me? You know almost as much about the procedures as I.
Yes, that's true. But I don't know what chemicals not to use in order that her brain will remember only to a certain point and not beyond.
She won't marry you?
No. Her career is more important to her than I am.
You know this is murder.
But I'll bring her back to life.
And in so doing, you intend creating her mind so it will forget its former fame?
That's what I came to see you about. So far, our creations have been with everything but the mind. That we've been unable to change. When we brought people back to life, their memory patterns remained the same. Now, I know you've been carrying on further research along this line.
Court, I have. My first experiment was tonight.
What was the result?
Just a moment, and I'll show you. Come with me to my laboratory.
Who was it?
Oh, a derelict who had died. Now, just a moment before you enter. The experiment wasn't entirely successful. I brought the subject to life easily enough, but his brain, well, you shall see.
What was that?
Wait until I snap on the light.
In a cage. Looks all right. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him.
Don't go too near that cage. He may look all right, Court, but I assure you he isn't. Look at his eyes.
Yes, they have a wild, starry cast to them.
And his gibberish. What does that sound like to you?
It's almost like an animal.
Yes.
He wasn't insane before he died.
No, he died of a heart attack.
Well, then how did he become like this?
I reconstructed his brain exactly as it was. But the brain must manufacture something of its own that I don't know about. The only way I have of keeping him in that cage is to charge the bars with enough electricity to kill an ordinary man. It only stuns him.
Well, for heaven's sake.
What you see behind those bars is not a recreated human being, but a prehistoric man of gigantic strength.
I wish we had some other place to work. That thing gets on my nerves, jabbering and growling.
I can't let Barry know about this. We'll just have to stick it out, Court.
Oh, this formula of yours.
Yes?
We've been over it 1,000 times, and still the answer's the same. Now, shut up.
Court, please. Don't do that again. If he should break loose with the outer door locked, we wouldn't have a chance.
Well, why don't we kill it?
With what?
Well, we could use a gun. Wouldn't have to go near it to kill it that way.
Never would hear. And besides, I couldn't do a thing like that.
I'm not so sure I couldn't.
Well, we'll find a more humane way than that.
And it's getting late. Time for me to go. I told Nada I'd meet her at the dock.
Nada. Nada.
Cold. I thought you'd wait on the ship.
No, it's best this way.
I was rather hurt the way you left me this evening.
I'm sorry, Nada. Well, come. Sit in the car a few moments. It's warmer in here.
All right. I'm so glad you came down. So glad I was able to see you again before I left.
Nothing could have kept me away.
This will be a long trip.
Yes. It will be.
Court. Is there something wrong?
No.
Is there something troubling you?
No.
I just touched your hands. They're like ice.
It's just chilly down here, that's all.
I was half afraid of you a moment ago. When I looked in your eyes, they seemed to be staring at me oddly.
I want to remember you in case
Yes?
In case I don't see you again.
Oh, we'll see each other again, Court. I'm sure of that.
So am I.
You know, I've waited ever since we got in the car for you to tell me about Mr. Browson.
Mr. Browson?
Your break with him. You made it, didn't you?
Break? Oh, yes. Yes, I told him just what I was going to do.
Oh, such a weight lifted from my mind. Now I can leave without being afraid for you.
Yes, that's right.
That's all past now. When I come back from this tour, it'll be to the young scientist I knew 6 years ago.
Remember that. Remember that.
Court, you look so strange.
Remember the past, Nada.
Court, what are you doing? Court!
Nada, don't struggle, please. Just breathe deep. This poison is sure. I'll wake you soon. Oh, Nada, wherever you are, hear me. Believe me. You're the only life I have. I'll bring you back. But you must remember only the past. You must remember things as they were before. You must remember only the
Nada Arling slumps over dead. Will Court Mander succeed in making her remember only the past? What will happen when he brings her back to life? And the medieval monster in Hale Browson's laboratory, what about him, eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
Court Mander has brought Nada Arling to Hale Browson's laboratory. Mr. Browson is making preparations for the final operation on Nada Arling's brain.
Have those clamps ready. Court, place your fingers here while I put these clamps. Not too much. Tear apart.
I'm holding it. Will those creases smooth out when I let go?
Yes, when I inject these chemicals. There. Clamps are in place. Now for the injections of this fluid. I'm ready for that now. Gently, gently. Now release your fingers slowly. Slowly. Careful.
Oh, this growling frightens me.
These clamps slipped when you moved. I have to put them back on again.
You cause anything more like that to happen, I'll take the shotgun and blow your head off.
Hold your hand steady. Expose the tissues too long, it will die again. We'll have everything to do all over again.
Here, I have it down again.
Steady. Now forget him. Now, just a second. We'll be ready for the solution. Now. That's it. Release the pressure slowly. Slowly.
Right.
See? The creases aren't coming back. Hurry. Hand me that piece of her skull that we cut away.
Here it is in this case.
You bored all the holes in it so we could fasten it down in place?
They're ready.
Now help me again. We must replace it exactly as it was cut away.
I marked it.
Good. Yes. I see the marks. Now, turn it just slightly. There. Hold it in place while I fasten it.
That monster grabbed his cage and the electric shock made him scream.
The lights. Court, they're dimming. Court, he's holding onto the cage and shocking the current. I can't see the work. I stopped the surgery. Our work is useless. Do something quickly.
Oh, the lights have gone out now. Must have caused the fuse to blow.
We haven't any time to waste. Do something, man. That thing. Is he free?
No, he's still in his cage. He's on the floor. Electricity must have stunned him.
Look over there. There's a candle. Light it quickly.
Yes, I see it.
Quick, bring it here. We must finish this operation. My fingers are growing numb holding this tissue in place.
If we can finish before that thing in the cage comes to. Can you see by this candle?
Oh, I must.
Hurry. I think I hear him stirring in his cage.
Can you see if he is?
No, there isn't enough light to see that far. Was the cage intact?
I didn't have time to look. There. I have one clamp in place on the skull. I'll have another in a moment.
What was that?
I didn't hear anything. Here, hold the candle closer.
Nada's coming to. I can see her breathing.
I must hurry. We still have to bandage her head. Oh, I can't seem to get this other clamp through the hole in the skull.
Her breath is coming faster and louder now. I can hear it.
Watch where you're holding the candle.
I can hear her breathe, Hale.
Once I get this fastened, the rest will be easy.
She's breathing so loudly,
Hale, behind you. What? The man! He's out of his cage.
He's coming toward us. He'll kill us.
Wait! We're your friends. We're going to help you. See? Come, follow me.
Hale, Nada.
She's going to be all right for a moment. We must get him back to the cage. Now, that's it. Come along. Court. He's watching you and Nada. He's motioning for you to get away from Nada.
Watch out, Hale. He's reaching for you.
Oh, he's pushing my arm. Court. Quickly, the hypodermic needle on the table. Get it.
Yes, I have it. But he's watching me now. Look what I have here. This will make you feel better. Come just a little closer.
Get him with that needle. Fingers are crushing my arm.
Oh, now just a little closer. I won't hurt you.
Let go of me. Let go. Claude, get him with the hypo quickly. Claude, he looks like he's listening to something. He's loosening his hold on me. In a moment, I might be able to pull free.
Staring at.
Claude, look. Ada is getting up from the operating table.
No, she can't. The operation isn't finished.
Use the hypodermic for her, Claude. Hurry before she stands up. See? She's sitting up now.
Ada, lie down. Oh, get back, you.
He doesn't want you to go near her.
Man.
Ada. Speaking.
Man from the past. We are going back, you and I. And we will take Court Mander and Hale Browson with us.
Court!
Man from the past. Bring Mr. Browson here.
Court, do something. Help me.
Court Mander. Try to move.
I can't. I can't move.
No. You want to. But I now control your will.
They can let me go. He's killing me. Court, talk to her eyes. They can bring her here. Have her make this inhuman monster. Let me go.
Hale Browson. You must die.
No, you can't do this to me. It's murder.
You have murdered many.
But it was different. It was the only way.
Man from the past, you must hurry. I'm not much longer for this earth.
They're crushing my head. My head.
Man from the past, you would be dead. You're not for this world. They brought you back against your will. Court Mander, you spoke of shooting this man. Where is the gun?
In the gun rack. On the wall there.
Get it. Bring it here. Point the gun at that poor, mixed-up soul of yesterday with the body of today.
No.
Now, so that he may have peace and rest, pull the trigger.
No.
Pull the trigger, I say. I haven't much more time. Court Mander, you and Hale Browson have been violating the eternal law. Man is born to die, and die he must. Your soul will never rest in this world, but it will never come back. There is one more shot in the gun, Court.
Yes, Nada.
Hand the gun to me.
Yes, Nada.
I must lie down on the table here. Stand in front of me.
Yes, I am here.
This is the end of the world you created. Now we may all rest in our graves. Hale! Court! What has happened? Hale! Court! Open the door, please! Hale! What is it? What is it, Hale?
Browson's cries go unanswered. Hale Browson and Court Mander are dead. They will bring no more dead back to life. Now, turn on your lights. Turn them on. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. An old saying is, dead men tell no tales. Nothing could be farther from the truth. In the United States alone, there are several cases on record in which the police, after finding no clue upon which to work, have been led directly to the murderer by a force which, for want of a better name, we call supernatural. Washington Square, an old residential district which has stood still and aloof as the rest of the city has rushed on in the mad whirl of modernism. The houses still have iron railings before them. The street lamps are few and far between. The causeway is cobbled, uneven and hard to walk on. Not a house but has its 5 or 6 steps leading up to the front door. And full bells have not yet been replaced by the shrill ringing electric bells. A soft snow falls, softening the harsh outlines of the buildings, sidewalk and street. Parking lawn and these are all one, a wavy blanket of glistening white. A light shows in number 21, where Jack Hunter addresses a strange company of guests. Now, everyone please make yourselves as comfortable as possible. Cigarettes in that lacquer box, cigars in the humidor. You'll find drinks to your taste in that cabinet. I'm going to stand here, if you don't mind, and explain this, well, rather unusual situation.
I've simply been on pins and needles ever since I received your letter.
Yes, I can believe that. Putting it as simply as possible, every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, has at some time or another lived in this house, sometime during the past 32 years.
I lived here in 1911, for exactly 4 nights.
Well, that's 1 night longer than I would stay. I insisted that George move me out the 3rd night. I couldn't stand it.
I believe that I'm right in assuming that each and every one of us has had the same experience.
I lived here 1 whole year, so possibly I did experience a little more than the rest of you.
Yes, Mr. Strange. According to my records, you have lived longer in the house than anyone else. Suppose you summarize.
Well, the first night I slept here, nothing happened. But the second night, I woke with that strange feeling that something was in the room. I was about to turn up the light when I came to a realization that it wasn't necessary, although it was quite dark. I could see figures. They were ranged along the sides of my bed and across the bottom. I couldn't tell about the top. Frankly, I was too frightened to move.
That's just exactly what happened to me.
I saw them the first night. They just stood there and stared and stared. They never said a word. And I couldn't.
That was my experience. And it happened no less than 103 times in 1 year. Gradually, I got used to them. Used to speculate to myself that some of them were more dense, more material than others. Especially one who very often came by herself. A woman.
May I interrupt?
Certainly.
The woman is the key to the whole problem. May I take the story from there?
Yes,
of course. Almost any minute now, Mr. Crawford will arrive. He wrote to me and said that he had the solution to this visitation and that he'd be here tonight. Until he arrived, I'll tell you about the woman. It was 1909. I lived about 1.5 miles from here. And one morning, snowing, wintry as could be, I left the house to go downtown to my office. I was walking along past Cortlandt Park, when the officer on the beat, Pat O'Malley,
Top of the morning to you, sir. And it's a right brisk morning that it is, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, yes, Pat. Like the old days when we were kids going to school.
Yes, sir. Them was the days. We never appreciate them till we have to be up and going in the mornings and off to work. Why, sir? What are you looking at?
Look, Pat, over in the park. Doesn't that look like the outline of a body there under the snow?
Sure, and that it does, sir. And we'll be after going and satisfying ourselves that everything is all right.
Yeah, if we can open the gate. I'll bet it's frozen stiff in this cold.
Then we'll just have to climb the railing, and that we will. Oh, sure now, and don't you be spoiling them good gloves of yours, Mr. Hunter. I'll open them gates.
Yeah, they're opening.
Oh, well, whatever it is, it must have lain there all night. There's not a trace of footprints or anything else.
Yes, Pat. Now that I'm close to it, it looks more like a body than ever.
Well, we'll soon be after finding out that we will. Ooh, all wet and sticky.
And red. She's been murdered, Pat.
And that's no lie. For never yet did anybody stab themselves in the small of the back like this one's been stabbed. Well, I'll call the patrol and we'll take her to the morgue.
I don't know if any of you remember the affair.
I do. There never was a trace of the murderer or anything. The papers were full of it. Called it Philadelphia's Unsolved Mysteries.
Correct. I appeared at the inquest. But today, no one but myself knows any more than they did then.
You say no one but yourself?
Yes. I moved from where I was living about 5 years later and came to live here. The first night, I went to bed dead tired from all the hustle of moving, and just as soon as I'd set my alarm clock, I fell sound asleep. Midnight. The bedroom fills with ghostly, shadowy shapes, wisps of an intangible something formed in the likeness of human forms. Transparent. Horribly transparent. They ranged themselves about the bed, and in ghastly silence they stared down upon the man Jack Hunter lying there. Jack stirs uneasily in his sleep, turns and tosses, twists himself about, and opens his eyes. Frozen with fear, he lies staring with wide eyes. His lips form words, questions, but nothing that he can do, no effort that he can make will force words out. Another shape enters the room. A woman. Those shadowy nothings about the bed look at the newcomer, and one by one they melt into nothingness. The woman advances to the bed.
You can help me.
What? What is that you said?
You can help me. I was murdered. I cannot rest until my murderer is known.
The woman. The murdered woman I found in the park.
Yes. You found me in the park. You know my murderer.
I know your murderer.
Yes. Come with me. Follow me to the living room. You will help me. You will let me rest.
Jack Hunter follows the woman through the archway into the living room. She stops before the grand piano, turns her ghastly eyes upon him, And then pointing to a portrait, his wife's portrait.
He murdered me.
Jack claps his hands to his eyes, rocks to and fro, and with a crash falls to the floor in a dead faint. It was almost daylight when I came to. I was pretty groggy.
Oh, what a horrible experience. To find your wife accused of murder.
The horrible part of it was true.
What? You can't.
Yes. My wife had been in a private institution for the violently insane for years. She escaped. I knew nothing about her escape, but I investigated. She returned to the institution 2 days later, her clothes bloodstained. And the institution management, glad to get her back so easily, never said a word.
But why? Why in the name of heaven has all this happened in this house? To the rest of us, we've never done anything for which we should be haunted. Not by one ghost, but by dozens.
I think that ring at the doorbell is the answer we're seeking.
Mr. Crawford?
Yes, Mr. Crawford. I'll go and let him in. Make yourselves comfortable.
I'll be darned if I know what to make of it.
No lie. I'm just as puzzled as I was when I lived here.
Well, we'll see what Crawford has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crawford.
How do you do this?
I have told them, Mr. Crawford, the story to date.
About your wife?
Everything.
In order to understand this, you must realize that Washington Square is very much changed from what it was back in the 80s. Over where the hotel stands today is where the old courthouse used to be. Down there where the gasoline station stands used to be old Meeker's stables. The jail used to stand where the hotel stands now.
This house, that's what we want to know.
Yes. I've been on pins and needles. I still am.
This house used to be the morgue.
After you've heard from your sponsor, a solution to the Washington Square mystery will be given. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you've been waiting.
You said, Mr. Crawford, that this house used to be the morgue?
Yes, I did.
But that still doesn't explain it.
It does, as far as I'm concerned.
You see, when you begin dealing with the mysterious realm beyond the practical and concrete things of life, things that can be weighed, seen, felt, and otherwise measured, you start dealing with situations that can only be investigated by comparison.
What do you mean by comparison?
Comparisons of happenings of a like nature. Comparisons with the experiences of thousands of reputable people who have testified to similar experiences.
You mean that if someone is emotionally upset in a certain house, the imprint of that emotion will be left in the house, almost like a photograph?
That is the claim of many.
Even if people know nothing of what has happened?
Yes. Have you ever walked into a house and had an unexplainable feeling of dislike for the place?
Why, yes, of course.
What causes it? Well, there are many people who say it's an invisible influence left by the previous occupants or previous happenings. It is easy to imagine the heartbreaking scenes in this morgue, the air of gloom, the constant stream of people walking through this building. There's nothing in their mind but the identification of persons were being murdered or otherwise met violent death.
Then these things which we saw and heard are, well, our own sensitive natures becoming aware of what you call invisible photographs of previous happenings.
Yes, that is the theory advanced. In that state between sleeping and waking, these previous happenings took on an almost tangible form. And when you came back to consciousness, fully aware of what had happened and fully convinced that you had been quite awake the whole time.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ann Southern.
Billy, turn that radio down. How can we play bridge?
Okay, Mom.
I like the Autolite show, but not so loud. Whose deal is it, May?
Mine, Mary.
My husband Ed always listens, too. When he's home on Thursdays, our house sounds just like his service station.
I know what you mean.
Tonight's probably Spark Plug night. You'd think the announcer with his commercials would be enough, but no. It's switched to Autolite resistor.
Spark Plug. I know. Batteries and ignition systems.
Well, Dora, what are you dreaming about?
Oh, Autolite? You mean the show with Ann Southern? Oh, Mary, tell Billy to turn up the radio again. I wouldn't miss the
Billy,
phone.
will you turn the radio up? Your Aunt Dora
Yes, ma'am.
Suspense. Autolite and 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrill. Starring tonight, Miss Ann Southern in Anton Leader's production of Beware the Quiet Man, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
What do you have?
Bourbon and soda with a twist of lemon.
Okay, coming right up. Say, your name, Margie.
Yeah. How'd you know?
You generally come in here with a heavy-set guy, black wavy hair, wears a big diamond?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in a while ago. Said that he'd be late, but for you to be sure and wait for him.
But I can't wait. I gotta get home to my... I gotta get home. How late do you say it'd be?
Oh, about an hour.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, give me some nickels.
Here. Here you are.
Thanks. Hello? Mr. Banning, please. Yeah, Mr. Arthur Banning. Arthur? Margie. I'm going to be late for supper. Yeah, I ran into a girl I used to know at Lincoln High. She wants me to have a drink with her. Yeah. And say, will you pick up some hamburger on the way home and start the potatoes? I'll be there as quick as I can. Bye.
Here's your drink.
Well, here's mud in your eye.
There's a young fella down here in the bar wants to buy you one.
No, thanks.
Well, it looks like a nice guy.
That tall blonde fellow over by the mirror?
None other. And you got a whole hour to kill.
Is he... He isn't drunk, is he?
Nah, he's had a few, but he always carries it good. I might help pass the time.
Say, what's it to you anyway?
$5. I said, I'd sure appreciate it.
He offered you $5 to get me to have a drink with him?
Yeah.
He is kind of good looking. Well, okay. Sure, what the heck, I'll have a drink with him.
Hey, so you're married. Nothing wrong with having a drink together, so what? I figure what your old man don't know won't hurt him.
I said I'd have a drink with you. If you've got any other ideas, I'll buy my own.
Oh, now, don't get me wrong, honey. I spotted you as a good kid the minute you ankled in here. You just like excitement, that's all. And I'm the guy that can dish it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, I'm a private eye. Yeah, no kidding, like you hear about on the radio.
Gee, what a break for me.
You just stick around me, honey, and you'll get plenty of excitement.
Yeah, I'll bet.
You know, you take this new client of mine now. Bet you anything he makes the headlines tomorrow. 10 to 1, he'll murder his wife.
Oh, yes, sure.
He hired me to find out if his wife's been stepping out. I felt kind of sorry for the guy. Probably doesn't have the money to take her out himself. He's a bank teller at Second National.
Bank teller? What's his name?
Oh, honey, no, that stuff's confidential. Matter of fact, I'm not supposed to talk about cases at all.
Oh, go on. I won't tell anybody.
Well, no, you don't look like the kind of babe that blabs everything she knows. How about that drink, huh?
Sure.
Hey, Charlie, 2 over here, huh?
In the works.
You know, he sort of gave me the creeps, this guy. Just sat there eating his lunch, calm as you please, and all the time figuring how to kill his wife.
How'd you know what he was figuring?
Well, for one thing, he didn't want evidence for a divorce. He sort of looked at me funny and said, I just want to know, that's all. If Margie is stepping out, I'll take care of it my own way.
Margie?
Yeah, that's his wife's name, Margie. Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you drank the last one too fast.
No, I'm fine. I'm just naturally pale, that's all. You were saying about this client? You figure he's going to murder his wife?
Oh, sure. It's in a bag. Either that or suicide.
Suicide?
But he's more the type for murder.
Oh, one of those big brutal guys. Sort of mean looking, huh?
No. Quiet, mouthy. Kind doesn't have much to say. Those are the guys you gotta watch.
But why?
Because they never let you know what they're really thinking. Not until it's too late.
They don't?
You know, most guys, when they find their wives stepping, will raise Cain. Maybe they'll even get a divorce, but they don't get sore enough to murder.
Yeah.
But these quiet fellas, you know, they put the little woman on a pedestal. You wouldn't catch them out with other women, not in a million years. And when they discover their one and only's been kicking up her heels, oh, brother, watch out.
Sorry.
And the worst of it is they go on acting like nothing's wrong, you see. And then all of a sudden, whango, they explode.
They explode?
Yeah. You know, like I always say, beware the quiet man. Like this new client of mine, for example, calm. You never met anybody calmer, but
What does he look like?
Oh, well, he's just about average, I guess. Brown hair, getting sort of thin on the top, a little bit stoop-shouldered.
Medium height? Wear glasses?
Yeah, you know him?
No, I don't know any of the boys. Excuse me.
Hey, where you going?
I gotta make a phone call just in the middle of something. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Ralph? Margie. I can't see you this afternoon. No, I'm not sure about you being late. But whatever you do, don't come into Charlie's place. Yeah, that's where I am now. You bet there's something wrong. There's plenty wrong. Either this guy I'm talking to is crazy, or else Arthur's planning to murder me.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Ann Southern in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Well, Dora, we're down 200 on that hand.
Oh, are we?
It's easy to see there's no playing bridge with you girls with Suspense on. So let's stop playing and switch to Autolite spark plugs or whatever for the rest of the half hour, huh?
Oh, Mary, I could kiss you. You're such an understanding sister-in-law, and I don't want to miss a single word. What about you, May?
Dora, did you know that my husband knows Frank Martin, the Autolite salesman?
He does? Well, then let's listen to Mr. Martin.
Right now, you can get Autolite resistor spark plugs almost anywhere in the United States. They're sensational. Why, no other spark plug will give and maintain such performance. Autolite worked with leading car and truck manufacturers, and they ignition engineered a 10,000 ohm resistor right into the Autolite spark plug that permits a wider spark gap setting and maintains it far longer than in other spark plugs. Actually, when you replace your narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you can tell the difference in your car.
Oh, dear. And to think that I'll hear every word of that again from Ed when I get home.
Now, here's the simple lowdown. As a result of the wide gap in the resistor spark plugs, your engine idles smoother, you have better luck with lean gas mixtures, and save gas. And within established limits, you reduce spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Yes, and today you can get the resistor spark plug from almost any of Autolite's 60,000 dealers. That's the biggest spark plug news in years.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Ann Southern as Margie in Beware the Quiet Man, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I stood there on the phone for a minute after I hung up. I wasn't scared exactly. But I had to let those words sink in. Either this guy I'm talking to is crazy, or else Arthur's planning to murder me. I went back to the bar. I had to find out.
Oh, beautiful. I thought you got lost. Sit down, sit down.
Thanks. Now, about this fella, the one who's going to murder his boss.
Oh, let's stand the shop talk. I want to hear about you. I don't even know your name.
Did he say what made him think she was stepping out?
She's supposed to belong to some bridge club the bank teller's wife got up. But friends of his saw her downtown a couple of times on a bridge date.
Is that all?
You know, honey, you're pretty smart. You make like you're really interested in a guy's work.
Oh, but I am.
You know, I had a little doll once I thought plenty of. Would have married her, maybe, but only every time I started talking about a case, she shut me up.
Never mind about your little dolls. What about this guy?
Hey, you're jealous. Well, what do you know?
I'm not jealous. I only want to know.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. Sure, a cute little doll like you doesn't want to hear a guy spouting off about another dame. Yeah, maybe I had a few too many.
I just want to hear about this bank teller. Have you met his wife, maybe?
No, but he showed me a picture of her.
Oh, then you know what she looks like. Oh.
Hey, what's the funny?
Never mind, the joke's on me.
Hey, maybe you better not have any more to drink. You're acting kind of screwy.
Oh, I feel wonderful. Well, here's to you. A long life.
Yeah.
A long, long life.
Yeah. Down the hatch. Yeah. Poor little Margie. You know, you showed me a snapshot of her in her bathing suit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy, was she stacked. As a matter of fact, about your height and build, you're blonde like you, too.
Was she as pretty as I am?
I couldn't see her face. It's kind of blurred.
Oh.
He's bringing me a better picture of her tomorrow.
Oh, I think I'd like another drink.
You know, honey, you better start taking vitamins or something. You're pale as a sheet.
I said I wanted another drink.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, Charlie, two more the same, huh? Yeah, poor little Margie. You know, that's one thing I can never figure out. The cute little dolls with flirtatious eyes always pick some homely, quiet gink when it comes to settling down. And the handsome He-Man who has to beat off the dames with a club, what does he do? He marries a drab little pigeon. Yeah, that's why we get so many axe murders, I guess.
Axe murders?
Only in this case, he'll use a gun.
But he doesn't have a... I mean, most bank clerks don't own guns.
Oh, well, this one does. Now.
Give me a light, will you?
Yeah, sure. There you are. Hey, maybe if you lay off for booze, honey, and take a tonic or something, you'll feel better. Look at your hands. They're trembling.
How do you know he has a gun?
Oh, I get it. Why'd you tell me?
Tell you what?
You got a squeamish stomach. All this talk about guns and shooting. No, honey, I'm sorry. I won't say one more word about it, I promise.
I'm not squeamish and I don't need vitamins. I want to know how you know this bank teller guy has a gun.
All right, so I'm going to a pawn shop and buy one. You know, honey, I could really go for you. The funny thing, we never even introduced ourselves. That's something we got to do. My name's Cluson. Lem Cluson. What's yours?
You mean that man bought a gun and now he's home waiting to murder his wife in cold blood?
Oh, no. He won't do anything until he gets my report.
Oh.
You see, tomorrow I check with her friends to see if she's been going to bridge club like she's supposed to.
Yeah.
And I meet my client for lunch and get a picture of Margie. And I take it around to the downtown bars to find out if she's been seen with anybody. And then I give my client the report when he gets off work.
Yeah. And then?
And if his suspicions are right, and they usually are, it's all over but the shooting.
The shooting?
Yeah. Bang, bang, honey. That's all. Bang, bang. Say, what'd you say your name was?
I've got to get home.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Arthur.
Oh, I was beginning to worry about you.
Well, I really couldn't help being late for dinner. I wanted to leave, but Maid Belle, that's her name, you know, the girl I used to go to school with, she kept talking yucca to yucca, and I just couldn't walk out on her in the middle of a sentence.
That's all right. I didn't mind. Hey, the potatoes are all ready like you told me. Shall I,
No, I'll hurry dinner. You just sit down and read the paper.
Huh? Well, thank you, dear. You all right? You look a little flushed.
Oh, I'm fine. I was just rushing, that's all. It'll be ready in a minute. Did you have a hard day, darling?
Oh, usual. People are taking out more money these days than they're putting in.
Yeah, prices are awful, aren't they? I mean, nothing happened today?
Oh, a funny thing. Man came rushing in this morning, first thing the doors were opened. Wanted to withdraw all the money from their joint account before his wife beat him to it. Seems she was leaving him for another man.
Oh, how awful.
Oh, yeah. While he was there, she appeared. You should have heard her carry on. She was a real shrew.
Well, what happened?
Oh, nothing. He didn't say a word. He was a gentleman. But I'll bet if he'd had a gun, he'd have killed her. Oh, well. Seems things like that happen all the time. Newspapers full of it.
Are you mad at me, Arthur? Are you mad at me?
Am I mad at you? Why, no. Should I be?
Arthur, darling, I've got something to confess.
Well, fire away.
I didn't go to bridge club last week.
No? I thought you'd die before you gave up bridge.
Oh.
Really, honey, you look awfully seedy.
No, I'm fine. I feel fine. I had sort of a quarrel with Lorraine. I didn't want to tell you because you're always talking about how women can't get along with each other. Instead of going to bridge club, I went shopping. Instead.
Fine. Only I hope you didn't go over the budget.
Oh, no.
That's good. I always said bridge was a waste of time.
Then you're not angry about anything?
Why, no. Why should I be?
Oh, Arthur.
What's the matter now?
I don't deserve a swell husband like you.
Oh, I'm not so hot.
Oh, you always do the dinner dishes and bring me my breakfast in bed on Sunday mornings. The only morning you have to sleep. Arthur, I'd feel terrible if anything ever happened to us.
Well, what's going to happen?
Suppose someday you got real mad and exploded.
Exploded?
Yeah. What if you got a gun and shot me dead?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Margie. Where do you get those crazy ideas?
You mean no matter how mad you got, no matter what I did to make you mad, you wouldn't shoot me dead?
Margie, you know I'd rather die than hurt one hair on your head.
Oh, Arthur, not suicide.
Say, how many drinks did you and Maid Belle have?
Arthur, I want you to know I'm going to change. I'm going to be a better wife from now on. I'll stay home all the time and darn your socks.
You? Darning socks.
You just wait and see. I'll get up every morning and make your breakfast.
Oh, Margie, you know you won't do any of those things.
I will, too.
Nonsense. Women like you never change.
I will, too. I'll change right away. Tomorrow.
Besides, I don't want you to. Oh, come here, baby. I want you to stay just exactly the way you are right now.
Just exactly, Arthur?
I love you very much. Just the way you are.
Oh, Arthur.
Hey, that reminds me. I made an appointment for you tomorrow at 10. You're having your picture taken.
A picture?
I showed a fellow that old snapshot of you today. The one we took at the beach. It was so dog-eared he couldn't see what you looked like, and I realized we didn't have a single decent picture of you at all, so
But why have it taken tomorrow?
Well, the studio next to the bank is having a special advertising the new 60-minute service.
60-minute service?
Yeah. That way I can pick up the finished picture before I go to lunch.
I don't want my picture taken.
Well, now you're being silly.
I won't do it.
Well, honey, what's the matter?
Don't touch me. I won't have my picture taken. I won't. Good night.
Sort of gave me the creeps, this guy. Sat there eating his lunch, calm as you please, all the time figuring how to kill his wife. Quiet, mousy. That's the kind you gotta watch. Never let you know what they're really thinking. All of a sudden, wango, they explode. Bang, bang, honey. That's all. Bang, bang.
Oh, no. Oh, there must be some mistake. Arthur wouldn't hurt me. He wouldn't. I won't think about it. I'll take a sleeping powder and go to bed. The gun. He did buy a gun. It's all true. Every word of it's true. Hello? Ralph. I told you never to call me here. No, it isn't all right. Arthur brought a gun home last night. Yes, a gun. Claimed he was keeping it for a friend. That's all he say. Yeah, I think so. Just a minute. I'll look. Ralph, the gun's gone. He must have taken it to work. Oh, don't you see? As soon as he finds out for sure, he'll kill... No. I never want to hear from you again. I gotta think. Oh, now the doorbell. Oh, Lorraine. Well, who'd you expect, darling? Frankenstein? Aren't you going to invite me in? Well, I was just going out. Don't be silly. You're not dressed. I'm in a hurry, Lorraine. So am I. I'm late at the beauty shop now. But I was driving past anyway, so I thought I'd drop in and give you the latest on the girls at the Bridge Club. Well, some other day. Honestly, Margie, this is choice. You know what I heard about Mrs. Dentler? You know, she's the wife of Ben Dentler, the new teller at the bank. The one from Chicago. Lorraine, if you don't mind. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her. Of course, you haven't been around lately. Well, she's kind of a pretty little thing in a plucked eyebrow sort of way. But you should hear what her husband told my husband. Lorraine, of course, I promised Ed I wouldn't breathe a word. Crying out loud, Lorraine. What brought that on? I haven't time to stand and gossip. What's wrong with you today, anyway? You're as nervous as a cat. I'm all right, perfectly all right. But here it is, 10:30. 10:30? Good heavens, I'm a half hour late. Well, goodbye. I've got to run. Oh, darling. Be sure and read the Gazette tomorrow. They're running a story about our bridge benefit. Okay, goodbye. Pictures and everything. They didn't have time to take a new picture, but I gave them one we took to the Valentine party. The one I was in? They're publishing it? Why, sure. I don't want my picture in the paper. But yours was the only flattering one in the group. The reporter picked you out right away. He seemed quite smitten. Oh, yes. He asked all about you. Of course, I told him that you didn't come to meetings very often. The Gazette doesn't use men reporters for society? Well, they do now, dear. He didn't sound much like a reporter, though. He kept calling me honey. Tall, blonde, fast talker? Why, yes. And you gave him my picture? Well, of course. What was his name? Oh, well, let's see. Funny name. I think it was Clusen. Lem Clusen. But, Charlie, it's a matter of life and death. I've got to get hold of Lem before noon.
Well, like I said, he ain't been in.
You sure he never told you where he was?
No, he's gumshoeing for some private detective office.
Oh, give me some nickels. Lots of nickels. I got some telephoning to do. That's me, detective agency. You have a man named Clusen working for you? Lem Clusen? No? Thanks. Random agency? I want Mr. Clusen, Lem Clusen. Oh. Yeah, I guess I have the wrong number. Hello, detective. I'm looking for a man named Lem Clusen. No, I don't want to hire you to find him. But you're the last one in the book. He's got... Okay, sorry.
No luck?
No.
I just remembered. Lem said the guy he works for just opened up in town. Probably ain't no phone book yet.
Read all about it.
Go on, Dig, get out of here.
Bank teller suicide. Read all about
That fresh kid, just because I won't let him in here peddling his papers, he yells in the door.
Did he say thanks to yourself?
Yells in here every darn day. Hey, wait. Hey, you didn't finish your drink,
Hey, music.
Hey,
boy. Hey, newspaper. Boy. Come here, boy.
Read all about it. Bank suicide.
Hey, you boy.
Paper lady?
Did you say suicide?
Right in the Second National Bank. You want a paper?
Yeah. Here.
Guy's wife steps out with another joke. So the poor dope says, goodbye, Margie, and pulls the trigger. Here you are, lady. Bank suicide. Read all about it.
Well, if it isn't Margie.
Get away from me, Lem Clusen.
Heard you were looking for me. Well, here I am. Boy, have I got a lot to tell you.
Let me alone. I want to read.
Oh, that write-up's no good. Here, give it to me. Yeah, that's better. Now come on into Charlie's and I'll give you the inside.
Give me back my paper, you murderer.
Murderer? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I get it. You figure he bumped himself off on account of my report. That's a screwy part. He didn't even wait for the report. I got it right here in my pocket.
Take your hand off my arm.
Oh, look, honey. Now, come on. You're coming into Charlie's if I have to drag you.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I figured you'd be sore. Like spouting off the way I did in Charlie's yesterday. But how did I know who you were? Yeah, here we are. Hey, Charlie, 2 bourbon highs, double.
I don't want a drink.
Should have seen my face this morning when that screwy friend of yours gave me the picture of your bridge club.
Oh, never mind.
And there you were, as real as life and just as cute. I said to myself, why, you dumb ox, you got that little doll worried sick. And then when I read in the paper about my client giving your husband the gun to keep for fear he'll use it on himself, I think, holy cow.
What did you say?
And then I think, I bet she figures I planned the whole thing just to scare her.
What do you mean?
Oh, now don't try to kid me, Margie. You know you figured that client of mine was your husband. That he was going to bump you off?
You mean he wasn't?
No, your name's Banning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, my client's name was Dentler, Benjamin Dentler. Funny thing, his wife being named Margie, too. Yeah, I never thought he'd do it anyway.
Oh, I think I'd like that drink after all.
Well, here's that, honey.
So that's the gossip Lorraine was trying to tell me. Dentler, the teller from Chicago.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about you.
And Arthur really was keeping the gun for a friend of his.
Hey, I'll tell you what, honey. I know a quiet little spot across town where we can eat, dance, anything we want.
You might have told me about Dentler.
It's a cute little place, baby. They got a knocked-out band, and what a push.
I wonder why Arthur wouldn't talk to me about it.
Well, what do you say?
Say? To what?
Well, you and me, honey. Our date.
Oh. You're asking me to step out with you?
Well, why not?
How about my husband?
Oh, that mousy little guy. We got nothing to worry about from him.
But I thought you always said, beware the quiet man. You never know what they're really thinking.
But this is...
No, but. If you'll pardon me, Mr. Lemclusen, I'm going home and start his supper.
Thank you, Ann Southern, for a splendid performance. Miss Southern will be back in just a moment.
Dora, I apologize. That show was better than a 6-note drum had.
Why, Mary, first thing you know, you'll be in Ed's class, quacking about Autolite resistor spark plugs like Donald Duck. Deal me a great big hand, Mary, and watch me get back that 200 we went down. You know, I must get me a set of those spark plugs.
Why not? Ask Ed tomorrow to put a set of those Autolite resistor spark plugs in your car.
Oh, well then, May, will you tell Ed I'll be over tomorrow?
I certainly will.
My old car's going to get Autolite resistor spark plugs, too.
Yes, switching to Autolite is safe, sane, sound, sober judgment, and a sure way to spark plug satisfaction. That's why everybody's switching to Autolite. Autolite means resistor spark plug, ignition-engineered spark plug. Autolite means batteries, stay full batteries. Autolite means ignition systems, the lifeline of your car.
And now, here again is Miss Ann Southern.
I've enjoyed this appearance on Suspense very much. And as a regular Suspense listener, I'm looking forward to next week when Martha Scott stars in Crises, a powerful study in...
Suspense.
Ann Southern appears by courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of Julia Misbehaves, starring Walter Pidgeon and Greer Garson. Tonight's suspense play was written by Toby Hall, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Martha Scott in Crises.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show, calling the people of the USA. Here's your potty, sir.
Thank you. This is CARE Incorporated. It's been 9 years now, 9 years since Europe's people have been able to live decently, buy clothes to wear, get enough to eat. That's a long time. It's far too long. Our government is doing something about it. Its long-range program will help restore economic prosperity. But there won't be any immediate direct help for the people who are hungry today. They can look only to us, to you and me. We can send help through CARE. The 40,000 calories of food, good food, in a CARE package goes a long way. Because CARE is non-profit, government approved, it will deliver your package in Europe for just $10. $10 sent to CARE will supplement rations of a family of 4 Europeans for a month. Won't you help? Remember the name and address, CARE, C-A-R-E, New York.
Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Suspense with Martha Scott.
Hey, it's time for the Autolite radio show, Mom.
Better wake your dad up.
I know darn well he won't want to miss it.
You're right.
Hey, Dad. This'll get him. Dad, who makes the Stay Full batteries?
Autolite.
And who makes spark plugs and complete ignition systems for your car?
Autolite.
And what radio show do the Autolite people put on over CBS every Thursday night?
What? Hey, it's time for Suspense. Switch on the radio, Billy.
The radio's on, dear. Just be quiet and listen.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Martha Scott in Anton Leder's production of Crisis, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Mrs. Norquist. Mrs. Norquist. It's the doctor, Mrs. Norquist.
What? Coming. Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I fell asleep.
I told you not to. I warned you.
I couldn't help it.
Let me see the baby.
How is he? Is he better?
Well, pneumonia's tricky. Temperature 106.
Oh, all day long it's been 106. If he'd only move, if he'd only cry. Oh, Doctor, you've got to do something.
Mrs. Norquist, get hold of yourself. Fasten that sheet down. It's important that you don't let any of that steam escape.
All right, it's just that I'm so tired. When will the nurse be here?
There won't be a nurse.
Oh, nurse, but you said there...
I've tried everywhere. It's the worst epidemic since 1918. The hospitals are full.
Oh, but I can't go on without a nurse. I can't.
Well, isn't there someone who can help you? Some neighbor?
There's no one.
Well, what about your husband? When's he due back?
2 or 3 days.
Maybe you'd better send for him.
You don't mean the baby?
Well, you can't keep this up. You need help.
Oh, I didn't want to worry Paul. This business trip's so important to him. Besides, I expected to get a nurse. Why, he doesn't even know the baby's sick.
You'll have to do it alone, then. How's the sulfur holding out?
I have enough.
Good. Now, don't neglect the steam for an instant. Keep up the warm alcohol sponge bath. Don't leave his side. I'll try to get back in the morning. And don't sleep. No matter how tired you get, no matter how you scream for it, you must not sleep. Here, take these pills. They'll help you.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, is little Kurt going to make it?
Well, that you'll know one way or the other before morning.
Oh?
Crack that temperature tonight, and he'll pull through. It's the crisis.
Poor baby.
thin legs. Kick the covers, darling. Kick them. That's what legs are for. You don't want to give up now, Kurt. You're just beginning. You haven't seen half there is. You've never thrown a snowball or hit a home run or gone fishing with your dad. Oh, Kurt. Kurt, you should be in a hospital. Not in a homemade croup tent with a kettle of steam under your bed. In a hospital with nurses in white starched uniforms. Nurses who are awake, whose hearts don't break when they look at you. I mustn't think about it. Steam. Kettle under the bed. Steam to breathe. Another kettle on the stove. Sponge baths every few minutes. Every few minutes. Temperature 106. Temperature 106. Temperature 106. How many times I took it, I don't know. Nothing in the room seemed real or tangible anymore. Nothing but the steam. Steam. I watched it, hypnotized. Now it was an eraser on a blackboard removing today's problems. Now it was a windshield wiper pushing aside the rain so I could see ahead of me. The vision slowly cleared. And then I saw it. A light. No, 6 lights. Bright flames, birthday candles, 6 birthday candles on top of a white cake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, little Kurt. Happy birthday to you. 6 years old. You're a big boy now, son.
I want my present.
Oh, mercenary little creature, isn't he, Paul?
Okay, Monkey, here it is. Here, son, let me help you.
Leave it alone.
What?
Don't you dare touch it.
Oh, now look here, Kurt.
Please, Paul, it's his birthday.
All right. Go ahead, unwrap it.
Well, Kurt, don't you like it?
No.
Oh, why, Kurt Norquist, how can you say such a thing after your daddy bought you a wonderful fire engine?
Why didn't you get me one with 1 seat?
Well, what's wrong with 2 seats?
When it's got 2 seats, you gotta let some other kid ride with you.
But don't you want to share your fun with your little friends?
I don't like nobody to have fun but me.
Kurt, you come back here.
Let him go, Paul.
Oh, but
He's
Mary.
just a little boy. He'll get over it.
Well, I hope so.
There were more birthdays, but as Kurt grew, a mounting fear began to grow in me, too. He looked like a choir boy, but there was something else hiding back of those innocent eyes. At 8, he forged his report card. At 10, he stole some things from the dime store. By the time he showed promise of being taller than his father, his personality, in spite of everything we tried to do, was really beginning to frighten us.
You wanted to see me, Father?
Yes, I did. Your mother and I are very concerned about you.
Again?
Why weren't you in school all week?
It bores me.
Well, where were you? What have you been doing?
Thinking. Just thinking.
What about, Kurt? What is it you think about? Is there something bothering you?
Yes.
Well, what is it, son?
School. I hate it.
But you like to read.
That's different. I read what I like. I don't like to be told what to do.
But don't you understand? Everybody has to be guided and told what to do.
Sure, I understand. But I don't have to like it. And I don't like it.
Kurt, I'm surprised at you.
Is that all, Father?
Yes, that's all.
I'm disappointed. I thought you were going to beat me.
Why, you insolent...
Oh, Kurt! Please. There's someone at the door. What? Why, Mr. Johnson.
Kurt home?
Well, yes, he is.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, Fred. Well, what is it this time?
Are you going to tell them, Kurt, or do you want me to?
I don't mind. I stole a watch from Evans's jewelry store. A swell wristwatch.
A watch?
Oh, Kurt. We were going to buy you one for your birthday. You didn't have to steal it.
It was more fun stealing. Lots more fun.
This time I'll have to take him to juvenile court, Mrs. Norquist.
Oh, no.
Fred, let me bring him down. You go on. I want to talk to him.
Paul Paul's face was gray with hurt. His cheeks sagged and his eyes were bleak as he turned to Kurt.
I didn't want it this way, son, but maybe it's the only solution. Maybe it'll help straighten you out.
You're not going to put me in a reform school.
Kurt! Kurt!
Paul was savage as he ran up the stairs after him. Kurt slammed the bedroom door in his face, and as Paul flung it open...
You've had this coming to you for a long time.
Oh, no, you don't. Keep away from me.
Kurt!
Wild lust was on Kurt's face, and a gun was in his hand, his father's revolver. I knew he'd do it even before it happened. Kurt! Paul went limp as he turned to me with a look of shocked surprise.
Mary.
Paul!
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Martha Scott in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
That didn't wake you up, Dad. Nothing will.
Wake me up? Why, I wasn't asleep a while ago. I was just fooling you.
Fooling, huh? Then tell me what I said.
Just before Suspense started?
Yeah.
You asked me who made the Stay Full battery. Naturally, I said Autolite. And when those Autolite people named it the Stay Full battery, they weren't talking through their hats either. Why, that battery needs water only 3 times a year. Get that, Billy? Only 3 times a year.
Golly.
What's more...
That's fine, dear. But don't you think you ought to let Mr. Martin give the commercial?
Yes, folks, what Hap says is true. Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. This means less trouble and care for you. For Autolite's greater liquid reserve practically eliminates one of the major causes of battery failure. Car owners everywhere tell us the Autolite Stay Full is the greatest battery ever built. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite dealer and get an Autolite Stay Full battery for your car. Enjoy the advantages of extra plates and fiberglass insulation. It means so much to long battery life. And remember, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. No doubt about it. Money can't buy a better battery for your car than Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Martha Scott as Mary in Crisis, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The visions continued to rise out of the steam clouds. I found myself sitting beside Paul's bed. He was out of danger. Accidental shooting while cleaning a gun, that's what Paul told the doctor. I wanted to tell the truth, but I wouldn't hurt him any further. No, Kurt didn't go to the reform school. We hushed that up, too. Lies, suffocating us. We shrank, Paul and I, crawled into our shells, confused, disillusioned, afraid of our only son. But Kurt grew, and so did his misdemeanors, until he was a handsome giant with the face of a Viking saint and no soul at all. The incident with Elaine McGregor proved that. I was transplanting geraniums on the other side of the hedge. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
What's going to happen to us?
I wouldn't know.
Doesn't it make any difference to you?
Should it?
It's easy for you, isn't it?
What did you expect?
Nothing, really. You're in a class by yourself, Kurt. You've got the heart of a tapeworm, but you're not going to eat into me.
Very pretty speech. I didn't know you were so valuable. But what does it mean?
It means I'm lucky. I can walk out of your life. You can't. You've got to live with yourself. You're rotten, Kurt. Rotten all the way through. You warp everything you touch. You destroy all the decent things around you.
Decent?
I despise you.
I thought you loved me. Madly.
You can't love a snake. You can only be charmed by it.
Goodbye, darling. Mother, you can come out from behind there.
Kurt, how could you?
Mother, I knew you were there all the time.
I didn't mean that. I mean the way you treated Elaine. Oh, Kurt, maybe marriage would be good for you.
Come, Mother. First you want me to get a job, any job. Now, you wouldn't want me to get married at my age, would you? I'm just a child.
No, Kurt. Not you. You've never been a child. Everything he did seemed to be aimed at hurting someone, and always it pleased you. And then one day, as suddenly as you turn over a page, Kurt was different. He slammed the front door and he was whistling. He was gayer than I'd ever seen him.
Hi.
Well, what are you so gay about?
The proverbial leaf has been turned, and you see before you a hard-working young man.
Kurt, you've got a job.
That's right, Mother. A job.
Oh, at the lumberyard?
Oh, don't be silly. I'm a banker.
A banker? What bank?
First National. Mr. Cox was very nice about the whole thing.
Your father's bank? Then Paul got you the job.
You talk like the old man owns the place. He's just a teller.
Then how did you get the job?
I talked to Mr. Cox.
Kurt, what did you tell Mr. Cox?
You should have been there, Mother. I melted the old boy's heart. He swallowed the whole thing.
Swallowed what? What did you tell Mr. Cox?
Don't get melodramatic, Mother. I merely told him that I had to go to work because we needed the money. That I liked the idea of working in a bank. You know, like father, like son.
Oh, needed the money? Oh, Kurt, you didn't. You didn't humiliate your father that way.
But you wanted me to get a job.
Kurt, ever since you've been old enough to think, you've been bad. You caused your father nothing but heartache. You're aging him, draining all the joy out of his life. And now this crowning humiliation. But I'm warning you, Kurt. If you cause your father any more sorrow, if you hurt him just once more, I'll...
Kill me? Bravo, Mother. Now let's have the second act.
You feet! It was the first time I ever slapped him. But I knew then there would never be any peace for us. That he would go on and on until there was nothing left. No honor, no decency, nothing. But even I didn't suspect the depth of his malignancy until it was too late. Paul was coming up the walk alone. His step was slow, his back was stooped, and his face was lined and tortured. I opened the door for him. Paul, what's wrong?
I've been fired.
Fired? After 22 years?
There was a shortage this morning. $1,000.
1,000? Oh, surely they don't think you took it. You've handled millions of dollars down there and never touched a penny of it. How could... Kurt took it, didn't he?
Yes.
And you took the blame?
Not exactly. He's very clever, Mary. He's devilishly clever. He worked hard. He did his work well. I tried to kid myself anyway that he was outgrowing his badness. It was all part of a warped scheme. He won the respect of everyone in the bank and very simply stole the money and planted the evidence that led straight to me.
Why didn't you tell Mr. Cox what we've been through, what a bad boy he is? There are records at Juvenile Hall. We could prove it.
You know what Mr. Cox said to me? He said he wouldn't prosecute because of my wonderful son. My wonderful son. I never had a son. I couldn't look at him, Mary. When I walked out of the bank, Garvey in cage 1 didn't even say goodbye or good luck or too bad or anything. He just got suddenly too busy to look up. He forgot all about the months we lay in the mud together at Taro and the Navy Crosses. We won on the same day. Garvey was too busy to look up. I couldn't tell him the truth. I'm not strong like you, Mary. I can't take it anymore.
He was looking at me, but he didn't see me. His eyes were covered with a film of tears. Then he turned and staggered out of the house. He walked like he was drunk. Yes, that's what he was. Drunk with despair. He got in the car. I wanted to go to him, to hold him in my arms, but I couldn't. I was frozen. The car lurched away from the curb, skidded around the corner. It was like a man driving. I wasn't surprised when they called me from the hospital. Reckless driving, they said. Accidental death. But I called it something else. I called it murder. At that moment, I died too. Oh, I went through the motions of living at the cemetery and after. I kept on, not counting the days coming or going, and one day I realized Kurt was 25, a man, a handsome, ruthless man. We lived in the same house, but we had nothing to do with each other. Until one November afternoon, I was in the kitchen making an apple pie. It had always been Paul's favorite. Suddenly, the room was throbbing with Paul's presence. Paul! I dropped the knife on the floor and ran up the stairs into my bedroom. Mine and Paul's. I was wild out of my mind. I turned about the room, everywhere searching. I needed him terribly. I could feel his presence, and yet it wasn't enough. It had to be something tangible, something I could touch. And then I remembered. The Navy Cross and the Purple Heart, they were his. They were part of him. I pulled out the shirt drawer and threw his shirts on the bed. The Purple Heart was there in its satin-lined box, but the Navy Cross was gone. Oh, Paul. The room was dark. I lay there for quite a while. I had no reason to get up. Kurt was home. I tidied the bed, spread it up, ran a comb through my hair. I walked along the hallway to his room.
Yes? You want something? I'm in a hurry.
Yes, I do want something. Your father's Navy Cross, where is it?
Oh, that. I was holding 3 aces when I ran into a straight. Jack Carnes said he'd take the cross in lieu of $5. How do you like a guy like that?
I looked at Kurt for a long time. Then I walked away. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Not that day or any other day. Not even later when the policeman came to the door.
I have a warrant for the arrest of Kurt Norquist.
On what charge?
Murder.
It was a colorful trial. Murder in the first degree. The front pages were blotched with it. Little shop girls hurried to buy the evening editions of the sordid testimony to read on their way home from work. I went to the trial every day and listened with this strange sense of unreality.
Sure I killed him.
All I could think was, that flashing, handsome young man up there admitting to murder and worse is my son.
No, I didn't hate him. I didn't even know him very well.
Then why don't I feel anything?
I just wanted to see what it was like. That's all.
Why don't I shudder with disgrace? Why don't I crawl off into a corner and die?
Sorry? What for? He's dead, isn't he?
The trial went on for days, and Kurt was unmoved, insolent, triumphant almost. Even as his wretched soul made ready for the lethal chamber, he was untouched.
In there, madam. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Mother.
Mother? Oh, yes, I am your mother.
Huh? Oh, you brought me some cigarettes. Thanks. Well, I wonder what it's going to be like.
What?
You know, that last mile. I'm a queer guy, all right. I don't feel sorry about anything. As a matter of fact, I don't feel anything at all. Never did. Except that maybe this is a good smoke.
I looked deeply into his face, beyond the pale blue eyes, into the black soul. I gave him life, but I couldn't give him honor. He exhaled. Smoke came out of his mouth and nose and spun around him, enveloping his face, framing it in a circle of fog. Then he smiled. Not the smile of a murderer, more the slow, wistful smile of a small boy. And abruptly his face was changed. I've been here before. I watched the smoke rings as they billowed upward. I couldn't take my eyes off them. In each smoke ring was a face. Kurt's face. And the faces kept changing, getting smaller and smaller. The eyes were round, full of wonder, changing, and slowly the vision faded. They all converged into one face. And Kurt was a baby again. In a croup tent. Fighting for the right to live a useless life. I've seen ahead. That's what it was. I know what's in store for him, and it's all bad. Steam. Not much left. In a moment, there won't be any. Oh, let him go. He'll turn out bad. No good, not worth my tears. It won't be wrong. Let him go. Steam. It's gone. I won't get the kettle. It isn't wrong. Let him go. No. Oh, no, little Kurt, wait. Don't go. Oh. The steam. Kettle. Get the kettle. Don't take him. Oh, please don't take him. He's just a little baby. He doesn't know. Steam. I must take his temperature. Oh, I'm afraid. Crisis. Temperature 106. 610. 107. Oh, no, no. He's gone. He's gone. He's dead. Oh. Kurt. You're alive. Hold on, baby. Hold tight. He got in my way as I held the thermometer to the light. I brushed them off, and then I looked. The mercury stood at 106, 105, 103. You're going to get well, Kurt. Temperature 101. And grow strong and handsome. Temperature 100. And good, Kurt. You're going to be good. Please, God. Please.
Thank you, Martha Scott, for a splendid performance. Miss Scott will be back in just a moment.
Billy, would you mind getting me a glass of water, dear?
You ought to install a stay full battery, Mom.
Billy.
Sure. Then you'd only need to take a drink 3 times a year.
Oh, you men. Can't you talk about anything but that Autolite battery?
Now, look, honey, if you wanted to go downtown tomorrow morning and the car wouldn't start, you'd be pretty mad, wouldn't you?
Why, of course I'd be mad.
Sure, so would anybody. That's one reason why we have a stay full battery in our car. And listen to this.
Yes, friends, Autolite Stay Full batteries are designed to save you trouble and care by practically eliminating one of the major causes of battery failure, lack of water. You see, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, when it comes to automotive electrical parts, Autolite means batteries. Stay full batteries. Autolite means spark plugs. Ignition-engineered spark plugs. Autolite means ignition system, the lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Miss Martha Scott.
It's been a real pleasure to appear on Suspense tonight. You know, I never miss hearing the program whenever possible, and I'm going to make a special effort to be at my radio next Thursday night when Van Heflin stars in a story called Song of the Heart, a gripping study in
Suspense.
Miss Martha Scott is currently appearing in the RKO production So Well Remembered. Tonight's suspense play was written by Gwen and John Bagney with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Van Heflin in Song of the Heart.
is the Autolite Suspense show. Drive carefully. Save a life. It may be your own. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.